victory. Hi everyone, let's get acquainted with World of Wonder version 3.2. This version is loaded with surprises. Besides piloting cool mechas for exciting battles, there are brand new maps to experience. Let's check it out. First, there's a brand new themed map template. In World of Wonder, players can now play all kinds of creations built from a variety of scenery objects. Engage in thrilling battles aboard the Steel Ark. At the same time, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new combat a shot. In addition, players can compete in shooting competitions with target dummies and have fun playing soccer. Head to World of Wonder to discover even more fun maps and gameplay. So, get in the game and try it out. Next, we've also made a few system improvements to World of Wonder. Players can now go to the player information page to check their World of Wonder play statistics and creation data. As for creation tabs, we've added a Friends tab. Now, you can find your friends' creations more easily and check out what creations they've been enjoying. Additionally, to better help you find the maps you like, you can search for them by creation ID, creator UID, creator name, creation name, and more. There are still more improvements for you to discover. We made some improvements to gameplay devices and interactions. For gameplay devices, we've improved and updated the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and more. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. What's more, we've also improved various interactions. Creators can now edit the orientation and scaling of items directly. In free view mode, objects can be moved, rotated, or resized by modifying their coordinates. Interactized objects can now be held and tossed by characters, and they can also be moved by hitting them. Discover more improvements that let you be as creative as you like. Finally, in World of Wonder editing mode, the team leader can edit the permissions of team members when group editing. That's a wrap for this introduction to some of the new World of Wonder content. We look forward to seeing all your brilliant creations in-game. For more new version updates, be sure to follow the official community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello everyone, the all-new 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event PMSL Pass will be available from May 31st to June 30th. The PMSL Pass has 20 levels and only takes 500 UC to unlock. Get a Dark Arts Gentleman set immediately after purchase. After unlocking the PMSL Pass, you can view the missions and complete them to get points. Raise your pass level to claim corresponding rewards. Plenty of rewards await you, including the Dark Arts Gentleman set, Dark Arts Gentleman glasses, Dark Legend Smoke Grenade, Dark Legend Avatar Frame, and the ultimate reward, Dark Legend UMP 45. To quickly raise your pass level, you can 1. Redeem points from points voucher redemption codes. You can start by using the redemption code 24PMSL Pass now. 2. Use UC to purchase levels directly. After reaching the max level, every additional level reached will grant 1 PMSL crate. Additionally, you can gift the PMSL Pass to friends who meet the conditions. Send your friends a small gift and complete to see who unlocks the ultimate reward first. That's all for this introduction to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event. Unlock the PMSL Pass, put on the Dark Arts Gentleman set with friends, and collect amazing rewards.
Welcome back to the PMSL EMEA for day number 2 here at the finals. We have had 16 teams make their way through to this stage, and only 4 of them are going to go to the group stages at PMWC, and that 5th place team, of course, going to the survival stages. We've had some interesting games so far. The first day has been a little bit upsetty for a couple of teams. They've not had the terms that they may be expected, and some teams are going to be more happy about that than others.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a wild day overall in terms of which teams succeeded, which teams didn't do so great. In terms of just that top 8 at the moment, I think it's a really small margin that cuts between, first and 8th place. It's absolutely silly. You can check us out on all our socials down below over on Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok to make sure you stay up to date with the show, because this is going to be finishing soon and you need to know exactly when the next tournament is happening. I'm sure you all know about EWC by now, and if you don't, we'll tell you all about it during the show.
Absolutely. We'll keep you posted. But make sure you are heading to those socials to check it all out. The teams over the last day added on to their bonus points totals that they were able to carry through from the league stages, those 3 weeks of league stage. They managed to grab some bonus points. They carried some of those through and into today. At the moment, still, we are looking at some probably familiar faces towards the top, certainly of the bonus points. Team Spirit came top of those totals. And remember that these were halved when it came to the start of the week. So they earned these bonus points. 50% of them were taken away, so that we had a nice level field. Because if you start with 56 points on a 3-day tournament, it's a little bit too far of a head start to really make it fair. So we liked the idea of getting rid of half of those points to make sure that everything was nice and even.
I wanted to show this because, honestly, if we take a look at this right now, because we're going to take a look at the overalls in just a second, but we got Team Spirit, IWNRX, Brute Force up towards that top side. The logos are a little messed up. Don't worry about it. We got Moneymakers over in 4th place, Virtus Pro, and that's... Oh, dear, this is... It's all wrong.
Yeah,
no, it's fine. It's fine.
No, this is from the bonus points. This is from the bonus points.
Yeah, I know, but the logos do not match up with the names, and that's fine. That's okay. Just worry about the names here, because we head down over towards page 2. You got S2G, FLUX, Power Esports, Gladiators, BEŞİKTAŞ, Regnum Kaya, and Football is Chaos, and Twisted Minds right at the bottom. Twisted Minds is a big one to consider. The fact they had 19 points. Down towards their bonus points, which probably was dropped down towards 10 over on those overall. And now we take a look at this right now. It's absolutely crazy. Twisted Minds from a 16th place in terms of bonus points up to 5th right now with 62 points. It sort of doesn't make any sense, the amount of teams that have been able to leap up as far as they've been able to over towards that top side. It's lovely to see, but it is so incredibly close.
Absolutely. 62 points, that's 6-point difference. It is really quite a turn up for the books. I'm excited to see what Twisted Minds can do today, and hopefully teams have been trying to figure out what they've been doing and either emulate it or counter it to try and stall them or exceed the expectations that were set for them so far. And to be fair, everybody on that front page had some good games and some bad games yesterday. I don't think anybody really, apart from Twisted Minds, had just a consistently good day yesterday. It was really interesting to see those ups and those downs come through. Obviously, Team Spirit just kept putting points on the board, and I feel like, in general, that's kind of what I expected from them. And then on the flip side, IWNRX, they were able to get one very good game, but for the rest of it, they were just kind of nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, it's that one good game they're able to get. I mean, you look at their 10 placement points. They got all... That is sort of crazy as well. They got all their placement points from that one chicken dinner they were able to find there, and 16 elims. I believe around about at least 11 of those came through from that one game, or it might have been 9. But either way, it's just not a lot of the elims for the rest of the day. So... very, very crazy stuff there for IWNRX, and it's lucky that they had the amount of bonus points they did. Otherwise, that day might just have crippled them going towards the final 2 days here. Luckily, again, for IWNRX, they're a very lucky team at the moment. Maybe you should go hit up some blackjack. But I think for IWNRX up towards that top side, the grouping is so close that it is actually quite easy to catch up here. We still don't know if there's a clear top 3 coming into day 2, which usually there is.
Yeah, it's basically the entirety of the front page that could absolutely make it work. And normally we do see IWNRX up there, but obviously that has been changed around a little bit. They haven't been doing great yesterday.
Yeah. And this was their chicken dinner they were able to get from yesterday on your screens right now. So it was 9 eliminations they were able to pick up out of their 16. You can see it's good stats overall from most of the players there on a chicken dinner. It's a really, really strong game. You're looking upwards of 2k damage on that match. And it was in, again, 2k damage upwards on that map. If you were here for it yesterday, it was a really, really tough game. It was a really tough game for a lot of teams that ended up just above water treatment. So not a nice place to be heading over to, and being able to do this with that, incredible stuff. Really, really incredible stuff. So for NRX, they were pleased they were able to get it, and this does give them a bit of a launching post to get further into these finals and hopefully into that top 5. Gives you the chance of getting over towards the EWC.
Absolutely. That's really sort of the metric that we're going to be looking at. I think top 4 is obviously a lot more favorable, right? So we're going to be looking at around that sort of area towards the top. And the fact is that Twisted Minds very much could be in with a chance here on the games that they were able to put up yesterday. I believe, is this from one game? I think this might have been just from the one game that they went for. Match 5 for Twisted Minds. I don't think they did as well as they did on other maps there.
Yeah. Obviously, this is from match 5, but again, it's nice to highlight the fact that Jafar on that game, as well as Yusuf, they were playing from a pretty difficult angle. But Jafar and Yusuf have really stepped up for the team on Twisted Minds. But their overall day was ridiculous, much better than this graphic here is letting on, which is awesome to see. I think for Twisted Minds, I really, really hope they can continue this going into tomorrow. Again, for a team like this, that a lot of people didn't have too many expectations for, getting a massive day on day 1 really sparks that confidence within you, gives you that chance to keep pushing forward. I think if you are that 16th place team coming in, a few times you do get that nerves, right? You're going into, you're like, God, I'm playing with some crazy players here. I was the team that just made it in at that final moment. Yeah, Twisted Minds have been able to do that fantastically well. This is our head-to-head between IW NRX and Twisted Minds. You can see them doing so much better. Average placement is a little bit weird there at 10th. So they've had some very strong games with 6 elims and a good amount of damage per match. In fact, even strange that IW NRX has a higher survival time than them.
That is quite curious, isn't it? Normally you see a higher point scoring team in general, and such a high point scoring team going quite a lot higher either in the placements or the survival time, but that is interesting that is less, although they are fairly similar. It's the average elims though that is the big standout there, right? It is 6 average elims for Twisted Minds, which is a huge amount more. They have been getting involved. I mean, certainly they dropped with Gladiators right in match number 1. They were able to get quite a few points out of that, but in general I feel like Twisted Minds, they have been fighting quite early, but just repeatedly having success in those early fights, which is where their points scoring bulk has come from. And when you consider, you know, a team looking all the way back to PMGC last year, you have a team like IHC just going for those elimination points, right? That was the bulk of their points, going for fights in general. It's been shown to work, and right now for Twisted Minds, it is definitely doing something for their point scoring.
Yeah, I think for Twisted Minds, it's really awesome to see them getting so many elimination points. Again, 6 might seem small over on an average, right? But you got to think that over 6 games, they're getting 36 points on the day. Just in eliminations alone, which is really, really big news. And they had some massive matches yesterday in terms of those elims, which was sort of the weird thing for me, because it's not a team that I sort of expected to come out absolutely swinging. Again, you have that similar idea to what you brought up there, which is IHC. They got to the point towards PMGC where it's like, what do we have to lose here by going a little bit crazy, getting some elims, just jumping on our fights? And whereas a lot of other teams had a lot of pressure on them, like IW NRX, Team Spirit, they have pressure to perform here. People know that they're a top placing team, whereas Twisted Minds, there's no pressure at all. I don't think a lot of teams expected them to get into the top 5, so this is awesome for them. Brute Force, on the other hand, we had an inkling they might be able to do something good yesterday. Here are their average player stats from yesterday. Everyone doing good amount of damage on that team.
Definitely. You can see the average obviously being topped by Prepod there. Next up is Freezer, though, the rookie on the roster. This guy has had a great breakout season in the PMSL, and I think he is very, very likely to be claiming the accolade of that most powerful new. What's the official name of that? They've got Rising Star. There we go. The Rising Star player bonus for this tournament. It's very likely that we're going to see Freeze's name being slapped on that trophy for 2k extra as well. He'll be pretty happy with that. His average survival time topping out the tables as well. But at the moment, it's interesting that Chudo has the lowest average performance when he, I believe, is the only player on Brute Force to have gotten an MVP on a day. But sometimes you've just got those off days, and you can see he's keeping up the average damage as well.
Yeah, the average damage is fine, even if he's just peppering players and getting a good chunk of damage in. I think it's the average survival time from Freeze, though, which is the big standout. 3 minutes more than anyone else on the team. So he is just surviving through these games to get them even more placement points. I think we've seen that multiple times now where he was just very difficult for teams to remove. And even as that solo, he was still able to actually get some shots out towards some of these other teams, pick up some points whilst he was on his own. Because a lot of times you see a solo player just trying to get as many more placements as possible and slowly ticking up by 1-2 points each time. But Freezer more than happy to poke his head out a window, pick up a quick flush on a knock, and that just exponentially increases your point scoring on the day. So Brute Force, hopefully they continue doing that. They did have a little bit of a downward trend towards the end of the day yesterday, but again, they're doing pretty damn good.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to be looking for improvements from yesterday's games from a lot of our rosters, except for Twisted Minds. Just keep doing what you're doing. It's working out. Obviously, maybe they're going to change something up as well if they think people are going to read into it too much, but we'll have to wait and see for that. It is, I think, going to be quite an exciting day to see if those teams can start to turn it back up. The teams that I was disappointed in yesterday, I mean 3D Max, Gladiators, and S2G, I think they have severely also underperformed expectations there towards the bottom of those tables. These are 3 names that you just don't expect to see on the second page, let alone outside of the top 5, right? They are certainly hoping to pump those numbers a little bit. The total point differential from the top to the bottom of the tables right now sits at 37 points, which is closable for even the teams at the bottom, like 3D Max.
Yeah, that's what we missed today. Everything that did go down. NIGMA Galaxy actually being able to hit some pretty decent shots here and there. They had a strong game at one point as well. Again, I think this is the game that they actually won, where they were able to just take... actually, no, it's BEŞİKTAŞ who just all stormed out first, and this could have been the chicken dinner for NIGMA Galaxy, but it just all went wrong with Kali basically going out and just spraying down through the smoke on to everyone. A nice little flick as well towards the end. But yeah, for NIGMA Galaxy, not bad at all. Not bad at all. I mean, it definitely could be better, and we're still seeing some of those little mistakes here and there from them. They're not as confident as other teams, I would say. I will keep using this word. They have a lot of potential.
Definitely. They are only currently 10 points behind tournament leaders Team Spirit, despite being in 9th place, right? NIGMA Galaxy in 9th place, 58 points. Spirit in 1st with 68 points. It's such a tight pack at that top side. And I think today, I imagine we're going to see an emerging powerhouse, maybe 3 or 4 teams. That was a crazy spray, by the way, from, I believe it was Jafar from Twisted Minds to just hold out that rundown from DA.
Yeah, Jafar hitting those shots really well. I think he was helped out quite a bit by Yusuf on the high ground, who was really, really consistent yesterday. You can see in this game, they had 14 eliminations. Team Spirit made some incredible plays, though, on this match on Sandhawk. So I don't think you can fault Team Spirit too much for that game, just because they were able to come in and swoop through. I think that just comes from veteranship on the side of that team. Got a lot of experience for how to play these really awkward circles and how to turn like a sure loss into a fairly hard-fought win, but a win nonetheless.
Saw some difficult navigation around the side of that lake, and this was the Moneymakers chicken dinner that they were able to get and help them closer towards the top of those tables over the course of it. It felt really, really mean around the edge of that lake. It was a very tough time for everyone involved, but the Moneymakers were able to actually get across it and make their way out, and that is the sort of adaptation that you want, that improvisation that comes through with that skill, that age, that experience that you've been talking about there. And the Moneymakers as well. Successful campaign on the day, racking up 66 points in 2nd place.
DA also actually improving quite a bit. And again, I think this is something somewhat of a false positive for DA once again, because their early game can get messed with very easily. Right now, we've sort of removed a lot of the teams that were giving them problems in that early game. So they're able to get through Longa's late game, which is where they excel. Right, so it's kind of weird because you see a lot of up and coming teams, they do pretty decently in the early game, but they struggle big time with the end game. Like they just cannot get those rotations off. They don't know how to play the off angles. DA is just the absolute opposite. Right, their early game is absolutely, it's really bad. It's quite shoddy, to be honest. But their end game, spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. One of the best teams at it inside this lobby when it comes to those long-range engagements and just setting themselves up for success in those very final moments of the match. And again, like I said, there's just no teams really challenge them out anymore. Na'Vi is not a problem over towards Sandhawk, so they're able to get further into the game that way. I think they're able to get themselves a fourth place yesterday, I believe, over on Sandhawk, which was actually fairly decent, you know, from their position.
Yeah, they got 2 third places and a 4th place in yesterday's games. Their elimination count a little bit lower than maybe they would have liked, but in general, a very successful day with only 6 points behind Team Spirit. But for now, Blank, we're going to have to rescind a little bit from the thorough trials of the EMEA region because we've got to jump in to another trial. It's the Mecha Battle. We're going to be taking a look at these teams running around in these big old mech suits, having a great time.
Oh, in the old armor mech, right? So happy days. Excited to see this one. Let's take a look at the prize pool here. If you come out first over in the overalls, you'll be getting $2,500. Well, $1,500 for second and $1,000 for third place. It's honestly not bad at all. Unfortunately, if you are 9th through 16th, you'll be going home with none of those mecha bucks.
That is true. Got a 1-to-1 exchange rate for real USD. But this is the rankings as they stand. It is going to be divvied out those prizes based on where you finish on these overall rankings at the end of all 3 days. So at the moment, you can see the moneymakers. They're up on 26 points there. And you can see how many double-digit elimination points there are here. That's because there are multiple features that are included in this game mode that aren't in our regular esports settings. That include being able to revive your teammates, the self-res as well on an off angle. That's going to be really important, and we saw that be that way in yesterday's matches as well. And all of that is going to add to the ability to score points from eliminations.
Yeah, I think when you look at the tables itself, like there's more eliminations to be found through those res beacons, right? We got loads of explosions from the version 3.2 here with all our steel arcs, assembly bases, mechas, jetpacks, all that good stuff.
Oh yeah.
As we head into our very first match of the day, but not the esports match of the day. This is just Mecha Fusion.
Be the last mech standing. Experience the new themed stages, Steel Arc and Assembly Base, and drive the new mechas, Levitron, Strider, and Armor Mech in the battlegrounds. Don't forget to give your mecha some colors in mecha coating gameplay as well. If you want to share your creativity, come and join the PUBG Mobile Erangel Mecha Runway competition in PUBG Mobile official channels. Go and check that out. To better understand the whole setting of Mecha Fusion World in version 3.2, go check out those tons of immersive mechanic comics, videos, series, and fun contents about Mecha Fusion in PUBG Mobile social channel. There will be some hidden information about the Mecha Fusion themed gameplay for you to find out, so get to snooping. Time is a wasting, but not for these teams. They're dropping right on in.
Absolutely, John. We're on board right now with I'm not sure who, but we're above farm and we're dropping down over towards a steel arc. Start things off. Lots of juicy bits of loot on these bad boys as they drop down and land. They can land anywhere, by the way. So you got to be quick with it. You got to make sure you know where you go. Moneymakers try to challenge out versus brute force. But Havlik comes straight back in. We'll need to find a res beacon for his teammate, though.
Yeah, remember, they can get those reses, so not all is lost, even if you're down to 2. Keep fighting. Keep pushing. A lot of shotguns being picked up right now between these two teams. The scraps are developing all across Erangel right now. Into the warehouse. Havlik being surrounded. Pre-pod. Should have the angle. And they are going to be able to find it. Chudo, with a 52 at the end of his name this time around, is swinging and sometimes hitting.
Yeah, about probably 70% hit rate there with the fisticuffs. IWNRX taking damage from Team Spirit 2. Player 5's back in. God, not Player 5.
Oh no.
We got Coops and Coops.
How's that working? Hang on a minute.
Coops is playing 2 phones.
Coops is he's using his feet. He's got his toes out right now.
Yeah, he's got 2 phones.
Which is Coops' toes and which is Coops' hands? That's what I want to know.
I don't know, man. Maybe he's playing like just 2-handed. Maybe he doesn't have to involve the feet.
That's true. That actually would be a better idea. I feel like.
Yeah,
Definitely
you
what's
could just
happened.
put the phones on the desk. Why try to get his
Wait,
toesies up?
hang on a minute. Maybe it's like the Levitron bit of Coops and the
What, they're going
the
to do a
Strider
Mecha
bit of
Fusion Coops?
and then the guy who plays in the actual tournament, that's Armor Mech Coops.
You mean Cooper Mech?
Oh, yes, I do mean that.
Yeah, the Cooper Mech on duty, responding to
I think
all
they're
kind of
both-
threats around the world.
I think they're dead.
Yeah, Cooper Mech's gone. They wasn't as strong, potentially. I'm flying about. I still want someone the old just fly into the air strategy.
At the end there. But what if your
Yeah.
jetpack runs out?
Then you
Grenades underneath
gracefully fall.
Do you think you could hop into a vehicle right at the last second?
No, I think I just get my parachute out.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. That's a better solution. Why are you coming up
Yeah.
with so much better solutions than me today? What's going on?
I don't know, man. I'm just one for the game.
You are the Armor Mech. Easy. Spots Razy. They were trying to get the mech out, but it's not going to be allowed this time around. S2G. Have Fireflux and now Power as well. To deal with Hamzy caught in the crossfire. Might be the last player to go. Might have his own personal AED to try and get that revive, but it's not going to happen this time. Nades in from Fireflux towards Al-Haji. Solke is close, but Al-Haji holds the angle. Jumps across, gets the spray, but doesn't quite tag on the high ground there. Keeping the suppression going for their teammates on both sides. And player 5 is here from NIGMA Galaxy. Nobody knows who it is.
Oh, Coops is back alive, by the way.
Oh, they did manage to go back.
Yeah, res, big time.
Oh, they recouped.
Yes,
Their
they
losses.
recuperated their losses. And it was
Very
good. It was good. So, NIGMA Galaxy back into the mix. So are S2G. They're straight back down. You can't get rid of them.
I believe it's when you go down in one of these point of interests, you can drop back in for the first section of the game. So you have another shot. You've got another shot. Looks like S2G might be throwing their second shot away.
Well, you know, if you fail, try again. And if you fail again, you
Stop that.
failed.
If you fail again, stop that. It's not
It's
working.
over for you.
Yeah.
There's a lot of eliminations coming through right now.
Oh,
Teams
yeah.
going off around the map.
A little bit of a stalemate. though.
Unfortunately, cannot tell you what's going on the map. Does not exist. What I can tell you is Fireflux. They're looking pretty good.
Oh, half of Coops is down. Up on the hillside. They were moving in to get player 5 back up.
I need Coops to res Coops.
Yeah,
Look at
Coops
Coops. Coops is so far away from Coops.
Coops, why would you do this to Coops?
Yeah. Coops calls for aid of Coops. Coops. It's becoming weird to say.
Yeah, I think it is. Coops.
Wonder why it's called Coops.
Maybe it's something like a single surname, but looks like Virtus Pro are going to be dropping in with the mech straight on top of Team Spirit, hopping on forwards. Milky Way in the mech, in the armor mech. Getting the job done. Effect didn't stand a chance. Have you seen the size of that thing? It's incredible.
That was a hell of a power move, right?
Yeah.
They literally power bombed them with the mech. It was cool. They got some serious height. I'm not sure from where though.
That's the Levitron assisted jump from the armor mech. No one's been using the magnet gun. And I'm slightly disappointed. Naomi, not going to be able to hold on to that one either. I do want to see more magnet action, you know. I feel like there's a lot of potential certainly for comedic effect, to just grab an enemy and levitate them in the air and they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I saw it a couple of times. I've seen the magnet gun on FLUX. It wasn't used though. Ooh. That's not good.
That's a bad
Milky Way, yo. Is his
Oh,
name.
you're reading his name. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why they've gone for
I think
different names.
the only change here for Naomi is Naomi OP. But to be fair, he has had that tag before.
That is true.
This is an old Naomi.
They're also Spirit instead of TS, which is interesting.
Yeah. So you don't mistake them for Team Spirit.
Wait, no, they are Team Spirit.
Well, I simply cannot mistake them for Team Secret. Like, it's just not in my contract. I have to call them by who they are.
That's true.
I have no choice.
No, it's every time I've said Team Secret, I lose another INFINIX GT20 Pro. I'm down to my last 30.
I didn't get any. So
You didn't get any?
No.
Oh,
Well
dude,
done to you.
I've been.
You've been taking baths with the phones? Phone bath?
Yeah, I use one to watch a video, a PUBG Mobile video, content video, and
Yeah.
and then I just get a new one for the next video.
Right. I was thinking more like, you just placed them all over you.
After every game of Armor Mech, of running in an Armor Mech, new phone.
If I had that many phones, I would attempt to create like a really cool piece of. I'd create an invention
Okay.
that had tactile fingers on it,
Oh, okay.
but like 100 of them,
Okay.
and they would all be connected to one handle, and I
Uh-huh.
would load into the game on 100 phones,
Whoa.
and I'd be the only one in the match technically.
That is true. Although they'd all have to be doing the same thing. It'd be like the sickest flash mob ever in PUBG
Yeah,
Mobile.
we just all run to the center, and by we I mean me.
But it's the royal way.
Yeah, I am the teams.
The PUBG Mobile king.
Yeah,
100
that would be
players.
cool.
Nah.
That's what I do. I don't know how big this invention has to be though. Oh,
I feel like we can make that happen for PMWC. Definitely. I'm
You reckon?
committing to it officially. To thinking about it.
I'll bring it. I don't know if it will fit in the suitcase though.
That's true. Custom might have something to say about it. So
I've had to invent it on site.
Okay.
I have to get our best engineers from the PUBG Mobile team to help me out.
I think they could do it. They're pretty good. I mean, have you seen the Strider right now?
Yeah,
It
they
can go
designed a
80
cool
kilometers
thing.
an hour.
I mean, I didn't think he'd be able to drive a pair of legs, but they made it look good.
Don't you look foolish now?
I do.
Yeah.
I am a fool. I'm a fool thinking otherwise.
A striderless fool. Oh. It's all right. All you need to do, hop in one, and immediately you look fresh.
Oh, yeah. I'm not too sure where the circle is. I need a map feed. I need the
I think
map being brought up on the screen.
Well, we're on farm right now, so it's to the west of farm.
Yeah.
That's what I got for you. There's the mech, the armor mech being deployed in the middle. Slotting it on in. Looks like BEŞİKTAŞ and 3D Max both want to take control of it. Is it just Victor here? I think it might be. Oh no, there they are, across the way.
Yeah.
Robs and Snowix as well.
That mech is own. It's haunted.
I think you're
Not
right.
even
I think-
October yet.
How dare they do something spooky outside
Yeah.
of October?
Haunted mech. That'd be cool.
Was Toshpik about to throw the knife at them?
He did.
We give him
Launched it.
jetpacks, personal AEDs, all of the
Knife.
bells and whistles. Okay. And he pulls out a knife when there's like a giant mech next to him. He's like, yeah, but
It's got like a laser assisted blade. So,
oh yeah, it's got a laser sight on his knife.
yeah. Somewhat futuristic.
Absolutely. Oh, it's so ready. Look at it. So ready to go.
This is awesome.
It's fueled up. It's got all the missiles in the back. Nah, busy, mate. Can't be jumping in. Oh, Victor sees the legs. He knows it's there.
Do it. You can run away in it. I just hope these teams aren't trying to bait the mech.
Get in the mech. Get in the mech. He's not doing it. This is disappointing from 3D Max. Goodness me.
I mean, they could escape in the mech.
It is a 4-person vehicle.
Yeah. Use the mech. Don't use the DBS. That's old news.
That was gross. They used like normal weapons to get that elimination. Mech elims though. Ooh, very cool.
Yeah, I was a bit upset though because the mech missiles did not do as much damage as I thought they did.
I think they didn't quite tag on properly. I think 2 missiles and it's down.
Bro, he was in.
Yeah, he was in the zone,
zone,
but the missiles. Yeah, but the missiles don't hit at every point in the zone. I don't believe they sort of do a sporadic little barrage of missiles.
The point.
Okay, 3D Max.
Get in the mech.
Oh, he was in the mech, and then he wasn't in the mech.
Use the mech.
Kitsune wants to get in the mech. Kitsune's gonna get in the mech
DBSing.
instead. Oh, he's got the scar. It's
The
fading
DBS
away.
is so cringe.
It is absolutely
Right now.
cringe. It is
Yeah.
so far from base, it's unreal.
Get in the mech.
Get in the mech. Get in the mech. I'll turn this ship around right now. I will turn this steel arc around. We're going home.
Yeah. Get in the mech. There we go.
Oh, Victor's thinking about it.
Go into the mech. I don't like that every time they go to the mech, they're like, the mech's not worth it. Here we go. Silas.
Oh, go on. He's got the magnet hands out. He's got the magnet hands out. Oh, get him! Oh, no, not quite. He went for it. I liked it. And therefore, Silas is currently the best player in this tournament.
Yeah, he tried to pull him. Try to give him the old razzle dazzle, the old plus minus. You got him.
Tixie is down, and it's always interesting because you never quite know if they're down because they've got a personal AED or if there's another player alive in their team. Hey, ooh, here we go. Victor is soaring through the air. Look at him go for 3D Max.
Yeah, they got off the launch pad with this bad boy.
Look at that.
There he goes.
That looks so cool. I wish I was a mech flying through the sky.
You could be.
I think I could be, actually.
Yeah. Boom. Boom.
Oh, no. There you go. It's going to ruin the tarmac, that.
Yeah, there's some skidding involved.
Potholes.
You know what? The running animation is kind of epic.
Yeah, just being able to like scale the entire mountain.
I'm bringing that back, by the way.
What are you bringing back?
Epic.
It went away. Oh dear.
Yeah, I feel like it's been long enough now.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe you.
Like I definitely can't like match up with epic moment. That would ruin it.
Yeah, no, that's classic 2011 fodder right there.
Yeah. I don't want to go back. But that something can be epic.
Absolutely. That was a pretty epic DBS shot, don't you think, Blake?
You're overusing it.
What about the nade out the window? That was pretty epic.
You're killing it.
Killing a dead man.
Yeah, I might need to take Epic to the hospital if you keep doing this.
Robs might need to take Victor to the hospital because he is dead, and that's not epic.
I don't think you take someone to the hospital for that, though.
Maybe the morgue.
Usually you take someone... Yeah. Yeah, that's dark, though.
Yeah, the Undertakers. Not the wrestler. I don't think the fight's that
If he had the armor mech, he'd be fine.
That is true. It's confusing because the armor mech has 2 arms and 2 legs, and the players have 2 arms and 2 legs. So like, how are they supposed to figure out if they're in the mech or not?
Well, I mean, for one, you can do this.
Yo, look at those missiles go. Didn't hit Narvalo, but still pretty cool.
Just do another one. People keep underestimating the power of just complete area denial.
Just kablamo him. Here comes SnowX. This should give away the position of Narvalo right now. I mean, you don't drop on another building, right? You drop on the same building as your teammate.
Yeah, Scarface has given up. He's just disconnected. He's gone. Didn't even want to come back.
He's out of there, man.
I feel like that's silly.
He disengaged.
I want more time with the mechs.
He disengaged the Levitron and the Strider from the armor mech form.
Yeah.
I went to go and get snack.
All right, riddle me this though.
Yeah. Riddled.
I think Strider is a way cooler name for the mech.
Definitely. Anything,
Yeah.
you know, I've actually taken to calling it Aragorn for the most part.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I don't think you can do that.
Okay.
Did you know
I'll take that under advisement.
that after they can't find the hobbits,
Yeah.
and Aragorn kicks that metal helmet, and he screamed out in pain? That's because he actually broke his little toe in real life.
No way, really?
Did you know that?
I did not know that. That's crazy.
Do you also know that when Bilbo
Uh-huh.
drops the book into the floor and it makes a big thunk on the ground,
Yeah.
that's because they had magnets underneath the floorboard?
Whoa.
Did you know that?
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
There you go.
Wow. Incredible.
TYL. Today you learn.
I did. Yeah. TIL. IG.
Oh dear.
WHYLTD.
No, FRFR.
OG.
Not sure what that means.
Unga.
Okay, I don't like that.
Me neither. Stereotype.
That one was too much.
Yeah.
Like, you spent just.
Actually, I
say
think
that.
you're wrong.
I
It
didn't know.
was pretty epic. I think. So
That was fairly epic.
that was pretty epic.
This game has been pretty epic. Honestly, the fact that I've only getting like one missile launch per game is really irking me. Like the mechs are more just like there.
They do look pretty sick though. Like
Yeah, they look really cool.
even as decoration, they look cool. But they are far more
Yeah.
than that.
First brought on 17 eliminations. This has been a massive game for them.
It's kind of crazy. And
No!
next down.
It really sent that guy flying. I'm so sad about that.
Aren't you
Why
using
would
a
they
mech?
leave the mech out in the open? They should have like a crouch function for the mech, so you can like hide it behind.
Like camouflage, but like turns into a rock.
That's too far.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Just like a reasonable one, like, you know, crouches. You can put it behind buildings, or you know, if you want to be getting a little bit clever with it, you disengage the armor mech, put it into the Levitron and the Strider, and then you put that behind a building. That probably lasts longer.
I think you're onto something there. Because at the moment, I think it's just about over 2 stories tall.
Yeah, it's too big.
It's huge. The guy's massive.
It's seeable.
It's giga-visible. And that
Yeah.
is not fun when you're trying to survive in PUBG Mobile.
You want to be?
Wait, there's only 2
profile.
teams. It's Virtus Pro and Power.
Yeah, yeah, they're driving around.
No mechs. Very sad. Corker on the chase for Kante. Milky Way on the hillside. They know where each other are now.
What are we doing?
I don't... Are they...
Just driving around.
It's a racing game now.
Yeah. Okay. I get it.
It's like...
I see what they're doing. They're driving.
It's like when you've got a herd of cows. You know, for all those
Okay.
times you've had a herd of cows. And like one of them just decides like, oh, we're all going to go this way. I need to go this way. And then everyone's like, okay, we're all going this way. This is what's happening in this circle
I
right
saw
now.
a game like that actually. In Waterstones.
Yeah.
It was like, don't stand out. A game about being a cow.
Really?
Yeah, it's about that idea. Like you got to do what the rest of the herd would do.
Yeah. It's herd mentality right now.
Herd mentality where you be suspicious. But I think it's done.
Wow. Oh,
Well done to Power. Huge game. I don't think they had too bad of a game yesterday either, but Virtus Pro with that amount of elimination points, that was big.
yeah, they were able to add in a whole load of points to their standings. Power were able to rack up that chicken dinner. Not too sure how many eliminations they were able to get in Mecha Fusion, the show matches for these finals. We've got 3 of them to play. We've had 2 now already, and Power have been able to take this one down. In general, I think Power has been a really interesting emergent team over the course of the league stage, and now obviously into these finals as well.
Yeah, honestly, well done to Power. Really good game from them. I'm excited to see they can do some more stuff in the finals today. I have been really enjoying them as a team. You know, they were the surprise team before Twisted Minds. All right, so they did it before Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds kind of copied them, but at the same time, Power, pretty good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. That is obviously great to get those points on board. They shall be happy with that. I'm sure we'll take a look at the standings. There they are. As I speak, so it shall be. 38 points for Virtus Pro with all those eliminations. You're right, they're up to 30 now eliminations so far. Power on 31 points with that chicken dinner. The second team to do
Gladiators.
so. Yeah, Gladiators kind of unhappy about that. They're on
They're
just,
not having an epic performance.
just the 1 point. It is so not epic. It's cringe.
Yeah, it's a super cringe. It's super cringe. You've had what 16 chances in the last 2 games because you get rezzed as well. 1 little elim. What's going on there?
Bad time all round. IWNRX on the front page in 1 set of standings though, so
Wow.
you know, take some.
Well done.
Give a little, take a little. But yeah, absolutely. It's been interesting to see how these teams are adapting to those mechs, and it seems like the choice that they've made is, for the most part, certainly in the late game, to not use the mechs. But I'm hoping for another little bit of missile action tomorrow. We're going to have to wait for that for a little while, though. We're going to go back to our regularly scheduled programming. That's right, we've got the PMSL EMEA coming up for you in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few. Well, it all starts here. We are getting ready for our first match of PMSL EMEA. we're going to be heading in just a few minutes, but our teams have been getting warmed up in the Mecha Fusion game mode. Now they're ready for the real deal. The big guns are going to be coming out. We're going to be seeing, hopefully, some adjustments as well.
Yeah, I mean, there should definitely be some adjustments coming through from yesterday. Twisted Minds, maybe they can keep doing the same thing they were getting up to yesterday and getting some decent performance off the back of it. Who knows? Maybe some teams will read into some of that. Again, because it is just static lobby now, though, you definitely see a bit more change, John, I would say, in terms of the ability to predict what's going to happen on the next day. How are you going to read into that? But yeah, this is the road to the Esports World Cup, running through from the 19th to the 20th of July. So catch us there, 2024. It's this year, guys. All right, it's coming up, and 4 teams from this finals will be heading over towards those group stages, and our 5th place team will head towards that survival stage to see if they can battle it out and make it in.
Absolutely. Going to be really what a lot of these teams are just thinking about to get up towards those top 4 spots. The top spot obviously comes with a pretty decent chunk of prize pool, but it's those top 4 that really are going to be on everyone's minds. Here are the maps we're going to play today. Erangel, Miramar, Sandhawk, Erangel, Miramar, Erangel. A little bit of a twist at the end there. 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars, 1 Sandhawk. That doesn't change, but we've shaken up the order there to keep our teams on their toes.
Yeah, exactly. And again, I like this. I do like playing the different maps every single day. It's good fun, and it keeps, like you say, the players on their toes and constantly moving. It also means that if you're having a bad angle, you can move over to a different map and actually just enjoy it that way, right? Because you get off that map that's really causing you problems, refresh a bit, come back to it feeling a little bit better after maybe having a decent game. It certainly helps some teams who can find themselves getting themselves into a bit of a rut in terms of just playing 3 angles in a row. Yeah, they absolutely do want to stand out today in day 2, because this is where everything gets a little bit easier, and it's even easier when you use the GT20 Pro, our official smartphone sponsor of the PMSL EMEA. Today is the day to put that little gap between you and multiple other teams in the lobby, so you have an easier chance of maintaining your top position.
Plane path from southwest up to the northeast, so this time around Georgopol, a little bit more accessible. Gladiators probably quite happy about that, able to head back to Georgopol, but what's this? It looks like Twisted Minds going to be heading up that coast side as well, so potential conflict there on the northwestern side. Is there a DA player dropping down towards a Moneymakers player as well? It looks like there might be a little bit of an embroilment, an entanglement over towards the quarry, but they have started to split from one another. Just wanted to get those vehicles and regroup. Yeah, it looks like DA Scarface just going to be getting on out of Dodge as fast as he can.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that has been punished before, right? Where DA ends up on this wide split and multiple teams actually take shots over towards him. Again, this is probably a plane path where I wouldn't do this, because the plane path is directly over your drop spot. Multiple teams are going to be dropping out early around this area. They might be able to pick up a quick knock over your way. Moneymakers certainly the ones to take advantage of such an opportunity. But the circle up towards our northeast, over towards Yasnaya. Yes, S2G in Yasnaya itself, they take both sides. No one's challenging for it, which I have found odd this whole tournament, that no team has been able to share Yaz. It's always been an all or nothing moment where we want it all. No one else can own Yasnaya.
Yeah, they don't want to let it go. And to be fair, it's been working out okay for S2G. They have just been able to keep a hold of it. Their movements out from it in general have been pretty decent as well. I think S2G over the course of the league stage, we praised them a bit for their ability to make some solid rotations, but they did start to fall off in terms of the power that they were able to exert outwards from their rotations, from their positions as well, into the later stages of the tournament, and continue to do that here in the finals, even though they can win Yasnaya every time. It's an interesting one.
Yeah, I think when you look for the guys over on S2G, they have been struggling a bit. You know, some of their initial rotations looked really good in the past, and I think that of a lot of teams, they're probably one of the few that have got slightly worse, which is not to say they're a bad team. They just went from being quite a good team in the lobby to more on that average level of everyone else. And again, in this finals, 13th place, 35 points. You add that onto their bonus points, which weren't terrible over in the league stage. They weren't hitting up towards that top 3 every time, though. They were steadily around 5th through 8th. But yeah, they've not been able to get a lot done here. Twisted Minds going through on the buggy.
Ooh.
Well, on the bike, in fact, just over those mountains.
Pretty exposed there. Obviously, the least cover of any vehicle on this bike, but you do get the advantage of a little bit of speed. Although it didn't look like they had too much of that going over those ridges. But either way, they do manage to get through. And Twisted Minds have got an outpost over towards Hospital as well, so they should be able to regroup up there. Gladiators play in South George, split 2 and 2 between Crates and the main South George, which means that Twisted Minds might have trouble moving across those bridges out to the east side of George Paul.
Yeah, I honestly think Twisted Minds, a lot of times they've just headed down from Hospital to the southeast, crossed over the fields, and then managed to get themselves over towards that northern edge of Pachinki from the position like this. Again, it's not likely going to head up towards shooting range. With 3D Max here in this position, instead of heading down towards Mill to Power, it's a bit more clumped up. So I think if I was Twisted Minds, I would probably still just cut in underneath Everest, try and take up a position on the outer edges. Probably a better thing to go for, I would say, for that team. RCB making their first rotation. Always a good one. And it's not a bad position either that they find. I like this spot. Unfortunately, FLUX have also been eyeing it up.
Everybody wants a piece of this pie. Sulkate trying to force RCB back off, and it looks like Kiss is just going to give ground here, but do FLUX actually want to commit to going for this? And trying to take control of that high ground. With RCB so close, in general, just holding the side of it might be a little bit more beneficial. You're going to get rolled up on most likely from the other angle as teams start to filter in to the rest of the circle. So putting a lot of pressure over towards RCB might not be the best play right now.
Yeah, again, for FLUX, like you say, this is a fairly open area. I find that this is a really difficult position to hold if you're RCB on the 2-2 split, right? Right now, in fact, they're on a 2-1-1. It's not easy to hold that. I think you do have to be a very, very strong team. I believe that it was actually S2G in their very final game at PMGC 2022, where they were able to win out the championship. They actually won off the back of that split early on into the game. Yeah, here I don't think RCB quite have the chops to do something like that again. And S2G in 2022 was a different beast entirely.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a real super team for the region. They came through for them. Unfortunately, they couldn't defend their title in their home ground as well. Had that one taken away from them by IHC on the brutal warpath tactics that they were going for. And they are going to remount their campaign for this season. But unfortunately, in 13th place, it's unlikely that they are going to get a spot towards PMWC. I mean, if things continue like they did yesterday into today, it's going to cut their chances significantly down from getting on into this next stage.
Power on our screens. This came from the south side of Everest, actually. They just moved up towards that eastern side. It was nice actually watching Power yesterday, purely because it wasn't just Al Haji putting up a lot of numbers now anymore. I think that he definitely gave a lot of the big amount of confidence to play in these matches, and now the rest of the team have been able to learn from him quite a bit, it seems, at least. So Easy now been a really standout player for the squad, can take his top angles. It's really nice. It's very, very nice. Footballers KAOS are looking to finish off that knock that came through over towards Team Spirit. That's kind of a very, very nice shot from Effect. Not sure how he spotted him there.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, he's just got those eagle eyes out, peering through. They are making sure that they're keeping aware of their surroundings. Nicely done for Team Spirit, but on the south side of this circle, with the center of it on those Yaz fields, that RCB position that they were holding 2 and 2, you said may be a little bit difficult to execute on. is going to be very, very valuable for the time being. There's still a lot of the north side of the river, but it's unlikely to end up there in the next circle, or the circles subsequent to it. Moneymakers moving in very, very late from Primorsk, and I think we've seen this from them now a few times where they just stay very, very late into the circle. They're taking that NIGMA Galaxy Sandhawk approach from the southwest side.
Yeah, they honestly actually have a good approach to it, though, where they will try and swing on over towards the most northern end or most south end of a hard shift. Well, basically on the extremities of a hard shift, that's where they'll try and swing in on. So they delay their approach into the circle for that. So it's around about stage 3 that we'll see that happen. I really like it from the Moneymakers. It's an interesting playstyle, and I think they're comfortable to play the edge and battle out versus a lot of other teams, that they're happy to do that. And so far, it's been providing them a lot of success. I mean, up to 66 points. And again, that's sort of the difference between them and NIGMA Galaxies. I think the playstyle of Edge suits them a lot better. And again, when you play Edge, you come in late, you have to fight sometimes, right? And I think that Moneymakers lean into that aspect, whereas NIGMA Galaxy, they're a much more safe team. And I think that if you can get a central position and then just lock it up, where they can start having that fortress playstyle, where they hit their shots and they're pretty decent controlling area, that's where they find success. I don't think their edge play is as strong as Moneymakers, who completely go down that route.
And it's also close. It's hard to really split the difference between these opposing strategies right now, but 3D Max rolling up onto DA. DA probably one of our more consistent scoring teams from yesterday. 62 points. They've got the top floor as well. Snowix wants to nade up towards Yekta. The rest of DA are here to back it up. A nice bounce, and they find Snowix as well. That's going to slow Victor going on in. And they haven't managed to find Yekta on the top floor just yet. Has he managed to look for that med kit, which will take him straight back up to full HP. That nade, though, perfectly on the money. And Robs takes him down in his entirety. For 3D Max, this should be an easy flush onto Yekta.
Again, 3D Max, this had to be a big day for them, right? Because they came in from yesterday 16th place. It has been a horrific day for 3D Max. Tons of mistakes going through, loads of 16th places. So, again, if they wanted to get on the catch-up, a first game here on Erangel, taking a strong position, now that would be a good way to start it, but they're just whiffing in these engagements.
Narvalo down. That's on the outside for 3D Max. Getting across here, very, very tough. And there's the flush for Scarface. Yekta did get, I think he went all the way up to the roof, dropped down, and is now safe behind cover for Coldex to go for a res. 3D Max, they've really let this one slip away. Escape their grasp. I wonder if they realize that the down player is getting rezzed, and there's another spray over the top from Nico. It is completely isolated. They do not have enough control to stop this flush going through. And 3D Max are crumbling now.
Yeah, again, it's a case of that's a 3-story, right? So it's actually quite difficult to get the nades in. I'm not entirely sure why Snowix went for that kind of play. I'm not sure why Narvala was still on the outside. There's 2 buildings to play there in, and you effectively force DA out. Again, one of the most difficult things to do is to get nades into a 3-story, because there's so many positions that a team can play, a team can move over to. This building provides a lot of angles in terms of the windows. So again, for DA, they kind of just backed off, and now 3D Max is without a paddle, I would say.
Not looking great. Nico for another spray onto Robs, and now Victor taking damage. He's been put in the exact position that they put Yekta in. Well, this time around, he doesn't have the backup. He doesn't have the team to rally on in, and there are the nades. That they might be tough to get into a 3-story there, Blank, but it looks like DA are going to make short work of that one. They find the perfect windows, and a 1-2 punch from the nades takes 3D Max out with another disappointing match.
Yeah, it's just a case of there's one player in there. There's only so many angles he can take. You get 2 nades in, it's fine. If you get 4 players, 2 in the 3-story, 1 in the 1-story, you have a much better time at holding out those angles. So for DA, it's just, they sort of look at that fight and be like, this was so incredibly free. They essentially just ran at us after forcing us out of that compound. So that was a very weird fight, I imagine, for DA. And it does feel like there's a bit of desperation coming through from 3D Max. They're not playing effectively anymore.
We have seen a lot better from this team during the league stages. They're a pretty high caliber team and in general over the history of this roster's existence. They have done a lot better than this. It is unfortunate, but someone has to lose, I suppose, and the Moneymakers looking like they are very much on the losing end of this roll-up. Up to this compound, they've tried to go 3 times now, and it's just Icy left. Nobody else has managed to make that entry. And Icy's yet to try and do that one, but Team Spirit are just around the corner to maybe flow around this eastern side of the circle.
Yeah, I mean, for Moneymakers, they do exactly what I thought they would do, which is to move in on the extremity of that hard shift that went down towards that south side. It was just kind of very well done, I would say, from Footballers. They hit some great shots on the approach. All the players went down, and they just never had a clean fight there for the Moneymakers. I think they'd hoped to get in and actually set themselves up and then start to assault, but Footballers KAOS were very ready for a push like that one.
Yeah,
Last player goes down to Yusuf from Twisted Minds. We're able to find Never Alone, but this is just going to stage 4 now. And if they get a buggy over towards him, they can extract him from the situation, let's say.
Could potentially find a resible teammate. This circle has been a little bit naughty over these last 2 shifts. We had that side southwest. We're back up to the north. I think brute force right now in one of the best spots, and RCB, even if, yeah, they're going to regroup there into the compound out on the east side here. Really, really strong stuff. S2G as well, moving up into powerful location.
Yeah, first time in a while, S2G's been able to get a pretty decent spot within the circle. Again, they have not had to move far. It's around about a 200-meter rotate for them, and the compound's been open for a while now.
Are Virtus Pro up to their old tricks? Have they just managed to send straight into the middle and get a really good position?
They've been here for a while, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I
they
thought I
have
blinked
been
and I
here
missed
for a
it.
while. Yeah, they've been in this spot because, honestly, for them, this was sort of an outside chance in terms of position, but the circle now just gives them a very, very good innings towards this game, which is great news for them. But a lot of teams still in the circle. You got 14 in a stage 4 with 50 players alive. Twisted Minds, Yami goes down. They go out in 14th place with 1 elimination. Not the best roll-on momentum, let's put it that way. But brute force up to 4 eliminations, looking to start things strong.
Yeah, try and challenge for those top spots. Every single point towards the top of these tables very much matters at this stage. Nomi gets clipped by Rookie, and Footballers KAOS are doing all right here. Kitsune, though, spots Doga Machine, and they crash. Divert paths. He can't quite track that chaotic movement. Doesn't manage to get the spray down, but the rest might be good for it, although, unfortunately, he's spotted on an off-angle Falconist. Able to find the shots. 3 players alive for Team Spirit with Nomi knocked. And Storm knocked on the opposing side. They are not in this next blue zone, and it is going to push them further north. Effect and Naomi now need to pull together. Try and play this one well. Storm, potential to res, but Effect didn't even get the memo that Dokkan's already been knocked out there. Effect was on the ball.
Yeah, very nicely done. Team Spirit is a tough fight, though. Footballers KAOS have been slowly upping the pressure on this map. Hitting some good shots, some good defense from them as well. That's a nice nade.
Whoa.
Takes down 2. And we'll have to back off. Nomi last alive now. 2 players coming through from Footballers KAOS. Falconist is already in. It's up against Nomi, but the buggy roll down will be good enough. 8 eliminations. Footballers KAOS so far.
Wow, okay. They're turning things around from yesterday. They only got 31 points on the tables, and now they've already managed to put up 8, but they only have 2 players left. We've got DA yet to cross the river from the northwest. We've got a lot of people trying to play on this bridge out to the east side of Rozhok. It's a pretty powerful location. It's got a lot of cover, a lot of ways to play this one. And 2 teams trying to do just that. Power also racking up 4 eliminations total. Wanting to try and get that res on. You can see there on that southwest side, they're up to 5 now, actually, with the flush that they were just able to get. They could potentially have a decent chance into this next match. Those bridge teams keeping DA at distance Means that their main threat right now is NIGMA Galaxy. But that is a brilliant shift for power, and the teams on the bridge.
Yeah, Besiktas is very happy about this one, as are IW NRX, who are looking to continue to put points up to date with Team Spirit out, Moneymakers out. It's a fantastic opportunity to get up towards that top side of the lobby. DA, once again, still pushing those numbers. And I think there has been a vast change from week 3 into the finals for DA. Which is really nice to see, up to 66 points now, tied with the Moneymakers.
I'm expecting to see some pretty big shifts on these tables on the overalls at the end of this one. IWNRX with 3 players alive. Don't have any elims just yet, though. And we've been following them. And they've stayed quiet early on. This is how they were able to get their chicken dinner yesterday, by staying quiet early on. But underneath the bridge, it's a really tough spot to play from. The circle does help them out this time around, though, so maybe they're able to do something, but the fact that Besiktas are right here, very, very tough to handle. NIGMA Galaxy have been bouncing sort of back and forth right now on this south side of the circle, and now it looks like they might be turning their attention to power.
You know, power's got a good spot, right, down towards the southwest side. I mean, it does give them a little bit of space to work with. They do still need to get rid of NIGMA Galaxy. S2G, it's been a slow approach for them on this northeast side. Again, I don't think a lot of teams could have predicted the amount of hard shifts here, but there are certainly teams who have had to work a lot harder for their position. As S2G's got caught up on this ridge. Now DA's taking shots from across the river, just trying to pick up more points for themselves in terms of elimination, which is absolutely fine.
Absolutely, it's exactly what you need to be doing. They're on 4 already. They can hold on the north for a little while longer. I think it's unlikely that they get first place here. I think it's unlikely that DA get a chicken dinner. But you're right, getting those elimination points, absolutely something that they should be thinking about pretty consistently from their position. And there we go, another knock on to CEO later. And there's the flush.
Hamzy G will at least find a nade, but I think that's easily res there. Brute Force currently weathering a pretty brutal assault here coming through from the boys on S2G. I think they're all out of utility now.
Yeah, they've tried to make this crossing. I mean, it's so difficult to move up this ridgeline to these entrenched positions.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this definitely falls you a good time with the circle shifted up towards that northeast side. DA, though, once again, been vicious over towards that western edge. Putting Brute Force in some nasty situations. Razy gets knocked again as Freezer able to pop up, but he'll also get knocked down. DA is really milking this position on the western side for everything it's worth.
Oh, Virtus Pro are taking some casualties from IWNRX underneath the bridge, all the way across the way. As RCB try and push up towards the top of the hill as well, Virtus Pro tried to mount an aggressive roll-up to a central position, but it's really gone poorly for them. They've got 0 eliminations right now on the match, and they've just split their attention, and I think it's just Corker now remaining.
Oh, not anymore. He's out. So out of our top 5, we have Besiktas still up, as well as DA, but again, Power's on for a big game right now. 6 eliminations so far. Circle moves back down towards them. It's an awesome nade from RCB. Almost took him out of the vehicle. Basically delivered it into the glove box, and Lord happily picks up the elimination.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that one. An easy little ping down there. And now NIGMA Galaxy, 2 eliminations. And they're starting to mount up these tables. They're chasing those teams ahead of them. Starting the game on 58, the same as Power. And they're right in the same area as well. These two teams are going to have to clash at some point, unless you just get a team from the bridge taking down Power, or RCB pinging away and taking down NIGMA Galaxy, something like that. But I don't see that happening. I think they're just going to have to fight off against one another.
I do like how IWNRX and Besiktas have just lived this out underneath the bridge. DA looking to make a move now. All in vehicles, crossing. Not sure how many teams have eyes over towards this though, John.
Ooh.
Smokes all go down. They're worried about NIGMA Galaxy and Power taking shots, but it's a long way to go.
Certainly, as you can see, they are eating a lot of bullets there. Fidan hits the deck behind the door, trying to spray down the buggy, but takes a Mini 14 shot, and that's going to push him off the angle, surely. D8 falls short, but they are in this next zone. They can stay in cover. That would be good news, and there's nades. It's NIGMA Galaxy. They're going for Power now. I said they had to fight. And they're taking the opportunity once DA make their move because they know they've had sightlines on them for quite a while. The nades continue to bombard onto Power's position. I think they've already taken down 2 of them almost fully. Fidan and Easy now trying to hold Coops away, but he is not going to be slowed. Lord might be, however, in the meantime. As he's going to eat the nade for the team. Fidan slowing it off on the flank. No shots in just yet, but Power cut in half very quickly.
RCB's not had a bad time over towards the eastern side. You know, that initial rotate was pretty decent. They have lost a player now in Wild. Not flushed out just yet, but they are living through this. And DA sort of has a timer on their life right now over towards that north edge. It is a tough push that they have to make here. They can wait, though, for Power and NIGMA Galaxy to have to fight one another before they make that push.
Like NIGMA Galaxy do want to force this issue. Power throwing nades towards the front of the door now. They know they're up into the wall. Moving it out the front there, that looks good, but Ralph just about able to sidestep it. From these nades coming out from the door. That one looks pretty good on the Cook, but doesn't quite tag on. Goes too far, and now they're starting to move in. For all the angles available to them. Coops faces off and finds Easy. Gets the spray, gets the flush very, very quickly. Tucks back in with the rest of the team and it's unpunished now. The circle shifting up is going to force them out of this one, but Fidan now the last player to stand. For Power, he's got that little ridgeline to stay safe behind. But how safe can it keep him?
Fidan struggling. Nice nade. Not quite tagging. Moves out off towards that east. That's a good little push out over towards the right side from Fidan. Totally unspotted, but honestly, just provides him a little bit more time on his life here. DA realizing that they're still in the circle, John, on this shift. Right on the bank. They have been so lucky with the circle on this game. Practically no one challenges them out on that area. They can only stay up for so long. Coops finds Fidan. I think that is now Power out. 6 eliminations. It's not too bad, but I'm surprised DA is still up there here, man, and still putting in work.
Absolutely. They have been playing on this north side. You're right. They were helped out a lot by the circle, but now RCB has spotted them, and this is tough. The vehicle in front of them, Short's giving them a bit of cover, but that's going to go up very, very soon. As soon as it eats a couple more rounds. So they need to be careful. However, RCB have lost Wild here. Loxy has been completely flushed as well. So they have to be worried. Through it all, IWNRX have been holding under this bridge, staying quiet, just the same way they got their chicken dinner yesterday.
Yeah, I think if you look at the overalls for IWNRX and you're like, well, it's not actually that horrendous at the top of the lobby to catch up. Let's just get ourselves some consistent games. So usually we see IWNRX looking for just massive pop-off matches. But here, they're just looking for something that will get them towards that top side of the table. S2T surprisingly still have Hamzy G in the mix up towards the top 6. Not a bad shout from him.
No, they're in there with 3 elimination points as well. So the potential to keep doing better. BEŞİKTAŞ taking a knock from IWNRX. They've been sharing this bridge for quite a while now. They're starting to get a little bit antsy about it. Nico trading off those meds. Make sure they're evenly distributed. There's only 2 of them left now for DA. On that northern side with 6 elims. Lufa and the rest of NIGMA Galaxy now have a difficult time of making this move, but they've got that smoke cover. They can push up to the bridge, I think, a little bit easier with the path that makes it there. You can see this ridgeline keeps them safe out from the east side, and RCB have, I think, the difficult move to make here. S2G as well. I think, are DA still in?
Yeah, here they are. They absolutely are. It's so disgustingly silly. I mean, they've had a lot of bullets sent their way, though, so even if the circle keeps them in for a little bit longer, which is sort of cruel because the circle does have DA on life support at this point in time, forced them to live through a game that realistically they should have gone down on much, much earlier. But NIGMA Galaxy playing this game out very well, finding the last player there from RCB, picking themselves up to 10 eliminations. Unfortunately, Wild goes down to the circle. Nico spotted. Just 2 teams now left underneath the bridge.
5th place, 6 eliminations. You'll take it if you're DA. Kine does go down, and now the players on the bridge are going to start to feel the pain. That bouncer on the nade takes a lot of damage away from Swain, and Lufa spots a knee. Kicks it to the side very quickly, but Lewis across the bridge, they're keeping IWNRX safe for a little bit longer.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Some good shots going backwards, but NIGMA Galaxy has now potential at 6 more eliminations in this game for them. They're up to 11 already, so they could technically end this game with 17 elims.
It is not impossible that Hamzy wins this as well. Depending on how many players from NIGMA Galaxy go down.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are stuck, though, John. That's the problem. There's no way that they're going to lose players to this. Even if they get knocked, they just walk back. They refresh. Good Tosh pick. The Blues pushing them all out. IWNRX is going to try and pick up some points themselves. Nice shot from Lewis, though. That's 1 more denied. Ralph attempted to swing round for it.
He heard those footsteps. He was like, I'm going to go for it. Why not? Coops goes down on the off angle. That was Kakali. They are holding these lines. They're worried, though. They've been counting up the numbers. And they're thinking, where is this solo? It's Hamzy, and he's further down the river. Yet to make an appearance, but I think he's been spotted now. But if Kakali goes down, if he gets trapped by the blue, Ralph tags the damage with the nade. Before Hamzy G gets spotted, oh no, Lord's got it as well. There's no way that Hamzy gets out of this one. And NIGMA Galaxy absolutely in control.
Dead Wolf gets taken down. Lewis is just eating up these points right now for BEŞİKTAŞ. On the sidelines, done massively good work for the team. S2G go down, 3 eliminations. 3rd place, not terrible. Not the best either, but it's really NIGMA Galaxy who has profited the most out of this game. And they were close towards the top of the tables at the start of this.
I mean, everyone was.
Not terribly close. Yeah, but in the sense that this might put them far ahead.
They might have a pretty decent gap. I think it's not going to be too big, as is the way with the finals here. But even with 15 eliminations, that would put them on 25 points on the match. I think they started on 58, if I'm not mistaken, on today's games. That would see them pretty healthily up in the 80. Was that 83 points that they'd be able to get? That might be close to.
They'd be in first place. They'd be in first place after this game.
They would be. That's quite a jump, and that's just how tight it has been on these tables. Ralph drops down, and BEŞİKTAŞ fall down under his feet. NIGMA Galaxy, a really nice play from that south side. They were wending their way back and forth, just sweeping out, sweeping and clearing, sweeping and clearing, and they have earned a lot of points to put themselves back up amongst the big dogs in one of those qualification spots.
Yeah, it's a good initial rotate they make. And again, this is a team that has that potential in them to get some very big games. Sometimes you see them popping off. Other days it feels very lukewarm in terms of the pressure they're able to exert on the rest of the lobby. Lufa throws his hands up in the air. He knows they're up towards that top of the table now, which is awesome. But yeah, for the boys, if they can keep this kind of playstyle up, it's great news. Obviously, that was one of the most tough circles we've had so far in the finals. But yeah, a great game from NIGMA Galaxy. Playing up against Power, not a pushover team either. A lovely match. To get 15 eliminations on it too, you know, they've really got as much as they could have done out of that game, which is a lot of these other matches, people just haven't been able to do that. We've had a lot of like 7 elimination games where that has been like towards the top end of elims because everyone else has been getting points as well.
DA also just consistently adding to their tallies. I mean, yesterday in their run, they had 2 third places and a 4th place with a decent amount of eliminations. Not a huge amount, but it seems like that is the vibe that they are going for, and it fits their playstyle quite well. And you can see the highest damage comes through from Scarface. It's interesting that how commonly we see highest damage go to DA, but not highest elims. The number of times that happens, I think it is notable now for DA because they are absolutely strong. As we've highlighted before, when it comes to holding those angles, when it comes to that range play, which is where you can rack up a lot of damage, but in those closer range scenarios, they are on the same sort of level as a lot of these other teams in the lobby. It's just a question of whether or not they can get there.
Yeah, they're casualty causers, right? That is absolutely what they are. You can see here that we got 10 points been the highest, which drops down to 6 in 8th place. So NIGMA Galaxy were able to scoop up a ton of the eliminations on this match, and not a lot of other teams profited on this one. But I do think that for DA, like I said, they're casualty causers, which allows them to play those kind of positions, which most other teams would just go down in. Right, most of the teams would just lay down and die in that spot. But because they're able to take such effective shots backwards, Scarface being a big deal on that team for this, teams are worried. Teams are worried to peak a great angle towards a team that is certainly suffering just because their fireback potential is so good, John.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really good to have that sort of threat sending outwards towards the lobby, exuding from your positions. 3D Max, again, disappointing. Gladiators as well. I thought Virtus.pro might have a better chance from the position that they held. They had such a great spot, but no, 0 points for them too. It's really not good news for these teams. And I think it's Moneymakers and Virtus.pro both who were towards the top there. And here's a head-to-head of NIGMA Galaxy and DA. Obviously, a lot of damage being sent out by NIGMA Galaxy, but compared to what DA were doing as well, given that they went down earlier, given that they were only on 6 elims as opposed to 15, the fact that it's this close blank on the damage is wild. That is just a testament to that casualty-causing tendency.
Yeah, the 10 knocks is sort of crazy for me. Like 10 knocks and only confirming 6 of them. Like they were doing so much damage to everyone outside the lobby. And those knocks are what you need to provide yourself with a bit of time, right? A knock over towards power, a knock over towards NIGMA Galaxy. That stops those sightlines for a while. You take 2 guns off that position, whilst 2 players then have to play a bit more cautiously. You don't want to go down and force yourself into 2 knocks, which would be really bad. You'd never be able to unleash the beast with Monster Energy, which you can find out more at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming, who have supported us for us out this entire tournament. It's been a long one, and we've absolutely needed Monster at our side to get us through to the end.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But we've still got plenty more left to go here. So I'll be cracking a monster, opening the break. PMSL EMEA has been a really, really interesting development tournament for this sort of perfection of playstyle that we've seen. And I think we're going to continue to see that being borne out through the rest of the matches today. We've got 5 more still to go. But before that, a short break. We'll see you there.
Hi everyone, let's get acquainted with World of Wonder version 3.2. This version is loaded with surprises. Besides piloting cool mechas for exciting battles, there are brand new maps to experience. Let's check it out. First, there's a brand new themed map template. In World of Wonder, players can now play all kinds of creations built from a variety of scenery objects. Engage in thrilling battles aboard the Steel Ark. At the same time, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new combat a shot. In addition, players can compete in shooting competitions with target dummies and have fun playing soccer. Head to World of Wonder to discover even more fun maps and gameplay. So, get in the game and try it out. Next, we've also made a few system improvements to World of Wonder. Players can now go to the player information page to check their World of Wonder play statistics and creation data. As for creation tabs, we've added a Friends tab. Now, you can find your friends' creations more easily and check out what creations they've been enjoying. Additionally, to better help you find the maps you like, you can search for them by creation ID, creator UID, creator name, creation name, and more. There are still more improvements for you to discover. We made some improvements to gameplay devices and interactions. For gameplay devices, we've improved and updated the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and more. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. What's more, we've also improved various interactions. Creators can now edit the orientation and scaling of items directly. In free view mode, objects can be moved, rotated, or resized by modifying their coordinates. Interactized objects can now be held and tossed by characters, and they can also be moved by hitting them. Discover more improvements that let you be as creative as you like. Finally, in World of Wonder editing mode, the team leader can edit the permissions of team members when group editing. That's a wrap for this introduction to some of the new World of Wonder content. We look forward to seeing all your brilliant creations in-game. For more new version updates, be sure to follow the official community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added two new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
We are heading into our second map of the day. We've got, I believe, some Miramar coming up onto the table for you. That's right, we're changing it up from Erangel. We're going to be heading over to the sandy dunes, the dusty dunes, rather, once more this time around. So after that last match, NIGMA Galaxy, they've got to be feeling pretty good. Getting 25 points on the game in such a tightly packed field, it's going to send them all the way up to the top.
Yeah, it's a massive game for NIGMA Galaxy. And again, like we said, because the point scoring is so tight right now, any game like that is going to fly you up the table. So NIGMA Galaxy can get another good game here. They will see themselves quite far ahead, right? And I think for a lot of teams, getting two good games, you know, back to back, it's not that big of a deal. It's just because this tournament has been so close in the competition that any fight in the early game can lead to disaster. You got Scarface on your screen right now for you over on DA. He's doing a massive amount of work for the squad.
Yeah, the guy has been firing on all cylinders here. DA's results in general haven't been bombastic in these finals, but they are one of the most consistently good looking teams. And if you guys want to look good as well, well, there's only one way to do that. Well, I'm sure there's more, but this is definitely the best way to do it with the PMSL Pass. That's right, you can help yourself unlock the Dark Arts Gentleman set and the Dark Legend UMP 45. You can see that Dark Arts Gentleman set being modeled by a couple of our players from the various tournaments around the world. Familiar faces, Kelsey and Lord being our representatives as well. You got Yummy, Top, and Carrillo also rocking that look.
It's an awesome look. And if you whack in EMEA X PMSL Pass to your game, you can redeem some points vouchers to get the suit just a little bit quicker and level up within that event. So go ahead and do that now whilst we are getting ready to get into the game. Yeah, Miramar, an interesting one. We've had some pretty cruel circles so far on this map in the finals, and also, you know, just in the general league stage. This has not been a comfortable map. I mean, a lot of early game rotations on Miramar are made a lot easier, but we keep heading up towards areas where huge amount of spaces are cut off by landmass. It's been tough. It's been tough for a lot of teams.
Taking a look at those overall rankings on the left as well, as the plane path goes from Trailer Park down towards Bartona. NIGMA Galaxy, there they are, 83 points. BEŞİKTAŞ in 74 in second place. And it just goes to show you how volatile this whole thing is. For ninth place upwards, it's still very much easy. Well, not easy, but very possible to jump up to that top spot. Bit harder for IWNRX, but they are keeping up the pace with the back of the pack and in with a shot of getting into that top 4 spot.
Yeah, a top 4 spot would be awesome for them. You want to hit that one up. Look at the highest damage here, 4,044 for Scarface.
Wow.
He has been seriously messing up the competition so far in this tournament. Far and away ahead of everyone else. What a standout from him. I think he realizes the stakes that are on display, even on the Grenada limbs category 2. He's absolutely everywhere. I think they realize the stakes here, and Scarface is desperate to head through towards that EWC, where there is a lot of money to be made. Look at that circle, though, all the way over towards that eastern side. Again, another tough shift for these teams, considering the playing path.
Yeah, out on that western side, the rotations moving west to east in general are a little bit harder than the north to south ones. That western road really opens up a lot of opportunities. That eastern side as well. The middle of the map is kind of just always very nasty. But having those edge rotation paths makes things a little bit easier. And a lot of those teams are going to be crowding both the north and south paths that might have been available in this area. Gladiators, they always like to hold La Cobraria. We'll see if they are going to get on their way fast, or are they going to lose a player early and you know, start bleeding out numbers? It seems to happen quite a lot. We'll have to wait and see if it's going to happen this time.
If the Gladiators has been a pretty tough start for their tournament in terms of the finals, things were looking a lot better over in that week 3. Got them a fair few bonus points to go into the finals with, but they've just not been able to do too much. And I think at this point, it's getting slightly late in the day for them. I think for 3D Max, goodness me, if they keep playing the rest of the day, like we saw that initial match come through, yeah, I just don't think we're seeing 3D Max up towards that top 5 any time soon here, John.
Yeah, it's getting less and less likely by the second that they are going to be in with a shot of being seen at the PMWC, which is unfortunate. I would have liked for them to be able to show us what they're made of here, but if they can't put up the numbers, then they don't deserve to go. And that is just how it goes sometimes. 31 points not going to be making them very happy at the moment. Beşiktaş, one of the first teams to break out to the east side, just now east of Hacienda, going to be moving potentially all the way over towards the hills around El Zahar. We had a circle finish there before, Blank. It is pretty nasty terrain out that way. It's a lot of steep area with that valley that holds all those buildings in the middle in El Zahar. And the high grounds, it's really difficult to transition between them. They're split off by roads that essentially act as rivers in that area. So teams are going to be hoping for it to potentially push a little bit further south. But I feel like basically nowhere on Miramar is super favorable for a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. I think every time we get this northeast shift, there's so little teams that play towards this area early on that it's sort of crushing. RCP, though, immediately rotating as per usual. And I think that's a reasonable play in this area. I think if you are close enough towards where this circle ended up, making the fast rotate over towards a central position that's going to give you some kind of advantage here is a smart idea. I think it's an absolutely smart idea because there is so little space up towards that north side to play around with. If you can get into a position where you don't have to make too many drastic rotations later on, it's going to assist you in a big way.
Brute Force and 3D Max crossing paths near water treatment, just around Hacienda. But neither wants to pull up, take shots. Both of them just want to get on their way, not risk it. And it's going to work out for them for now. Potentially a higher value to maybe try and get a knock and get a flush out on a parallel rotating team, but you know that you don't want to spend that time investing into those shots and allow the other team to get ahead of you. At the moment, Brute Force slightly out in the lead, and 3D Max are chasing in terms of their position on the map. Looks like Brute Force have hopped out now. Narvalo at risk. A lot of open ground for him to cover, to get to cover, but it doesn't seem like he is going to get taken down here. Pulls in behind the longhouse. Teammates join him as well, but Robs tries to make the dash as well. As Chudo repositions. Not going to be on the scope this time around, and looks like 3D Max are going to get away with this.
Just about there. They're getting into that 400-meter range. Narvalo taking a fair few shots there. I think if I was Narvalo, it was just a case of just keep sending it, but does make the smart choice to jump out after that clip had been released over towards him. Attempting to get into someone else's vehicle. The shots are not coming back fast enough. These are some just accurate shots coming from Prepod and the rest of the team from Brute Force. This has ruined 3D Max's rotation.
They are expending a lot of ammunition here, though, and it is currently only for damage. They have taken the vehicles out from 3D Max, but they have to find some value here. They want to find at least one elimination so that they can pick up a crate and resupply their ammunition coffers. You can see Neo's there, down to just 3 magazines total, or 4 magazines total when you include the one loaded. Spray over towards Victor and Narvalo, but they are dodging these shots nicely. If they hold out for a little bit longer, might just be able to find a shot back, find an opening, and try and make something work here. They've managed to save some of their vehicles, but I wonder what sort of health they're on, because they've been taking one hell of a beating.
Yeah, and this is typical Brute Force as well. Like, they're not one to let up when it comes to that pressure onto a team. They know they've got 3D Max in a tough position. They just continue to send the shots outwards. Good initial shots coming through from Snowix, though. That takes down Chudo. That is a big force taken off the team there, John.
That is exactly what they needed to happen, Chudo. That off angle. Like you say, a big force removed. The pressure alleviated somewhat. And in roll S2G. They're getting amongst it. They're getting involved with this now. Not fully, but the signs are there. They're close enough to hear this going. Valo and Victor forwards for 3D Max. And Freezer has the brakes applied. I mean, losing your off angle, it's going to make things harder.
Yeah, suddenly you're put in a bit of a tough situation because Chudo was the one that was providing a lot of the information backwards towards them. RCB heads up towards the south side of El Zahar, and they actually find a good shot over towards Beşiktaş. It's not been flushed out just yet, but you can see that they were able to tag a little bit of damage over towards them. Oh, yeah, he's going further down here.
I think Lewis might have just fallen off the high ground and taken the damage from that.
Unlikely. I wonder if they're able to get him back up. I don't think they have sight lines onto it.
I think they're in position. I think they might have already sent someone. Moneymakers, though, in the meantime. NIGMA Galaxy. This is just to the east of Impala. Moneymakers have only lost one. NIGMA Galaxy have lost two. Lufa spots a lovely leg. And is going to go straight for it, but Havlik immediately turns it back around. He just demolished them almost single-handedly in that position. I have no idea where that one came from, but Havlik, savior, taking down the majority of NIGMA Galaxy. The circle shift, really nasty, though, in the meantime. Northeast.
Wow. I don't think we've ended up here in a long, long time. I think this is, in fact, the first time I have seen a circle end up towards this location. This is off the map. This is quite literally off the map right now.
I think a lot of this is unplayable. You see that big wall of rock that sits there? I think that's a big feature into this next part of the circle, meaning that maybe a quarter of this circle is playable at this stage. There's water, there's this big wall. Maybe up to like 30% of this circle is playable. It is crazy. We're in stage 5, essentially.
Yeah, there's a disgusting fielded area down here as well, which teams just do not want to be playing in. BEŞİKTAŞ actually picked themselves up a nice spot here over in the concrete. IWNRX looking to finish off player from Footballers KAOS, but they are not going lightly out of this one.
IWNRX with Kind down. They are going to find that res. Oh, no. I thought that was a teammate that was downed on top of him, but no. That's a nice little pickup from Frozen, though, to maybe make something happen. Kine is knocked next to a Footballers KAOS player. Thought that was the res going through with the Kine, but no. Swain has the angle onto Rookie. Zedwolf rolls up, and now they can establish that crossfire. Nice pair play coming through from IWNRX. And Frozen now can move in to get the res onto Kine. It's just Storm down the hill.
I mean, that's very typical there of Zedwolf. Great shots. Almost every single bullet hitting. Team Spirit, in the meantime, getting shredded. Down to just 2 players now.
This is a really brutal circle. Everybody pushing in from the south side. Team Spirit at the back of the queue. They've only got 2 players alive. IWNRX are going to have to join that queue as well. And Stormers going to play spoiler to it, potentially. Moneymakers ahead of them. S2G also on that south side, all looking to try and push in here. This is so, so tough. Toshpik actually managed to scale about half of that cliff. I think he's in a vehicle, so he does have a potential to drop back down as well. We'll see if that is going to have a big impact.
I mean, being able to get up here, it's not a bad spot.
I would
no
say
one can get behind.
It's a very good spot, actually, for him.
Not a lot of teams can... Well, no teams can get behind him, right? He'll see anyone coming from that location. I do like what Virtus Pro's gone for here. I think a lot of teams would not want to head down towards the southeast side, in towards the field, but they've picked up every single one of the compounds available down on that southeast side, so they can gamble off the back of it. Now, Corker definitely should leave that spot. More than likely, they're going to regroup on top of Malloy. That would make sense to me.
Yeah, I've got a decent off-angle sight line from Corker's position, but you're right. It's just not as high value as regrouping with the rest of your team in this scenario. Moving further back north seems to be the play that he's going for. And Twisted Mind's going to crash onto BEŞİKTAŞ, or maybe even just try and go straight through it. They're not going down just yet, but you got to wonder how much longer is that going to last? Where are they going to crash? Where are they going to end up? Maybe the forward duo from Virtus Pro is at risk.
Yeah, they're heading down towards that south side, that south compound. Here's that fight from before, coming through from Havlik, who just rolled up. Initial shot over towards Coops, I believe. Some good damage done. It was instant onto Coops. Goodness me. What a play. On the DBS. Yeah, very, very cool as well in the way he did it. Just very calm. Rocked up, saved the day. Moneymaker's pleased that he's on their squad, not on anyone else's.
Twisted Minds have managed to make it into the longhouse. This is the more dangerous set of buildings of this compound. With the high ground behind it, nades can just find their way right into the windows. You can see all of the cover as well that sits up there. It's very hard to hold a team off. And when you got Virtus Pro on your east side as well, it's made it a little bit trickier. Jafar goes down, and he is split off from the rest of Twisted Minds. You can see they're immediately reacting. And the rest of Virtus Pro actually regrouping fully now. across this field, putting all their eggs into this basket.
Yeah, I mean, they can split back up again, but getting that initial knock on over towards Twisted Minds, they know that they're looking a little bit weaker now. If they can do a bit more damage, potentially open things up, they claim again a huge amount of space over towards this eastern side of the map.
We know the Twisted Minds have been a little bit on form recently. When given the opportunity, Yusuf puts a nade towards Fury. The door instead is the victim of that nade. So they are going to be trading it down the corridor, both sending it, both stepping wide. They've played this game before. Well, I should hope so. Yusuf backing off that one. I think Fury put that in a corner just a little bit short. Now here is this third-party angle. In from the hills. This makes it harder. Twisted Minds in the vulnerable side on this approach from Moneymakers.
Yeah, Twisted Minds have been gunning it for a long, long time. They dropped over towards that western side of the map. So in terms of utility, they don't have a lot of it. You're right, though. Moneymakers are a bit of a problem over on that side down towards the south. Fury is on his last grenade, came up to his fight with 5. Hasn't found too much value off the back of them, though. And Twisted Minds are just hunkering it down.
Next circle just about to come on through as well, which might change the dynamics of this fight a little bit. It goes very central, though. And again, this is a great compound. This is also good news for DA. The building that they hold right now, very powerful.
For DA, have a lot of control. That looks down towards that position on the eastern side. And they sort of protect it a little bit from the west here. It will be a bit of a tough push for Power to actually head over towards them. Gladiator is down again. Somehow doing better than 3D Max, though 3D Max have actually made it quite far for them, at least, in this game.
Well, for the finals, anyway. We've seen some pretty brill things from 3D Max over the course of it. Maybe they've got something in the back pocket. They've got an elimination blank, which means that they are aware that they can play the game this time around.
Fury is still up top. Never Alone, I'm pretty sure, has a bead on his location. He is protected there from the Moneymakers. These the dregs of the grenade still left available. Twisted Minds been sent out now. Moneymakers waiting in the wing. Things start popping off.
They are really reluctant to go for this. I mean, rightly so. This is the most valuable compound here. The fact that crashes have stopped sort of coming through onto these positions, that's something we would have absolutely seen in the first or maybe even the second and third week of the league stage. Teams would have just been sending in. The Moneymakers would be here very, very quickly. But right now they're holding on the outskirts, and that's a little bit of a change for them. I would have expected to see a little bit more aggression coming on through on that side, but I don't think it's too far off from happening in maybe a circle or two.
Yeah, I think for the Moneymakers, it's just not worth it for them to move in on this fight. I mean, the sight lines that look over towards that south side from Virtus Pro, I mean, honestly, Virtus Pro would be happy to just let Twisted Minds be in that situation and let them also take shots towards the Moneymakers. It would essentially be a 2v1 for the Moneymakers. So they have to wait for this fight to start improper. So I think for Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds are like, let's just both wait here. It's fine. We can just rack up placement points towards the end, and we can conclude things later. But for the time being, there's just no reason to risk a fight unless a lucky grenade goes through to open things up.
I mean, this is the thing about their compound, right? It's nice and central, it's nice and secure, but you don't have a lot of control out to the west, to the south either. You say there's sightlines from Virtus Pro, but that's only when Moneymakers choose to go for that fight, right? It's pretty difficult to control a lot of the circle from their area. And so the point scoring value of it is a little bit reduced. Nobody's playing out to the east, which is where it has the majority of its strength in terms of vision, which means that there's nothing really out there for them.
Yeah.
And at the moment, I think DA definitely with the better spot that overlooks a lot of this stuff to the south.
For sure, I'm just saying that for both Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds, like, it's a long journey for them to get here. They're able to make their way into it. So they're just going to take as much value as they can from this position, because there's no point, at least on this circle, to go for a fight where the Moneymakers could head over the top. And now Moneymakers are forced to make a decision to move out, and Virtus Pro and Twisted Mind could likely start their fight safely, at least. 3D Max over towards Brute Force, finishing the job that they started earlier.
Niels has managed to get away for Brute Force. Another rescue mission on the match for Niels now, for Brute Force. Playing towards the middle there. I think he can get up to a tiny little bit of cover. There's really not a lot for him to play with. But 3D Max, yeah, they're up to 3 points now. And not too many teams on this hillside. You got Power further south, but they are, I believe, playing in the Longhouse. And that might allow 3D Max to move a little bit closer. It's S2G, their major threat right now.
S2G down towards that south side, right? Potentially looking to get involved. They have this high ground to play around with, though, but S2G could get a good grenade off. Hamzy G's expended all of his now. So 3D Max just continues to hold on towards this high ground. He is technically still within the circle. His nades are just a little bit too short. And 3D Max doesn't want to poke their head up too high. Give away a free knock there.
Ooh, Virtus Pro, Twisted Minds. It's starting to pop off now. Furia goes down. Twisted Minds have lost a player already. It was flushed away. Milky Way now. Rambling on up to the building. Has the cover of his teammates, but they've got 1-for-1. Moneymakers are here. This is exactly what they were waiting for. This is the aggression that I wanted to see from Moneymakers, and Koa immediately strikes. The third-party action comes on in. Virtus Pro gonna just allow Twisted Minds to get taken down now. They did some work against Twisted Minds to give this open door to Moneymakers, and in they go. Havlik wants to turn his attention now to Virtus Pro, but Virtus Pro gonna have to leave. With the circle pushing in as it is, they have to make a move. Bishkate nading out towards Dammy, and he's just gonna pop another one in. That looks good. And it's Twisted Minds to go down, but Moneymaker's the ones to pull the trigger. Malloy, in the meantime, he's managed to find a flank. He's got one, and Bishkate's very, very low. Finally, Havlik closes the door on that low, and immediately flushed away.
Awesome spot there from Havlik. So necessary. That was actually a very cool play there from Malloy. Basically take the same position that Moneymakers had earlier. Yeah, I'm not sure how that fight actually started between Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds, but you would have thought they would wait until the circle got a little bit closer. So whoever actually initiated that fight, the other team was like, oh God, come on. We could fight, just not right now. This is a bad time to be doing it, because it allowed Moneymakers to hang around towards that south side for way too long. At this point, it would have been fine, because Moneymakers are sort of in a situation where, like, right, we'd have to do something before we head in towards stage 6. But yeah, all that time basically wasted, posturing against one another, waiting for the circle to close in, only to take a fight early like that. Oh, it's such a shame.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, only 1 point to show for it. Twisted Minds, 2 points to show for it. That is pretty crummy. Although Virtus Pro did manage to get 2 of their players out of dodge. They are, well, I suppose a little bit happier now, because the circle has given them some cover to play with. There's no buildings, I don't believe, out in that area on the roadside. Are they just going to go and try and take on Neos from Brute Force? It looks like they are going across the road. We'll see when they end up crashing, but it is not going to be pretty. As Neos holds down the first for Corker. Milky Way trying to get into the shack, but they didn't realize. Already Occupado. Milky Way needs to take the res now, and he's just about able to make it happen. But in comes a representative of Power. And they fall a little bit short.
Not a horrendous spot to play, but as soon as you're located, the nades can start going in through the window. What a nade from Al-Haji. From up top, through the tiny crack in the window. Come on, that lad. Goodness me.
Al-Haji does go down, though, in the process. It removes Power's forward position. S2G are getting crunched now between 3D Max and Power. Nade goes high. Hamzy trying to get away from this. And See You Later might be able to get this res. 3D Max also needing to push along. This shack, currently under contest in the middle, is going to be pretty important. The high ground that Al-Haji was moving in towards as well, very, very necessary to control for these teams on the western side.
And for Power, like you say, there's these squads that are coming through from the plateau on the west. It's very visible. Al-Haji back up, though, so they were able to grab him. Nice steal from Easy over towards See You Later. Denying 3D Max that point. And every point denied from 3D Max feels really bad. They need to rack up quite a few elimination points on this game to get into a good position. You know, a chicken dinner, 10 elims, that would be what it takes for 3D Max right now just to be in the running.
Ooh. So S2G go down. I'll tell you who's got 10 elims already, though. It's Moneymakers. From flushing out and flowing over that fight on the southeast side, they've done very well for themselves, and they are looking to keep that going. More points rolling on in for them. They're up to 11, but they've taken a knock. I believe that's from BEŞİKTAŞ on the off angle, but Poser does have to leave his angle and potentially allow this res because the blue zone is pushing in. Icy, very valuable member for the team. Kakali and Lewis do have angles here, so maybe Icy can get confirmed on this.
Yeah, I think if you're the Moneymakers, you sort of have to give up on Icy there. He's so far out of the way. They tried to make a smoke train for him, but that was about it. It was like, you either get across to us through that smoke train, or we can't come and get you. So you respect the effort the team makes for him, but they also realize that they don't want to spend too much on that res when it could just be the end of them.
Ooh.
Another knock over towards BEŞİKTAŞ, though.
Not very friendly at all, but they already have 11 eliminations blank in 7th place right now. We've got 7 teams still remaining. This is a big game for the Moneymakers, right towards the top as well. Wanting to keep up that pace with NIGMA Galaxy ahead. NIGMA Galaxy, they've gone down with 0 points already. So immediately, their big game kind of assuaged. 3D Max rolling forwards, wanting to take on Power now. Power a little bit split, but they've got 4 players alive. 3 of them are in this location. An easy trap behind a tree. Nades are flying from the back lines, but it's not going to matter because Snoix already finds one. Kante has to hit the deck to make sure he doesn't get eaten up by that volley that 3D Max are sending on out. They managed to take a point away from Power now. Fidan steps up, sprays towards Victor, but it's not going to land.
To inflict a lot of damage over towards them. Using this smoke and this little ridge really nicely is Fidan at the moment. 3D Max just slightly slow on the reaction speed on the initial knock, but they are making their way through. They've lost Robs now. Looking to confirm this one. 7 elims. But yeah, for Moneymakers, I think this is something we talked about over in the main tournament league stage, is that their sprint potential is definitely there. And they're already showing it. Like you said, 3rd place with those 11 elims on the game, and that's without the placement points tacked on after this game ends. It could still go out early, though. 7th place does not get you a huge amount of elims.
Oh, Al-Haji giving a lot of grief to 3D Max, but finally they take down Power. DA now have their turn to take on 3D Max. They will keep this fight going. Narvalo down, knocked, not flushed away yet. RCB and BEŞİKTAŞ now starting to clash on the north side. And Moneymakers also going to be pressuring in behind BEŞİKTAŞ and adding to their tallies yet again. 12 eliminations now. They're looking to keep this one rolling in. Kakali head down in the dirt. Playing the ostrich as FLUX roll up along the west side of the road.
Yeah, this is a gigantic game coming through from Makers. Wild to pick up that elimination, though, with a nade. Putting some points on the board for RCB on this match after their initial rotate. Looked pretty good from him. One nades flying in. And BEŞİKTAŞ finds Silas, in fact, on the back line.
RCB. They've only got 2 players up now. Wild. He's going to have to hold face, but there's a nade, and I imagine this is going exactly on top of where Wild's playing right now. It's just a little to the left. It's not going to get the full damage, but they know he's there at this stage. Steps up, gets the spray onto Koa. Is Havlik for the backup? BEŞİKTAŞ with the DBS instead. Will try and secure this angle. They fall back. They go for the res. They're playing a little bit scared on that run-up. They don't want FLUX to get involved either.
FLUX taking the center of this circle. On a very, very good trajectory right now to win this one out as RCB flies in. A lot of damage done already to Moneymakers. Just 1 left alive. Great crack from RCB. And more proactive than we've seen them throughout the whole league stage on that, actually.
Really good stuff, and it will draw the Moneymakers to a close. They only got 13 eliminations, listen to me. 13 eliminations on the match for the Moneymakers, but they still have Havlik to rack up those placement points. We're at 5 teams remaining. FLUX with all
Yeah.
4 of their players, but 0 elims so far.
Yeah, they've not really been involved in anything. And you say that the eliminations come to an end, but I mean, Havlik is the player that has got the majority of those eliminations as well.
True.
I mean, it will be difficult for him to come against a lot of these other teams, but he's got the ghillie on. Can be dastardly. The vehicle sort of gives him away. Will poke up over towards Coldex to see if he can finish him, but easily spotted by RCB. We did not want to let him go easily, and now they're going to pick themselves up some more eliminations. Over towards Nico. Yekta down.
Snowix looking to pick up some more points. They're up to 8 eliminations now for 3D Max. DA starting to get taken down as well, meaning that 3D Max might have the high ground, but it's only Snowix left for them. FLUX, they're alive as 4, and right now, that might be all they need. RCB, the only ones really with a chance, but Silas already down. The road crossing, so hard. So hard. And I imagine that FLUX are going to have a couple more nades in the back pocket. RCB have been through it already.
Yeah, FLUX got a little bit of the Pulp Fiction gif. You know, walking in, wondering where the hell everyone is. Not quite sure. And to be honest with you, they're still even losing more of these elims across the other teams still in the lobby. RCB down to 2 players now. And FLUX might just find themselves 3 elims on this game. I mean, 13-point match, it's not terrible, but I think a lot of other teams have already extracted a huge amount of value out of this game.
I mean, but when you're in towards those top spots, when you're looking for it, you're right, 13 points will be good news. But they have to win it first. And if RCB are able to keep the thrusters engaged, 2v4 is possible. We've seen it before. Solke, first casualty. 2v3 now for the blue zone. Definitely not onside. Loxy steps out, takes a lot of damage for it. The Molotov, yeah, that's just going to burn them away. A double off angle. This crossfire is perfectly set up by FLUX. Losing here would be a travesty. And I think RCB know that. They're just going to wait this one out. Go down to the blue zone. FLUX don't even get 13. They get 11 points on this match, despite getting the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, that's totally reasonable to improve from Rick. Really like that from them.
Pick up 16 points on the game, I think, off the back of that one. Very, very nicely done. FLUX laughing it up. Getting pretty much a free win on this. Almost the 0 even. They hadn't found at least one of them over towards RCB, which shut down their chances at the 3v4. Yeah, what a game. What a crazy circle as well. And I told you they've been cruel so far.
Absolutely. Miramar, I feel like we've had some of our cruelest circles on Miramar. Feels like only yesterday we were going to that island out to the east flank where the Gladiator... Well, to be honest, nobody played that one well. It was quite a calamity. But in this instance, I feel like there were a lot of teams who had a lot of good maneuvers. I mean, moneymakers, right? I criticized them a little bit, quite softly, about their lack of aggression towards that compound on the south side of the circle where Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro were facing off against one another, but they were just waiting for the right time, and they absolutely showed why they waited for the right time, because they just immediately swept through and got so many eliminations on this game.
Yeah, it's a big misplay from both Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds. I think it's the bigger misplay from the team that started the fight onto that position, because the reason it wasn't going anywhere in the first place because they knew there was a team down towards the south. So why start the engagement until the circle absolutely pushes and squeezes that team from the south out into an unfavorable spot? It was a weird one. It was a very, very weird one. But Moneymakers, they thank the heavens in that situation. Like, wow, they actually started the fight and were still in position. I'm glad we waited. I'm glad we were patient on this one. Snowix, highest damage at 1,063. Really has been putting some big points for the team on 3D Max. So you get 13 points on that one. Not a terrible result, but honestly, this looks good compared to anything they've done in the finals so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to put them up to being in a position where it's possible to think about maybe being in a position at the end of today to be in with a chance of getting the top 4 spots, right? There's a couple of layers of abstraction in there still for 3D Max to try and overcome, to de-obscure. But yeah, FLUX being in 4th despite getting the chicken dinner, kind of wild on that one.
That's kind of I didn't like that too much.
Question mark.
Yeah. Team Spirit, NIGMA Galaxy, both getting 0 points in that game. And again, this is what we keep talking about, John, is this just the fact that it is so competitive so far that these games just keep throwing the leaderboard into flux. Like NIGMA Galaxy getting a big amount of points to get ahead of everyone else, to end up with a 0-point game next, allowing other teams to catch back up again. You know, everyone is just linking arms at the moment, running this race in just tandem. It's so weird. It's so weird, but it's making for a very exciting end. And you know what? It might just be 1 or 2 points that eke it out on those final games.
Here's the damage graph, and 3D Max were doing work this time around in ways that we haven't seen from them so far in these finals, able to get a lot done, but none more so than the moneymakers on that 2.6k damage and 13 eliminations, racking up a whole host of points. There was a lot of in that 4 to 3 elimination bracket as well, which was, I mean, indicative of the really, really cruel hard northeast shift, which cut out so much of the circle. We're going down to like 30% playable area in the next zone.
Yeah, I think for RCB, the huge amount of damage done, and you're right, it's just because a lot of teams were flowing in, a lot of damage was being done. Let's take a quick look at 3D Max's stats from that last game, though, John, because look at that. Snowyx at 1100 damage. And Robs went down very early, so we can sort of forgive him.
What's interesting, though, is that Snowyx is so far ahead of the rest of those players. I mean, Snowyx was a solo towards the end there, and I think he got a lot of shots over towards DA from the top of the hill. So potentially that's where a lot of that is adding on up. But yeah, very, very strong performance there coming on through from both Snowyx and Narvalo, top eliminations on the team. Victor, I mean, he obviously played a part in that, but not quite as bombastically as his teammates. NIGMA Galaxy still on top, but only just. Once more, the field at the top is closing, but there is a little bit of a divide now starting to develop. You see that 78 points down to 72? That's 6 points, which is the biggest gap we've seen on the front page pretty much for the entirety of this final so far.
Yeah, but we're going to wait to the end of the day because that could change quite easily. It's nice to see that we have quite a few teams here without chicken dinners over towards that top page quite high up. I mean, obviously our first, second, and third place all have chicken dinners each, but DA has just been putting up consistent points over and over again. I like a team like that. I'd like them to get themselves a chicken dinner, but they have been struggling in that regard. Team Spirit, Brute Force both tied things up in 6th and 7th place. IWNRX still stagnating down towards this bottom side.
3D Max not at the bottom. Let's go.
Yeah, 3D Max not in 16th place. Awesome. Yeah. Just 1 point behind that arch nemesis at S2G. They have fought together, right? They have been wrestling throughout this entire tournament.
The Yaz brothers, really giving it back and forth, blows being traded. But yeah, right now 44 to 45, very, very close by. But that 15-point drop-off is ominous. That is scary right now from 13th to 12th. And this backpack really starting to weigh those teams down. So we're going to need more like that from 3D Max. We're going to need more in that sort of 8 to 12 point bracket of game, right? That is really where it matters. Obviously, you're going to be able to have those big breakout games like Twisted Minds sort of utilized yesterday in order to send themselves up the tables, but it is about raising that floor as well as that ceiling. We'll see if they're able to do that in the games after the break.
Hello everyone, the all-new 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event PMSL Pass will be available from May 31st to June 30th. The PMSL Pass has 20 levels and only takes 500 UC to unlock. Get a Dark Arts Gentleman's set immediately after purchase. After unlocking the PMSL Pass, you can view the missions and complete them to get points. Raise your pass level to claim corresponding rewards. plenty of rewards await you, including the Dark Arts Gentleman Set, Dark Arts Gentleman Glasses, Dark Legend Smoke Grenade, Dark Legend Avatar Frame, and the ultimate reward, Dark Legend UMP 45. To quickly raise your pass level, you can 1. Redeem points from points voucher redemption codes. You can start by using the redemption code 24PMSL PASS now. 2. Use UC to purchase levels directly. After reaching the max level, every additional level reached will grant 1 PMSL crate. Additionally, you can gift the PMSL pass to friends who meet the conditions. Send your friends a small gift and complete to see who unlocks the ultimate reward first. That's all for this introduction to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event. Unlock the PMSL pass, put on the Dark Arts Gentleman Set with friends, and collect amazing rewards.
Well, what a way to finish out a pretty crazy Miramar. We are going to be heading over to Sandhock next, though, for our teams to once again take to the jungle and duke it out across the confluence around the rest of the map as well. We had a pretty crazy finish yesterday from Team Spirit on Sandhock in Camp Alpha. Hopefully, we'll be treated to similarly entertaining action in today's match. I'm pretty sure we will. But the question is always, where is it going to end up? Where are these teams going to try and take control of? And are we going to see any adjustments? 3D Max, they had the best game that they've had so far in the finals in that Miramar just gone. Are they going to be able to repeat it here? Maybe even go back to S2G and hot drop them in Paradise Resort? I hope not, but you never know.
I mean, I think so far what we've seen typically is that most teams have a good game and are just unable to continue that. And that is what's kept these scoreboards so tight. It will be kind of impressive for a team to do it twice in a row here in this competitive lobby. And even just being able to have 2 good games in a row is the type of thing that will put you ahead a lot of other teams here in the lobby, and might just be what you need to maintain a top 3 position towards the end of the finals. Getting first place is really nice for that big 55k rounded out at the top side on the win, but it really is those top 5 positions to take you through to the EWC and continue your streak within the PUBG Mobile ecosystem that a lot of these teams are looking for here in the finals.
Gladiators dropping on that northwest island, pretty standard affair for them. Power, a little bit more spread than sometimes they may be, but no, those compounds fairly safe for them. And looking pretty chilled out. NIGMA Galaxy, they are still putting pressure up towards DA, which worked out well for them when Na'Vi were in the mix, and Moneymakers over in Ruins as well could be able to force them into this scrap if NIGMA Galaxy hold their line north.
Yeah, again, for Moneymakers, I think that they are a great team to be going up against versus DA early on. I think DA doesn't get their bearings very quickly, at least at the start of the game, but they start to get a lot better, right? You know, the engine starts to get a thrum in towards the end of the match, which is what they're most known for in these games. Moneymakers, though, find themselves a lot of loot early on. Typically, DA likes to head down towards Tambang and then peek in over towards the Ruins. I don't think the Moneymakers are going to get easily surprised by that kind of play, though. They should be all right. And again, with this circle heads down towards the south side, this is a chance for NIGMA Galaxy, right? We only have one more Sandhawk after today, and NIGMA Galaxy has been historically pretty bad at the Sandhawks here. They're thrown a south circle. They have seen this one. They've seen the amount of times that they've not been able to take compounds that were perfect for this game from the position they were playing in Sami. They should have been able to read back onto those. And this is where I'm expecting a big change from NIGMA Galaxy, right? Those 4 days figuring out what they want to do on a south shift.
Can they do it, finally? 3D Max. Did Nomi just take a shot? I think he might have done. Looked like Rob's had the DBS out. So I don't think it was him, because it was the QBZ sound that popped a shot. So I think it might have been both players just sort of becoming aware of each other, backing off. 3D Max marching on down to the north warehouses for Team Spirit. But Footballers Chaos actually already in here and causing trouble.
Yeah, 3D Max already flowing down. Again, this is a really, really tough position for Team Spirit because versus 3D Max, they've had this same problem before in the past. I believe week 1 we saw Sandhawk where this happened to them. It's very unlikely that Team Spirit's able to pick Nomi up. Just the amount of angles, the amount of sight lines looking over towards this position. And again, this is a tough one because Team Spirit typically does very well on.
I mean, yeah, but they've got Footballers Chaos who's dropped on boot camp with them. I didn't even clock that. Playing in and amongst it. Normally, Team Spirit get out pretty quickly from boot camp and head south, but you're right, Nomi very isolated on that north border, unlikely to get back up. And it's unfortunate because Team Spirit in a pretty decent spot when it comes to rotating down to the southwest side.
Yeah, again, like I was saying, you know, all the chaos dropping in here causes massive issues for Team Spirit. Like I said, you know, 3D Max like to come down from this west side over the coast, and usually Team Spirit is able to get themselves outside of boot camp early, down towards Confluence Compound, and they never have to worry about that play coming through from 3D Max before. But they had to drop split on this hot drop coming through from Footballers Chaos. So they avoid the hot drop entirely, instead go around boot camp, but that does result in Nomi going down, who dropped a little bit too far on that northern side. So yeah, a really unfortunate start there for Team Spirit. Get the wind taken out their sails on one of their best maps.
That is not ideal. Currently, the all-important Painan Crossing currently under control by RCB still, with IWNRX moving in from Quarry side to potentially look to oversee that. To be fair, in general, Painan hasn't been as impactful as potentially it could have been in a lot of our Sandhawk games, but I think that this is the circles, the type of circle that makes it really, really an important POI on the map. Moneymakers, in the meantime, have left Ruins and immediately gone down to try and move straight towards NIGMA Galaxy.
Footballers Chaos. Wow, they take a shot. Take one player out. Good shots there coming through from effects. Nicely done.
I'm so confused as to Moneymaker's maneuver here. They were in ruins, and they've now gone all the way south of NIGMA Galaxy, looking to push back in. They've taken a knock. Actually, the nade over to Lord opens up an angle here. They've just gone straight past DA. This is a wild swing coming through from the Moneymakers. This is this must be pre-strat. They must have thought about something like this. How can they exploit NIGMA Galaxy's position? And it's looking to work out. They've got this compound, but it's all the way on the southwest side.
Yeah, usually what NIGMA Galaxy does is they split out, and they have a 2-2 split over towards the north and side of Salmini. So for Moneymakers, and this is a perfect time to pull out this strategy from them, which they're hiding for a while into the finals. NIGMA Galaxy is just so open on this position. They don't move fast enough. Only matter for a team actually went for a play over towards the south, and this just would open up more and more space for the Moneymakers if they're successful on it, which technically you could already call this a success, because NIGMA Galaxy is in now no state to take this fight again with the Moneymakers, and they're forced out. They're forced out of position. They're forced into an unbelievable decision now, where do they go with antics just around this area, or do they push further north into uncomfortable territory that they're used to playing at this stage of the game?
Gladiators in a scrap with power on the north side of the river right now. This is on that northwestern island. You can see them just tucked away there, right to the top side of this. The Gladiators need to be getting good games on the board here, but Power equally wanting to keep up pace with the leaders of the pack. Matic behind a rock, Frozen already down. Tixie wanted to crawl on through. Tixie and AZ trying to make it work here. AZ across towards Frozen. He wants to find this res and might just be able to, but Tixie has his own challenge to worry about. Able to handle Al Haji though. Nice and effective, nice and quick as well before Fidan can strike with that off angle. But he moves past a lot of open ground and Fidan actually ducks back in. There's an off angle from somewhere. She's taking shots over towards Fidan. That might even be from 3D Max across the way, from Footballers Chaos. I'm not too sure. I don't think so. That might have just been another Gladiator player. But the nades pour on in now from Tixie. And the Gladiators are back up, all four of them up.
Full heal as well coming through for the Gladiators. Just Fidan and Kante, last left alive here. For Power, Fidan with the DBS, but AZ's playing it safe here with a nade. Doesn't tag on. Might be forced to take the engagement as Fidan potentially look through the window. Good crouches from AZ though, making it very difficult for him to pick up these shots. Footballers Chaos overstayed their welcome in boot camp. Team Spirit knows that 3D Max flows through that position multiple times. So for Footballers Chaos, they should have also known that 3D Max should be wandering through any time now. And after losing a player, they should have got out much earlier. Nice nade there from Gladiators. Just one player remains for Power.
Nade in towards Kante, but he steps out wide. The spray from Matic's good, however. He does have 2 first aids. We'll be able to tag that one in. It's level 3 armor. Looking a little bit worse for wear, but still active. The helmet, not so lucky. Footballers Chaos with their pair, looking to try and hold off 3D Max's 4 now. And they do need to be careful here. With these shotguns, it's going to force a little bit of kerfuffle to go on here, as Robs does go down, but the nade is back on in. Storm goes down as well. And it's just Rookie now left standing. Now Valo a little bit split away, and I'm not too sure I like this, given that they're going to have to move south from boot camp, and Rookie can start to open up with an off angle here with the door open. He might be able to get a cheeky little bounce in, but it bobbles to the side, and Rookie has to step in. It's now or never for Rookie. He needs to make it work before this res comes through. But it has now happened. Now Valo regroups. And 4 players for 3D Max step on out. Rookie tries to cut one of them down, but it's not even going to go that far. Now Valo stays alive as well.
I mean, not a bad fight there from Rookie, honestly. But just a 4v1 is such a tough situation, especially when your position is directly known. Virtus Pro just flies on in over towards that north compound. NIGMA Galaxy too afraid once again to pick up anything further towards that north side. Sort of let Moneymakers run all over them. We're now just holding down towards that western side of Salmi. Might want to try and backstab over towards DA. Very possible. I don't think DA would have even expected that push from Moneymakers, and they were slightly out of range. They might have heard some fighting, but weren't quite sure of what's going on. I imagine most teams would be pretty rattled to find out that Moneymakers headed down towards Salmi at this point.
It is quite an odd, bespoke, unique rotation coming through from the Moneymakers, but it's worked out, as we saw there. Able to get the point, push NIGMA Galaxy out. There's been quite a few times here, Blank, on this southwestern island where we see whoever just gets the circle shift in the compound that they hold is able to just completely convert on these matches. It can be very difficult to navigate on this southwest island, but it shifts up to the north. Oh, this is dangerous. A lot of teams were banking on this southwest island, but the majority of the circle now on the mainland, on that east side.
Team Spirit actually had 2 compounds to play around with. They'll probably regroup here. I'm not sure exactly which side they want to confirm over towards, though, John, because they play over towards that walled-off compound on the east. Slightly difficult to hold, but it's 3 players, you know, experienced team. They like playing Sandhawk. Potentially they can make it happen. Gladiators pushing through on the Confluence. 3D Max yet to leave boot camp. And they'll have to crash something.
It's interesting that 3D Max have not left boot camp yet. Gladiators are very, very wary of Team Spirit, because in general, that's where Team Spirit sort of branch out towards. They move, I think it's effect normally, onto that confluence, and the Gladiators just haven't seen them yet. So as soon as they catch sight from them in walled compound, they might think that boot camp is clear, even if they heard fighting there earlier. And potentially a surprise from 3D Max, but with vehicles, 3D Max's stealth capabilities reduced pretty severely, and actually 3D Max going back up north to move through the blue and swing in for a different angle of attack.
Yeah, they sort of need vehicles here to actually make a play on this circle, because they have to come in very, very quickly. There's still 14 teams, 54 players at stage 3 in Sandhawk. It's fairly impressive. RCB gives space towards Virtus Pro to hold on that southwest side, whilst they move a little bit further up towards that northeast, towards the circle center in Painan.
NIGMA Galaxy trading back and forth, with Lord already going down to that first push from Moneymakers. NIGMA Galaxy wanted to get closer to Painan, and Lufa can get rezzed here. I think both of them just, well, not agreeing, but both of them taking the same tack of disengage, get the res. We want to stay alive here. Because this southwest side, teams are evacuating it. Probably only room enough for probably 1.5 teams, right? You do not want to be that half team.
No, if you're that half team, you are going to be struggling to stay up. NIGMA Galaxy get back up to 3 players, which is nice. 3D Max actually going for that right side push. Good crash over towards that compound. They spot brute forces there coming out from the blue on that eastern side. That's about as good of a play as they could have made from boot camp, honestly.
Yeah, they get away from the hillside to the south of boot camp that Gladiators could have absolutely torn them to shreds should they try and push up towards it. And it's going to work out. Twisted Minds now on a compound on the south side, with BEŞİKTAŞ to worry about. Dami goes down. No answer over to Poser just yet. He's low, though, so can't immediately push straight back in for the flush. Dami has a little bit of time to play with, and a hop out. A swing wide comes on through, and it's going to work out for the time being, but Jafar's already been flushed up into the wall. Lewis with the DBS yet again. Over towards Yusuf. The circle pushes all the way up to the northeast, but Twisted Minds have bigger fish to fry. BEŞİKTAŞ only the one casualty, trading this one off. FLUX are moving in ahead of this in the meantime, so are Brute Force, as Twisted Minds go down all the way. A clash potentially from Solke and Chudo to decide who is going to try and control BEŞİKTAŞ on the outside.
Goodness me, that's a tough approach with BEŞİKTAŞ now. Four elims, though, not bad for BEŞİKTAŞ. They have been keeping up those point scoring, and with that, they move up to first place.
S2G on the northeast, Team Spirit on the northwest, in their respective compounds. I think this is a game for IWNRX, again, to keep up the pace, to try and push a little bit further into these tables. They have a great compound on the east side with the potential to push out further west to the hills that overlook Painan, because nobody's really taken huge amounts of control there just yet. Unless 3D Max want to try and sail on through, but no, they roll straight past S2G and go up in flames. The vehicle goes down. Not a good idea.
Yeah, there's not a lot of places you can crash on this one. I think for 3D Max, what they had to do was sort of commit to fighting a team in this location. It's all you really could think about doing at this point of the match. Team Spirit's not done a bad job. I like the way they played this one out, holding both that west and east side. They actually confirmed themselves a decent position. They take down Scarface from DA. Lovely plays here. IWNRX frozen. Cheeky angle over towards FLUX. And DA continues to take casualties here, even from Virtus Pro.
Moneymakers creeping their way up the riverbank. Some decent cover from the high ground, with no one really fully establishing themselves just yet. It's made that a little bit easier. BEŞİKTAŞ going to have to strafe along it. And there's the forward position. Gladiators trying to crash. Only Naomi goes down, a 1 for 2. And they'll take that. Remember, Team Spirit started off with 3 players only on this hold. A nade over the wall, and Frozen goes down very, very quickly. Now it's just AZ with his back to the blue, behind the rock that they know. And Team Spirit look to successfully hold out the Gladiators here. Kitsune already across to Naomi. Tixie hears that, but what do you do with that information? You don't have a nade. You've just got to push forwards. You've just got to hope that you win this trade. I suppose you know that Effect now isolated into a 1v1. I might be able to get something around the side of this wall, but they're just hopping the DBS shots, and a lot of damage sent on in. Nicely held out on the northwest side, but they're going to have to get a move on now as Team Spirit outside the circle with the next shift.
Yeah, very important little fight there for Team Spirit. No real ideal location in this next circle. S2G happy with that they have one of the only compounds that still sits a little bit into this circle itself. Virtus Pro have been fantastically moving through Painan to clear out the final players from RCB, but they're certainly still giving it back to them.
Ooh, a nice strafe out from Loxy, not covered off by Corker on the off angle. Malo and Corker, 2 players in action right now for Virtus Pro, but they disengage. They're not going to try and rescue their teammate just yet. Furia, you can see him knocked there. That nade looks good, though, right on top of Loxy. It's not going to stop Wild from strafing out and getting the flush, but that knock onto RCB leaves just Wild now in the fight. Corker keeps putting suppressive shots on those nades down range. I think it might have just caught sight of Wild there. They know what's up. Wild hiding behind this wall. I don't know if Malloy spotted this. He hears a lot of footsteps going off. And he's going to have to fall back just a little bit. I think Malloy knows that he's just behind this wall. We're not going to put the nade over it just yet. They're still waiting. They're still being squeezed out a little bit. In the meantime, Moneymakers are trying to move over the hillside on this southeast side, but IWNRX have moved down south to counter it. This is what I wanted to see from IWNRX, taking control of these hills over Painan.
Yeah, again, it's a smart play. Wild, though, very much the clutch member from RCB. Finds himself another elimination, taking them up to 5 now. That is gorgeous coming through from RCB. The other fight that's on my mind is Team Spirit, D8, Moneymakers. They lose. Bishke, Koa's down 2. What is going on with Wild?
He's on a 1v3 track right now. Just Milky Way remains. Moneymakers might have the off angle, but they seem to have been dispatched by IWNRX. It's Wild versus Milky Way now. Corker, sure they want the res, but he lights it up. And Wild takes them for a run. And they are not getting home on that. Virtus Pro, incredible attempt to try and move through Painan, but Wild was just one step ahead. In the meantime, it's Coldex and Nico for D8. A nade over from Naomi. Takes down Nico on the back lines. Effect bounces one into the face of Coldex. Off the ground it goes. The blue zone not pushing in just yet means they can res up Kitsune and move in as 3. 9 eliminations already on the side for Team Spirit. It's a nice run for them, but IWNRX across the hillside, S2G as well to worry about.
That's a catch this moment and a half. S2G have spotted over towards Team Spirit. They have to leave. They sort of have to wrap down towards that south side. Razy doesn't have this angle for very long, though, as he will have to head into the blue. He's actually not got in the vehicle just yet. He's going to take a lot of damage from him. We're at stage 6 right now. He starts to push out. Good timing from Team Spirit to get out of this one.
Oh, I think CEO later thinks that Kitsune is still behind that tree. He just missed the cross.
Wild, though, for RCB. What a play from him. That's got to be the best play so far in the finals. Effect has an idea that someone's here. Is Wild about to take on the entirety of Team Spirit?
I mean,
Effect
sure.
has no clue.
They surely
Sure,
have
he
seen
spots him now.
Oh, but he goes down, but there is a trade. No one's close enough to go for an immediate third party. This should be Resable, but there is a lot of open hillside around them. They need to respond quickly, and they do. S2G, in the meantime, flowing out over this north side. 10 eliminations now for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Spirit, this has been an awesome salvage game. No matter what you say, I mean, playing 3 players, this amount of time, not being able to take some strong approaches on the rotations because they couldn't afford to. Again, this is why this is Team Spirit's best map. And if they consistently are able to pick up a lot of points on this one, it's great to see. But it is now S2G, IWRX, and Team Spirit. Team Spirit would like to get some more points in this game purely just to push them a bit further towards the top of the tables. They had been doing so good today so far. This is certainly a moment where they could pick up some more elims, but yeah, Effect is definitely going down now, leaving Team Spirit at 2.
Difficult to get that res, but not impossible. In the meantime, IWNRX stretching their legs. The flush does go through, meaning Team Spirit confirmed on 2 at this stage, but the roll-ins coming through from Frozen allow Swain to break out wider. The circle is so mean to Team Spirit, but it is beautiful for IWNRX. Only 3 eliminations, but this is yet another game where they can keep up with that front-running pack, but they need to close it down here. They need those 10 placement points from the chicken dinner.
If you're Team Spirit, wrapping down towards that south side is not a bad idea at all. Not at all. I think they could get behind guys from IWNRX.
No way.
Big first shot there from Kelsey.
That was incredible. CEO later baiting out the peak, and immediately Kelsey punishes the hubris for stepping onto it. It is just such a dastardly little 1-2 punch there from S2G, but still 3 players on IWNRX to go through. However, that does mean that Frozen Ooh, I thought that was going to be right on the money. That Frozen might have to fold back in and allow Team Spirit to shimmy further south and play a little bit closer to this hillside. The nades just coming through from S2G may even push them that way as well.
This is such an insane endgame, John. IWNRX is struggling.
Ooh.
As S2G puts on the hurt towards them. Team Spirit's getting ever closer.
And there's the spray down. Kind stands up finally from the grass on the off angle, similarly punishing Kelsey. A lot of damage from the DBS. Can CEO later get retribution? Where's Team Spirit and all of this? They've taken a knock further down the hill, but there's still one of them going. We'll see if they can do anything on this fight, because Kind is rampaging from behind this rock. The DBS is good for 1. He looked for a second, but CEO later has 1 to match. They are going back and forth. The joust is here, and Naomi still in the mix. He stands up the backstab.
Whoa.
Frozen behind the rock. Naomi there, and in the smoke, it's a crossfire, but no, it goes down, and Hamzy into the grass. Frozen still with the shot from behind the rock, and it's S2G to close down the chaos. It could have gone any of 3 ways, but it goes over to the Turkish team, S2G, to keep things under control in those final moments.
Naomi, oh, the smoke really ruined him there. Could not see a CEO later pumped back out of it to the side. But what a great time to stand up. Just unfortunate there was a player inside there right at the end. Could have been so different, but what a well-played game there from S2G. That game goes very differently if Hamzy G doesn't hold the backline either over towards the guys on Team Spirit. So they were fighting 2 fights at the same time. Really, really nicely done.
Crazy little final circle there. And you're right, the smoke was so pivotal in those final moments. One more pellet from the DBS might have been all it needed to his left side, and it goes completely differently. A couple of really crucial key spots from S2G. Some pickups over towards IWNRX, and crucially, IWNRX not taking that chicken dinner on a relatively low elimination count. That's going to sting. This is earlier on where Team Spirit obviously lost that player right on the drop, and it would have been so different. These final moments, you could see right at the edge of the smoke, able to take down 1, and he had the off angle. That's the angle that Naomi would have had. Goodness me, Team Spirit. So close, but yet so far.
Yeah, it was a good game. Either way, I think Team Spirit's pretty happy with that one. They were very, very pleased. S2G, again, another strong game for them, which will put them further up the table, which they desperately needed. IWNRX, another team in a very similar situation that's looking to catch up now. They've had a couple of good games so far. I'm not sure how many elims they're able to get, and just 4 on that game, John.
Ooh.
And a 15-pointer for Team Spirit. That is really good news for them.
I mean, you get more points on board for IWNRX there. So let's say you get 3 more of those eliminations from that KAOS, right? You add that up to 7, you get that chicken dinner. All of a sudden, you've got 7 more points on your tally, right? It is a big, big swing to not be able to take that one home. And I mean, yeah, that is really disappointing for them. But the good news is that some of those front runners also didn't have a great game. However, Team Spirit back up in and amongst it.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Spirit, that is a big match. I think that takes them up to 85 points now, which is very close to the top side of the lobby, with NIGMA Galaxy again having not the greatest of matches there. It puts them in contention, but it has been such a stressful final so far. We are now at the halfway point where teams are just not differentiating themselves from one another. It is just a big old bar brawl towards the top of the tables. And you wouldn't have asked for it any other way.
No, absolutely not. And it's sort of that last few moments of Sanhok, kind of exactly the same as that. Is really quite brutal over those jungle hilltops as well. Let's take a look at how this has shaken up our overall standings. Our Team Spirit close to the top once more, not in the top 3, but they are still only 4 points away from first. Goodness me, that is close. And all the way down on this front page, again, it's just smoothing itself out. It's so tight here. What is that, 17-point difference between first and 8th? That is that's absolutely insane. IWNRX, though, front page time for them, baby. Let's go.
I mean, it's good. It is really good for IWNRX, but that is sort of still off the back of just a few games so far. And most of them have felt pretty lackluster in terms of performance. Over on this second page, Gladiators, Football is Chaos. I'm saying for both these teams that it is starting to run away from it with them now. Getting in towards that top 5, potentially possible. Potentially. But yeah, a difficult one. A very, very difficult one for those teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think 3D Max sort of right on that boundary of becoming impossible as well, with 49 points right towards the bottom there. It is going to be tough, but that is what the PMSL is all about. It is the best of EMEA. Still 3 more matches to play today. We'll see you after the break.
everyone, the all-new 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event PMSL Pass will be available from May 31st to June 30th. The PMSL Pass has 20 levels and only takes 500 UC to unlock. Get a Dark Arts Gentleman set immediately after purchase. After unlocking the PMSL Pass, you can view the missions and complete them to get points. Raise your pass level to claim corresponding rewards. Plenty of rewards await you, including the Dark Arts Gentleman set, Dark Arts Gentleman glasses, Dark Legend Smoke Grenade, Dark Legend Avatar Frame, and the ultimate reward, Dark Legend UMP 45. To quickly raise your pass level, you can 1. Redeem points from Points Voucher redemption codes. You can start by using the redemption code 24PMSL Pass now. 2. Use UC to purchase levels directly. After reaching the max level, every additional level reached will grant 1 PMSL crate. Additionally, you can gift the PMSL Pass to friends who meet the conditions. Send your friends a small gift and complete to see who unlocks the ultimate reward first. That's all for this introduction to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event. Unlock the PMSL Pass, put on the Dark Arts Gentleman set with friends, and collect amazing rewards.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
The Hilltops of Sandhawk never fail to disappoint blank. What a crazy little final circle we had there atop the hills to the east of Painan. But we're going back to Old Faithful next. It's going to be Erangel up next, and we're going to be once more on the grassy pastures, just to calm us down before what is inevitably going to be just some crazy like bridge finish or something, I'm sure.
Yeah, the circles have been something different in this finals. I'm not quite sure. Every single one seems to be really tough, you know, just fully open ground. Our first circle down our angle over towards the bridge. We had the second match going over towards that horrid area over on Miramar on the northeast, cutting out a huge amount of space, and then just no compounds, just fully hilltop gameplay there over on Sandhawk. It has been a weird day for circles, man, and I imagine it's only going to get worse. And again, I think teams were hoping for some more confirmed wins on their matches where they could pick themselves up a lot of points so they could get towards the top of those tables. We're just saying that it's hard in this finals even to figure out, you know, which teams to focus on, because so many teams right now have that chance.
Absolutely, and it keeps changing as well. It's kind of a factor of some of the teams who are doing well keep having slightly bad games, and it's all just this sort of mad scramble for the top. Everyone's like pulling each other's hands off the holds and throwing them to the wayside, or trying to anyway, and it is just really, really tough for these teams all up and down the tables to try and keep up the pace. It's, I think, not going to get much easier, and we're going to hope that maybe we're going to have a couple of teams break out for ease of our mental capacity in terms of tracking. What is this? We're all 16 teams right now, basically, in terms of how they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. It's tough. It is very, very tough, but I'm sure that we are going to figure out exactly who's getting towards that top four, because we only have half the games left to go now. It is 9 more total. It's kind of crazy. We're getting towards that final day where we're crowned champion and see who's heading through that eSports World Cup. For me personally, there's a couple of teams I'd like to see go, and right now, it's all up to chance. I think that everyone is trying as hard as they possibly can in these finals to make it happen.
Absolutely. They have been showing up a lot. Unfortunately, today, Twisted Minds haven't quite been able to show up as much as they did day one. But to be fair, in day one, a lot of their power came from pretty much 2 games. They got a second place with 14 elims and a first place with 13 elims. And today, they haven't had great performances. But when you consider what they were able to do in day one, when they also had a 16th, a 14th, a 14th, and a 13th place game, I mean, you know, it just goes to show how much of an impact having one big game can have in a lobby like this. They've still got plenty more opportunity to do so.
One big game, potentially even on that very final day, could be the thing that sends you up to that top side of the tables, right? That could be the thing that gets you first place, and it's a big jump of about 20 grand in terms of a prize pool earnings there for yourself. So I think these teams are really very much worried about getting towards that top side right now. I'm very worried about just getting 2 consistent games back to back. 2 consistent games back to back would give you exactly what you needed, right, to stay ahead of everyone else, even with minimal points, because no one else here seems to be able to get that consistent streak on the day. I mean, even in the league stages, we saw one team having their big game, having their big day. I mean, Brute Force was 70 points on their side, assisted by that INFINIX GT20 Pro that they certainly stood out with on that massive day. Our official smartphone sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA, John.
They have been utilizing that to some pretty mad effects. Moneymakers, today, they've sort of been able to keep up the pace, which is good news for Moneymakers fans out there. Some potentially tough turns for them, but they've had some big games already. Can they keep the second half of the day under control? Because if they can, they're going to be up there with the likes of Team Spirit and obviously NIGMA Galaxy after their big performance at the start of the day in the top of those tables. I'm interested to see if they are going to be a team that could potentially be representing EMEA over at the World Cup and trying to do the region proud. But their volatility has shown up before. Will it again?
Yeah, it's a difficult one, John. It really is a difficult one for a lot of teams, because I think that word used there, volatility, really does describe a lot of our teams inside this tournament. IW NRX, I'm really hoping these guys can keep pushing the performance up. As much as I'd like to see Team Spirit in that first place, I think IW NRX has certainly shown themselves to be one of the strongest teams in our tournament here, if not the strongest, just in terms of raw potential on their side. Their gunfights look so awesome. Yeah, we will see exactly how it all pans out, and I think at the end of today it will be a little bit more clear. I hope it might not be. It might be a fully crazy day over on the third day, which is coming through tomorrow. But you can see there, even 13th place, 63 points. You know, it's one good game behind first place, guys.
Yeah, I mean, that 13th place is like a little bit, but you're right. I mean, that's 26 points, I think. A 16 elimination chicken dinner, not out of the question, as you say, very much within striking distance. There is that little bit of a pack at the front now starting to develop the top 5, but even then it's only like a 5-point drop off in those spots. So really still very much all to play for. Hard south plane path here, really quite tough. Potential for some hot drops and some vehicles. Maybe some scuffles going on around that farm area as people try and sequester themselves away safely. DA on a split drop around the quarry area. Twisted Minds and Gladiators, again, going up a lot further north. This time, Gladiators going to drop onto Hospital. Might be able to cut Twisted Minds out of this one.
Yeah, might just be able to, but I think for Gladiators, they're happy just to move further towards that north side. They'll be happy in this position. For the Gladiators, you know, again, this is one game away from being in a position where you can chase tomorrow. Certainly, it might not be a chase for first place, but it could be a chase for at least a top 5, which is the wild thing to say that, you know, 16th place still has a shot at EWC. That is just how strong this lobby has been. I mean, this lobby has even sort of felt like an EWC lobby, to be honest with you. I wouldn't be surprised if EWC might even seem a little bit easier than this lobby with the way it's panned out. But that remains to be seen. I could be totally wrong. EWC could be even more crazy going through because we are getting the best from around the world. It's just right now, I think EMEA has a whole wealth of unbelievably good squads who I would like to see go through to EWC.
The thing that's happened here, though, is that they have shown small vulnerabilities as time has gone on, right? That is the danger, potentially. Even Team Spirit, right? They are not in first place right now. They're amongst that front-running pack, sure, but this is the team that I think pretty much everybody was confident would place minimum second place overall on the tournament right now. But the fact is that they are in and amongst it with, you know, 12 other teams trying to vie for those spots and have yet to distinguish themselves. And we're up to now, I believe we've had 9 matches played. Over 9 matches, you should have a difference starting to be on display, especially when you consider they had the most bonus points coming into this tournament. They had the most bonus points before these finals, and that lead has now closed. It is no longer an impact.
Yeah, I mean, it has still had an impact in the sense that for Team Spirit, because they've had not the most amazing games every single time, it's still given that opportunity to stay remaining in 4th place, right? Like that's the big win that they've got out of this, is that it has given them a little bit of forgiveness coming into the finals, which is what you want, as opposed to before, where we had the bonus points being around about 56 towards that top side, which it would have been for Team Spirit. That is not forgiveness. That's just, here you go. Here's the finals win for you towards the end, if you can just keep up doing what you were able to do at a pretty average level. So I think for Team Spirit, this has made them work for it, but it does reward them for doing well in that league stage.
Yeah, absolutely. What's interesting, though, is that BEŞİKTAŞ currently are ahead of them. When you consider, obviously, BEŞİKTAŞ, they've been playing really quite well over these last few days.
Weirdly.
And some big performances. Yeah, weirdly so, given that they had 28 bonus points. Obviously, that was halved down to 14 bonus points when they came into this tournament. So they had, I think this is like almost an 8 to 10, no, a little bit more. I'm trying to do maths, but it's not working out for me, unfortunately. But Team Spirit, I think, had about a 12-point advantage coming into them on bonus points overall. So the fact that they are now ahead of them, BEŞİKTAŞ currently the highest placing team with the fewest numbers of bonus points as well, which is really quite impressive stuff.
Yeah, absolutely so. I think for BEŞİKTAŞ, again, like I say, it's weird to see them up in second place. We have seen a strong performance come out from BEŞİKTAŞ in the past, but it has been very far and few between for this team. They came into this tournament, or at least this finals, being sort of a dark horse, I'd say. I did not expect them to be up in second place. But here they are. I mean, they've done well. And I think that it will take a lot to shove them out from the top 5 if they don't stop playing the way they currently are. But I think that's the difficulty. Like you said, there is volatility in this lobby. And BEŞİKTAŞ is certainly looking like the potion that is bubbling over here that might explode at any second up towards the top side. But it could also turn into a miracle potion if they're able to get second place or even a first at the end of the finals.
They would absolutely love that. Of course, the prize money, as you highlighted earlier, a big incentive towards the top of those tables, but I think a lot of people much more focused on PMWC and there are opportunities there. Looks like they are going to start to rack up even more points here, though, because RCB have trod on treacherous ground. Fortunately, they do have some sort of an answer to the angle, but Lewis able to handle the roll-up and another as well. They just come one by one. And Lewis rebuffing them. He doesn't need health. Look at him. Look at his HP bar. He doesn't need it. Who needs that? That's just a crutch. He's just going to frag out.
I think he's even surprised by what's happened. The way that he's moving around. Like, how am I alive? Again, someone explain, please. Silas.
Even before healing.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Get that flush. The elimination point is much more important. While also being run down there. So Lewis up to 3 eliminations. Goodness me. What a performance from him at the start of the game here. From BEŞİKTAŞ. Just talking about them as well, being like, it's weird they're doing so well, and this is exactly why.
RCB will fall prey to them, although they're not fully out just yet. They've still got Loxy, but I don't expect them to be lasting too much longer. FLUX around by Ruins, just moving through past Everest, moving to this western shift circle, keeping North George in. Quite an interesting one. Gladiators didn't maintain South George or North George. They are still south, and actually, with the outpost on Everest, playing center of this circle.
Yeah, it's a dangerous play they go for. Over towards the top side of Everest. We've seen them get punished for that quite a few times. I imagine this is more of a case of just having scouting potential, and then when we see stage 2 hit, that's when they're going to push back off again, because there's multiple really good locations over towards that north side of the map there on South George in terms of just compounded area, and this is probably going to be, I could be wrong. This could be a hard south shift, but I'm hoping this heads up towards that north side because it will be one of the few it won't be the few circles we've seen so far that is a heavy urban finish.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many of them, actually. Now you mention it. I'm trying to think of our urban environment endings. I think we've had El Azahar. I don't think much more than that.
That's about it.
I think that might be it. NIGMA Galaxy as well, taking shots back and forth with Power. Power have been a little bit lackluster so far today. We've seen some interesting plays, some decent spots for them, but it feels like they haven't quite had that traction to get off the line. And this time around, they have taken a knock, and I think the flush may be coming through as well. Yeah, they're down to 3 in a central spot.
Unfortunate there for them. But again, Power have had these up and down days, right? And I think despite that, I would like to see them get one more good game out of today. You know, it's a team that I really would like to see them up towards that top 5. This was just incredible play from Lewis. And I think he has actually had some of the best performance today so far from BEŞİKTAŞ. He has been propping the team up in a massive way. So BEŞİKTAŞ better be thanking him.
It's always good to have a player like that on side.
Yeah, like he's a Z Wolf. He's the Z Wolf of BEŞİKTAŞ at the moment.
At the moment, IWNRX kind of want the Z Wolf of IWNRX to be on their team, because he hasn't quite shown up in the same way, but they are slowly regaining momentum. D8, oh dear, Gladiators. They get spotted by it on their rotation around. I think Tixie, yeah, he wasn't regrouped with the team. They held that split too long. DA move in from that western side, and they look to take control. Try to get into the chopsticks. That's going to be drawn a little bit short. Unfortunate. That's BEŞİKTAŞ fighting off, jousting with Power around the top here. And they tumble on in.
do tumble in there. And BEŞİKTAŞ is happy to hold this spot. It's a good spot to hold as well. Team Spirit down towards that south side, looking to push further up, but NIGMA Galaxy are ahead of them. That's a nice shot from Kante, actually, taking down Touchbig.
Really nice, but it is in cover and no one's in position to go for these nades. Footballers KAOS holding a little bit far off to go for it, and they will be protecting the north side of this run-up for a little bit longer. Obviously, the top of that storm drain, the top of those trenches, really nice to hold until someone gets into nade range. At that point, you are just so donezo. Like, it's incredible how fast those nades can ping you out of this position. But the difficulty is holding the position outside in order to get those nades in.
Yeah, that's the issue, right? Getting up towards that position to toss the nades through, you're right. That's the hard part. And if BEŞİKTAŞ can keep sending those shots outwards, then perfect. They can keep teams off their back. And they do go down to 2 players, though, so holding those angles does become a little bit more difficult, John. But regardless of that, I think they might be able to get some more placement points off this. I don't think it's a horrible game for BEŞİKTAŞ either. I think they're one of our more consistent teams in the lobby so far. 4 limbs on this match, decent. FLUX happy with this shift on the circle too, up towards their location on that south side.
Oh, it's unfortunate. It's the power special over towards ruins. We've seen 2 circles finish there, and both times they've had a successful game. It's a snaffle for themselves, but they tried to send away. They tried to get more central. It's not going to work out for them this time, unfortunately. They are, of course, still playing as 2 after the positions they tried to take. Moneymakers sending in from Primorsk. Getting up around Quarry. Or just leaving Quarry, rather. And into the fields now. It's around Gatka, Brute Force, and 3D Max coming into contact. Looks like 3D Max have the better backup on the sightlines. Niels and Prepod, 2 players left standing. 3D Max, they have got 4 players total. Navallo dodging, ducking, but he just doesn't commit to getting across here. Prepod has to back off the angle, but that knockout in the open might be all too easy to flush away. Robs in with the DBS, good for 1, looks for the second, takes a lot off his health bar, and there's the nail in the coffin. Navallo out in the open, can they get that res and stay as 4? Because there's IWNRX looking to third party.
Yeah, I mean, IWNRX will be very happy to pick themselves up some more elimination points on these games, John. Navallo getting into the warehouse and Victor out front. Navallo, I don't really think he was diving, ducking, and dodging. I think he sort of rolled into those bullets, sadly.
It's like, there's someone shooting at me. What should I do? And press the brake.
Slow
like,
down. Yeah,
wait a minute.
Weird.
This is the wrong choice.
Some odd nades here coming from IWNRX. I think they're doing more damage to themselves with some good shots from Victor off in the distance, picking up the first knock here. Another nade through. It's pretty decent, but does not go far enough.
Snowix did go down in that fight just before. The 3D Max on 5 eliminations, and now Team Spirit pushing the other side of this compound. Leaving IWNX through, you're in a pretty tricky little sandwich on the southeastern side. Team Spirit will have to move a little bit further. You can say they are going to push up, actually, potentially. Looking to go all the way into this compound. Kitsune leads the charge. They're up into the top floor. They're committing for this.
Nice nade from Zedwolf, though. Straight back, but again, another knock comes through from 3D Max, a far away. Kitsune wants to get into the building, but I think Team Spirit realizes they need to keep putting the pressure on.
And that they do. The nades in from the back, the nades in from the front. Both sides of this building getting torn apart. Demolition crews abound. It's 3D Max on the north edge. Team Spirit on the south. They don't have too much threat from the south side, which is why Nomi can go for this position. And actually, they can take shots over towards 3D Max from here as well. Swain on the rooftop. Nomi may be able to put a nade in. He definitely sees Swain here. Cooks it. Needs to be perfect, and it's not going to quite find the full Monty there. Swain can get back down, but he doesn't have a first aid. Has to go a begging to Zedwolf.
He's got the med kit, luckily, so he can get himself back up to 100%. More nades on side here for Team Spirit. And again, I don't think this is a terrible idea, committing to this fight. Unfortunately, it just hasn't been as profitable as they had hoped. Power, NIGMA.
This little scrap has been going on for a while. NIGMA Galaxy down to 2, so a Power. And they are on opposite sides of the compound. The circle shifts back up towards Everest. It's a shame that Gladiators lost a player early. With 4 players on the top of Everest in this position, you could have a pretty good time. There's a compound out to the east side of Everest as well, and Matic is scouting it out right now. S2G likely to push in towards it, or Twisted Minds if they can snake their way through that ruins area. The position on the compound to the northeast side near Everest is probably going to be a power point for the rest of this lobby.
Not a bad push coming through from Team Spirit. Finally, IWNRX are getting a bit of retribution versus 3D Max. They do lose 2 players in the process, but move onwards. 3D Max will only get 5 elims out of the back of this game. Yeah, Team Spirit, good crash. Good roll up over towards Footballers KAOS, who were taking shots over towards them earlier.
Yeah, Team Spirit, they rolled all the way out, and immediately IW next Ruya, they lose 1 player, sure, but that is worth it to get out of that situation. No. Ralph with the cheeky little handbrake turn there, but his vehicle was in flames. It was getting peppered away, and the bullets will seal the deal. That is NIGMA Galaxy done, dusted for our second Erigal of the day. Rob's around the side. I mean, there's a reason this guy is known as the progenitor of the DBS in the European region. He's got the skills.
He does have the skills. Sadly, the rest of his team does go down around him. Yeah, I do like that from Team Spirit. They see that angle. They notice it's not fully taken, so they push over. But with that circle heading up towards that northern side, I think they realize they need to start making a push over towards some of these compounds that stay out of the way. Virtus Pro currently on 3 players. Potentially a position to push into. IWNRX flying out. And Team Spirit picking up some more points away from them. Very nicely done. Hello?
A roll up. Wait, hang on a minute. I thought that was his teammate. Goodness me. Okay, a bit rude there, Frozen, but sure, give the point over to Team Spirit. Nomi knocked on the off angle. Virtus Pro taking those shots out that way. The Virtus Pro are on 3, so they've just equalized the numbers. Nades up for Kitsune. I was so convinced that was his teammate just crashing into his car to establish a little bit of a position. But no, it was an IWNRX player.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a funny one because he sort of teleported in front of him right after he got off the car. Similar colors too. And I think Effect was just a surprise. Unfortunately, Nomi goes down.
Matic is solo holding this compound on the northeast. This is the compound I was talking about that was going to be a very powerful area.
It's a strong compound, yeah.
IWNRX tried to roll up to it and then diverted. They might have thought there was more players in there. S2G and Twisted Minds. This fight on the northeast could decide who takes that compound next.
God, there's so little teams actually in the circle for strong position. And this is a tough fight for Team Spirit. Virtus Pro definitely have the advantage here over on that high ground. Twisted Minds have been struggling to put up those same numbers from yesterday.
Are we going to see another very quiet FLUX win here? After
I'd
their
like to
one
see
elimination chicken dinner. On the southwest side, in a compound, they're in, like you say, one of the very few teams to be in a stronger position than most. Because it is quite close to the edge of this circle, meaning it's unlikely to allow them to stay there for too much longer.
Never alone, spots out Twisted over to S2G. This is a bit of a difficult crossing to make. I mean, Virtus Pro might have shots over here if they don't get sprayed out by Naomi. Nice little play there from him, right on the edge of the blue too, but he should be able to spot him out, surely. But more and more players are taking shots at from Virtus Pro.
If I'm Twisted Minds, I might have already gone for this compound on the Gladiators. It's really difficult to make that call, though. Obviously, with the information I have, being able to see everything, it's a little bit easier, but up steps Dammy, and immediately Hamzy G falls. Twist Never Alone has gone down in the process, and another knock over to Dammy as well, guarded out by the vehicle. Kelsey just swings around through the back, and Yusuf now needs to try and keep them safe. Dammy's down on the front. Never Alone did get flushed out. That buggy run, very valuable for S2G. As Virtus Pro taking nades back over towards Team Spirit in the meantime. Yusuf goes down on the off angle, and now it's just Jafar. On the inside track, sure. But it looks like Twisted Minds may have faltered here.
Furia, the elimination stolen away from Kitsune as he opened things up in a 1v1 now versus Corker. Razy didn't quite find that knock and doesn't find the other one to Jafar either. Will have to drop out, but the SK-12 is there to save the day.
Just about keeping them in the mix of it. 4 players as well for S2G. I was surprised that they got all 4 players back in the action here, but here they are, 4 players up on this northeastern side. They are going to look to push this Gladiators compound. It's had 1 player in it for the longest time. Now Matic has joined in with Frozen, and they're playing 2 people on this compound. This is so split. It's only AZ on the high ground that maybe has been keeping them safe, but as soon as S2G just decide to go for it, the Gladiators have to fold. They are bluffing hard right now.
You really are. I mean, you can play underneath and potentially get some good grenades through. This is always an interesting approach. DA has the advantage for now, but as the circle will push in, FLUX might be able to hold them out. Only Solus down for the time being, and Lux is holding on this outside angle in the shack, just waiting for DA to make their move.
Toshbek being in the middle as well for BEŞİKTAŞ. Just in his little hidey hole. Stay as safe as possible. Stay as quiet as a dormouse. The circle shifts away from this northeast compound. FLUX under pressure now, this southwest compound. I mean, I said it was unlikely to get the shift blank, but as unlikely as it is still possible. And it has shifted south. Solus goes down, and this is great from DA. This is what we wanted to see. Oh dear, though. Cold X rolls straight into Soulcate, and there's the flush. His teammates are starting to fall, but they are holding off this push. DA, I might have just spoken too soon, Blank. It's down just to Yekta, and he gets blasted back. Moneymakers are rolling in for a third party.
This is the perfect time to do it. They're all really suffering here. And because they're still in the circle, this is awesome coming through from the Moneymakers. Lots of nades, still been held on board.
Ooh,
yeah, I know. Nade was Frozen.
As a solo, Matic will have his go as well. Nades continue to go in. Okay, I thought that was the knock onto Matic as well from Toshbek on the off angle there. Yeah, but the Gladiators unhappy about that. Nades still flying towards FLUX, but they're slowly getting back into the fold. And there we go. Matic does put that to bed. But 2 players now, all the Gladiators. They have the north side of the road, but they're going to have to cross fairly soon.
I mean, 6 eliminations for BEŞİKTAŞ. It's not terrible for a 7th place, and that will keep pulling them ahead in terms of first place on the tables. Such a weird turn of events here. Soulcate, a really strong hold from him, alongside with Lux, who was holding in that shack for so long, just kind of hit them with the backstab in that location. And FLUX, even after this, if you're wondering, they're still alive. They're still holding on. Obviously, they have 3 players. They only lost 1, and that fight from the Moneymakers just wasn't as successful as they would have liked.
It felt so clean from DA as well up until that point. They were, taking off angles, they were moving forwards, but then they just started falling like flies. I mean, there was pressure, sure, from Moneymakers, but the one thing we know about Moneymakers is that they are going to wait for the fight to start before going for these third parties. So the pressure, whilst it was there, wasn't too much of a threat on the south side of this compound.
Footballers KAOS still in the game, looking to put up some more points on this map. Struggling in terms of that. Moneymakers, in terms of just speed and the amount of points they can get in a very short time, they're a great team for it. Very good at capitalizing over on mistakes. When the pressure's so high in the finals like this, a lot of mistakes are made. But right now, they're just not able to quite dent the armor. It's protecting FLUX, but a lovely nade over the top. And now it's go time.
In they roll. The Moneymakers know how to exploit a weakness, and they have just smelt blood in the water. Ketch goes down next, and in they fly like nothing is in their way. They step into the building. 5 eliminations now for the Moneymakers. I mean, you said BEŞİKTAŞ were looking to stretch out towards the top. So are the Moneymakers here with BEŞİKTAŞ out. They have that chance to take that title back. S2G on the north side. And today, in general, for S2G, has been a return to form for them in a way that I maybe didn't expect as much, but you can see they're in 11th place with 71 points, and they're going to jump a lot further with the placements they should be able to get on this match.
Yeah, again, I think for S2G, they're a good team. They've got strong players on that side. since losing Silas just haven't quite been the same. They have great players. CEO Later was a good addition in my opinion. He's been on the up and up for a long time. Yeah, without Silas, I think he leads RCB really well, and losing him was a bit of a tough blow for S2G. Again, a team that's still trying to find their spark here.
That's a nasty circle. Very, very cruel. But the Moneymakers, very, very happy about it. Gladiators trying to stay alive, but there's very little that S2G can do from here. It's pretty dastardly. Rack up points. That's probably the best way to go. Try and take down your flanks. Take down the Gladiators. Take down Footballers KAOS. Ladder up that way. They managed to get 7 eliminations now. As the Gladiators are split 1-1. Looking to pick up these flushes. If anyone's willing to drop them down. And there's Koa onto CEO Later. Kelsey wanting to try and keep it going. But they're out in the blue. The Gladiators surviving this long is great news for them, but it still might just be too little too late, with only 3 eliminations.
Yeah, it's just not a massive game. Second place would be nice, but realistically off the back of this one, with the limited amount of eliminations they were able to get, they wanted the chicken dinner.
Ray Z goes down. Kelsey's out in the blue. 6 eliminations up for the Moneymakers. Kelsey, I mean, you can still heal in Zone 7, but I don't think you can heal when there's a Molotov at your feet, and that's exactly what happens there. Oh no, I thought that one went over to Havlik, but no. The point is denied. 7 elimination points. Now Gladiators have laddered up to second. That's only 6 points on placements, 3, so 9 points total, but Havlik goes down. 2 versus 3. And they do have a ridgeline to be playing around, and Moneymakers actually kind of close to the edge here with Matic on the off angle. Potential to make something happen. That nade, ooh, that looked nasty. BEŞİKTAŞ goes down. Matic on the off angle.
They desperately needed this, and for Moneymakers, they are dropping so quickly here, John.
But these positions
Matic
are
might have
known.
been spotted. Nice push out to the side. Havlik desperately trying to get back behind the side. In that time, though, it's given an opportunity for AZ to move up, but Moneymakers have just regened so quickly here, John.
AZ right up and into the face of Moneymakers now. DBS around the side of the smoke,
That's
and
a
it's
good hit.
catching flak as well. Koa back up to the monster truck, hops through to try and get a little drop on opponents, but AZ still going, gets the flush. Matic still on that off angle. He's in the zone for the time being, and AZ's holding them all out. Moneymakers need to find something, need to find one of these two, then they can transfer to the other. But they're 3 versus 2, and there's one. AZ for 2 around the side of the smoke. The Gladiators, they need this. It is desperate for them at the bottom of the tables, and they want to take it home, but Icy equalizes out wide. Does he know where his opponent is? Not at all. Not even a jot, but he turns. He knows now, because Matic's taken the shot, but he's whiffed it. Spray is there, and Icy takes him down. Moneymakers bring it back. What a way to close that out. They had it under control until those closing moments. AZ gave them a wild run for their money, but Matic completely sails wide with his spray. And Icy's not one to miss that sort of opportunity.
That was hell through the smoke, John. Over towards the boys on the Moneymakers. You can see BEŞİKTAŞ head in hands. What an insane game, but for the Gladiators, so close to being back in with a chance. But Icy, too cool with it towards the end there. Insane headshot over towards Matic to finish things off.
How does that happen, man? It felt like, I mean, how did the Gladiators get into that position in the first place? And 2, how do you let that slip? There's something, I mean, Matic's going to be really unhappy about that. He had him completely dead to rights on a broadside. It should have been an easy spray. But he just sends it wide. That is so unfortunate. They had a player go down very, very early as well. To be able to have come out of that one with a chicken dinner would have been amazing. But now they go down in second place. I think they got 4 eliminations. That's 10 points total. I mean, it's good, but from the bottom of the tables, you need chicken dinners. You need 7 elimination chicken dinners minimum.
Yeah. And it's a good thing that he was at least able to flush both of those. So even if they do go down in second place, that it's still, I think, a 12-point game for them, actually. So it's not too bad. Again, like it's not the end of the world. I mean, AZ really performed very, very well there. And he has been a pretty cool little addition to the team on Gladiators.
Absolutely. It's been interesting watching the Gladiators sort of chop and change their roster. Obviously, they're playing all 5 of their players very regularly, giving themselves a little carousel, sitting out Meku, Matic, Tixi. Has they set up Matic, actually? I'm not entirely sure if they have. But they have, Meku taking the bench today, and everybody else taking their turn as well. But absolutely should have gone the way of the Gladiators in the end there. Just about pipped to the post. But you're right, they did rack up 6 eliminations, bringing up 12 points on the game. But the Moneymakers, 19 points on that match. That top spot, they've accelerated away from BEŞİKTAŞ now.
Yeah, 2 chicken dinners today is really big news for the Moneymakers. This is the kind of thing that they desperately wanted. And this might set them apart from some of the other squads here towards the top of the tables, which is really, really nice. The question is, does that streaky nature of the team play into their tomorrow? I mean, they've still got 2 more matches. They could still be big.
Oh, definitely. They've still got a Miramar and another Erangel. Second page here, again, NIGMA Galaxy with another 0 on the day. IWNRX as well, unfortunately, on 4. They were trying to keep pace, but every time that this sort of thing happens, it just makes it more and more unlikely for them to jump all the way up, staying on that front page. DA only 4 points as well, able to get a placement, but not much more than that. And Team Spirit only on 5. Our front runners not having the best of time.
No, I think for Team Spirit, they're still putting up consistent points, though, and this is what we've praised them for. But yeah, they're falling behind just in terms of not having these huge point scorings so far. I think they can definitely bring it back, John. But it's a question of they need, again, some more consistent points at the end of the day or some big matches. Moneymakers have looked so good, though. They've looked so good today. Some really good plays. Very reminiscent of week 1 where we were praising them a lot, John.
Yeah, their third party timing has been really on the ball today. I mean, that fight with Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro on Miramar, right? That's the standout evidence there. And again, just there we saw it. The Moneymakers moving on through. Taking a look at the head-to-head from the Gladiators and the Moneymakers. This is just from this last match. You see the Gladiators from their Everest position did a lot of damage. They were able to get 5 knocks and did actually steal an elim away from someone, but they kept themselves safe, getting quite a low damage received number there.
Yeah, I mean, for the Gladiators, like you said, low damage received. I think they did a great job maneuvering over that side. Imagine if they had Tixi, though. Imagine if they had Tixi. That fight might have been a little bit easier if he hadn't gone down so early, John, which is unfortunate. Again, some of the plays the Moneymakers making have been phenomenal today. And again, it's that third-party playstyle, which is just so sick.
It's what we saw gave them success in those league stages, and it's what now in the finals is doing the same. The first team to breach triple digits now, 2 chicken dinners, 108 points on the board for Moneymakers. And there is, for the first time, a gap. From first to fourth, we are looking at more than that, actually, a 23-point gap. There is now a significant drop-off.
Yeah, it is significant for the Moneymakers. And I think for what I've been saying all today is it just takes 2 teams to go very hard over towards the top side of the table. 2 games, from one team to get themselves a little bit ahead. And with this kind of lobby, just getting a tiny bit ahead has caused massive waves, because we go down towards 9th place, and this seemed a lot closer at the start of the day. 75 points up to 108. That is a big jump for Power now to make.
The Gladiators, with the points that they got there, did manage to leave the bottom of the tables, but only by 2 points. And like I was saying during the match, they needed chicken dinners more than anyone in this tournament to even be in with a glimmer of hope. And now they're still down in the doldrums with 3D Max and Footballers Chaos as well. It is not looking good for them down there. They're going to need to put a little bit more on the table, because there's not a lot of time left for them to do it. Only these 2 matches and tomorrow left for it. To get to the next match, though, we've got to go to a break first. So we'll see you in a few.
everyone. The all-new 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event PMSL Pass will be available from May 31st to June 30th. The PMSL Pass has 20 levels and only takes 500 UC to unlock. Get a Dark Arts Gentleman set immediately after purchase. After unlocking the PMSL Pass, you can view the missions and complete them to get points. Raise your pass level to claim corresponding rewards. Plenty of rewards await you, including the Dark Arts Gentleman set, Dark Arts Gentleman glasses, Dark Legend Smoke Grenade, Dark Legend Avatar Frame, and the ultimate reward, Dark Legend UMP 45. To quickly raise your pass level, you can 1. Redeem points from points voucher redemption codes. You can start by using the redemption code 24PMSL Pass now. 2. Use UC to purchase levels directly. After reaching the max level, every additional level reached will grant 1 PMSL crate. Additionally, you can gift the PMSL Pass to friends who meet the conditions. Send your friends a small gift and complete to see who unlocks the ultimate reward first. That's all for this introduction to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event. Unlock the PMSL Pass, put on the Dark Arts Gentleman set with friends, and collect amazing rewards.
The desert claimed a lot of victims on our first rodeo today, but is it going to be any different this time around? A pretty brutal shift caused that last time. Maybe there'll be something different this time, but we'll have to wait and see for that for just a moment whilst we get ready to load our players up into the lobby here at the PMSL EMEA. We're going in for match number 5 on the day. We are over that halfway mark already in these finals. There's only 3 days worth of games, and it's a real big change up from those league stages, right, where we had 5 days a week. It felt quite open roady here, but absolutely tunnel vision towards the end of this one. And these teams trying to unleash the beast. Moneymaker's been doing so very effectively with Monster Energy, the official sponsor here at PMSL EMEA. You can find out more about that at monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Yeah, it looks like Moneymakers have found themselves the key to unleash the beast within its cage from some kind of coffer over there on that Orangle. Really, really nice stuff. I mean, for IC has always been a fantastic player on the team. And genuinely, that is a big moment. Lufa's apparently talking too loudly into the mic.
Jump scare, you know. It's always fun when one of the players on your team on the comms just starts swallowing the mic, going rah rah rah in your ears. Love that. Good fun.
Yeah, I love that. I don't really. I hate that so much.
It is awful.
It is the worst. The sleeves have been rolled up on the hoodie,
Whoa.
which is how you know that these boys now mean business. They mean big time business here. 3D Max, not looking too happy about this one. I think for these guys, it's just been a case of a rough journey in their finals so far. Not quite able to replicate some of that performance. Team Spirit, it doesn't feel too bad. They've still been putting up numbers and keeping themselves in range. I think that's really important in the finals, is to keep yourself in range of just one game away. Currently at 90 points, it would be an 18-point match. And that's not too hard to reach.
No. Well, I mean, it's not too hard, but still pretty tricky. Only maybe 2 teams in a match normally get to that sort of boundary. So can you hit that 1 and 8 roll? Have to wait and see. It's a little bit tougher than that as well. S2G, they've had a little bit of a resurgence over the course of today. I've liked it. I've liked what they've thrown down. I am picking it up. And the vibes feeling pretty clean right now, but they've still got a little bit more to do. In 6th place for S2G, with 78 points, they'll take the plane path from Cabrera down towards the south coast in between Partona and Puerto Paraiso.
Yeah, straight down towards that bottom side of the map. Again, Miramars have been pretty rough so far, John. And that's putting it lightly here on these games. Final match of the day for us here now. Coming up after this one, we'll be heading over towards our angle. Twisted Minds out early over towards Ruins and Trader Park. 2 more matches to put up points. Like you say, John, we're starting to get more and more teams towards that top side who are pushing themselves away from the pack. We still have that weird glut of teams. 78 points down to 75. I think there's about 5 teams in that area at the moment. And the end of the day is a great time to get yourself ahead.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw the Moneymakers able to do that, finally allowing us to have a little bit of a front runner in this tournament. Towards the end of day 2, nonetheless, as well. Which is pretty crazy to have to wait that long. But right now, I think we've got a top 3 pack. As you can see there, from Moneymakers down to Team Spirit. And then the teams behind them from 4th down to, I mean, I guess all the way down to 12th of Brute Force. An outside chance of Twisted Minds, but in with a shot of making those top spots there. We have also had a little bit of an update on the specifics of qualification here, because of course, as the host country of the EWC, one of the teams from that region will be a host country invite. The team that will be is the highest performing out of the teams from the region, which means it's either Power or Twisted Minds. So whichever of Power and Twisted Minds finishes higher on the tables, they will be going to PMWC as well as our top 5 and that survival stage team. The difficulty will come, of course, if either Twisted Minds or Power jump up into one of those top 5 spots. What will happen then is they'll essentially be skipped over in the standings, and you'll get the top 5 excluding them from the tables and going through to the PMWC in that fashion.
Yep, indeed. Looking over towards the map, though, especially, like, I mean, for Power, I'd love to see them jump up in the tables towards that top 5, get some more points on board. But again, to be honest with you, I feel like that 2nd place spot, BEŞİKTAŞ, doesn't sit right with me. And you know what? It's fine. It's fine that BEŞİKTAŞ is there towards that top side. I think they've done a really good job, and they deserve to be in that second place spot. It just feels weird. They're coming out of nowhere, but this is what happens in the finals, is that you have a 3-day sprint. One team is really feeling themselves. One player is really passionate in getting into it, specifically Lewis on that team. I feel like there's some other teams there that could be taking that spot, but again, this is how finals go. You get the bonus points. You are given an advantage. You're not able to keep up with that advantage, then another team takes your spot.
And it's always the case, and I feel quite strongly about this as well. It's always the case that if you didn't get enough points, you didn't deserve to be in a qualification spot. There is no such thing as deserving a spot. And you're right, like, teams will catch you up and they'll take you over. And it might feel like, oh, it's disappointing not to have a certain team in there. Oh, it's disappointing this team didn't perform. But they didn't perform, and therefore don't deserve that next spot. It's quite, brutal, but that is the nature of top-tier esports.
Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't go your way. And for PUBG Mobile in particular, like, some of that luck comes your way. Sometimes it's just the adrenaline that's pumping, and then you can really start to understand things that you just weren't seeing before, and it puts you in a much better stead. Again, 3 weeks. Some teams have figured out things earlier than others, and that is absolutely fair for them to dominate over in those lobbies, John. Very much.
I was going to say, we'll see who those representatives of EMEA are going to be trying to dominate the lobby over in Riyadh next month. More concerned right now with that 5th place bubble as it sits. Of course, if Power jumps up, that pushes down to 6th. Same for Twisted Minds. But they are kind of wasting their opportunities here. They've got 2 matches left to do it. They only needed 2 matches yesterday to be in with a shout, but they will have to find both of these matches on the trot to do well in. This is a game that they could do it in, though, with this Western Circle.
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly possible for them. This is probably a little bit of a nicer circle for a lot of teams who'd like to drop out on this Western side. And I think we have quite a West-heavy lobby here with us for the finals. This gives a lot more opportunity for some decent rotates coming through. FLUX Power coming in from that backside at the moment. RCB weren't quite able to make that quick rotate because this is, like I said, into a position of the map where a lot of teams have already pushed themselves into. So for RCB, they were able to get just on the edge of the center of the circle here, which is absolutely fine. It'll do the treat. Virtus Pro towards the center as well. Virtus Pro and Brute Force, both weird teams in my opinion. I mean, you look down towards the bottom side of the lobby right now, 10th and 12th place for both these squads. Yet yesterday, they were putting up some big numbers. They just haven't been able to carry that through into today.
I mean, Brute Force 3rd place on the overall standings, right? In terms of their league stage, they got up into 3rd place behind IWNRX and Team Spirit. Both of those 2 teams outperforming them right now, although IWNRX admittedly not by too much. But yeah, to see Brute Force down in 12th place is a little bit weird. Virtus Pro similarly in 5th place on their overall points. So, as you say, quite a drop-off. Although I feel like this is kind of born of the tightness of this pack in the middle, right? From 4th down to 12th. The fact is that one game just completely shuffles the entire deck on that.
Yeah, everyone has been trying so hard to keep up with the top odds in the lobby. We're looking at, to be fair, that top 5 has certainly made itself known now with DA, NIGMA Galaxy, Team Spirit, BEŞİKTAŞ, and the Moneymakers. And I do think that, getting Moneymakers into EWC will be quite the amusing event, because I think this is somewhat of a lost playstyle. I'll put it that way, with this third-party heavy style. They just capitalize on mistakes coming through around the map. And the more they're fighting, the better they're getting at it.
Well, that's an interesting sentence that you just said there. Capitalizing on mistakes, right? And when you go to international lobbies, when you go to the next step of lobbies, right, the mistakes do get fewer and further between. So if there are fewer mistakes, are there fewer capitalization opportunities for that playstyle?
Probably, yeah. I think that's a fair enough thing to say, but it's in terms of those third parties that are able to jump off the back of.
Sure.
Everyone's going to make mistakes at some points in these lobbies. It's just the way things go. Otherwise, we'd have 16 teams in stage 5, right? Everyone will be able to get in. And I think eventually you're going to have a slip up, and that's okay. That's just how PUBG Mobile goes. But you just better hope that moneymakers aren't nearby when that happens. I think that's the interesting thing. And I think a lot of teams, when you go over to these international tournaments, when we're looking back on them from last year, you look at a lot of these teams, and for quite a few of them, they have a case where, goodness me, Virtus Pro rocking up towards 3D Max. They have a case where it's very slow play style. You know, you move your way in. Teams are very cautious. They give space. They give way. And you throw money makers into that mix. It's almost like throwing IHC into the mix over in PMGC, which they're able to take the championship home from. So I would say those two teams are very similar in that regard.
I think that's a pretty interesting parallel to draw. I think that's quite appropriate in this case as well. How it can really force a lobby to get shaken up. And in the end, that power can... Ooh, okay. Able to just blink away to the high ground. Right now, brute force. Slap bang in the middle of this second circle on this super duper upper high ground. And we've seen these high grounds on Miramar before, Blank. We have seen how devilish they can be. The difficulty, obviously, is always balancing the amount of suppression you can have from that high ground with the danger of peaking from that high ground. If you go down up there, it is a massive undertaking for someone to go up there and try and get you back up.
Yeah, like you say, it is a massive, massive undertaking. And I think for brute force, they have played these high ground positions very well in the past. I think we saw S2G kind of take the best high ground position so far in the tournament. Yeah, I think for Chudo, he's kind of the player that I would personally put up here, just purely because very good solo, very strong player, can win his gunfights. He's even got the level 3 helmet and the level 3 vest.
NIGMA
Which
Galaxy.
will keep him safe.
NIGMA Galaxy in the concretes, trying to keep themselves safe. Power split across the road, 3 and 1. I think that compound to the east might be quite valuable for them. I think they maintain the split for the next while until RCBs try and push in towards where Fidan sits. Then they might need to regroup out west. But having this western position gives them a lot of control over the rotations out that side. But having Fidan in that forward position allows them to move on a circle like this, right? Should they want to push in with more of a chance up towards El Pozo, they have now got that foothold. But instead, they send up this western edge.
Yeah, it's an interesting maneuver coming through from them. This is a much easier circle to play, right? Power flying through here. BEŞİKTAŞ is just Poser currently playing this spot. He could get caught out off guard very easily here, John.
Nade out from Poser. Doesn't quite get enough damage to slow the roll of Power, but Al-Haji doesn't have full HP. Poser spotted. Not too sure from what angle, because I think all of Power are here. I think that might be brute force trying to take shots out here. Easy does go low, but there's the nade in. And immediately, the building is secure. That outpost, they didn't manage to get away from it. And instead, losing a player on the angle. Far from ideal.
Yeah, sort of leaving him behind here. It's a bit unfortunate. I get what BEŞİKTAŞ wants to do is to have that open for later, but it's so dangerous, especially playing upstairs. There's no possibility of escape from that situation either. I think Power even shot out the vehicle from him. RCP makes the mad dash through, and again, that spot is not a bad position to be making a very, very quick rotate through, because a lot of teams can't see over towards here as you're making that approach. Over the Judo, of course, as that high ground.
Pretty sure he can see what they had for breakfast from that position. He can see absolutely everything. It is so difficult to move. Kiss is already down. He's a sliver of HP, and there it is. There's the shot. Like, what can you do? Loxy goes down. Are they not checking this angle? Are they unaware that this is where they're getting shot from?
Yeah, I would think so, because again, like when you push through this area, you're assuming because you're going through the valley, no one's got eyes on. So having shoot up here is a crazy position to be holding on to. Look how much damage he's been able to do to these teams.
But his ammo count is not the healthiest right now. They must know now.
Yeah, exactly. I do think for Chudo on this position, it's much more valuable later. And I think that was fine, take shots over towards RCB, because you could pick up an elimination off the back of that. Points is great. But firing over towards NIGMA Galaxy, I don't think that was warranted there. It's not really giving them any kind of advantage.
Team Spirit trying to push over the top there. Effect puts the brake on before running him over, just to pop out with the M4. Gets the spray down. Team Spirit have a little window to get past the moneymakers. No me. Doesn't want to stop though. Icy into the buggy. Effect launching one over the top. Is he going to tag on? No. Havlik and Bishke isolated a little bit. Kasune wanting the shots. They're going to have to push in. This is all the way on the south side of the circle. Icy has to hop out. Oh, no, he's not spotted. Is he? No, he's up to the tree. Has to be very careful, but there's a lot of angles peeking out his way. A knock over towards Nomi is what is keeping him safe right now.
Yeah, they're having to drop back off the angle. Kitsune is being very bold with these peaks and does actually hit some good shots. I don't think Nomi's reservoir, John. He's a little bit far out of the way here.
Yeah, he's already gone down to power as well. Kitsune, I think he was thinking about it, but then immediately folds back. DA trying to roll on in from the eastern side. They got past S2G. They're trying to go past FLUX. But they've lost a player already. Nade from Solus. That looks pretty good. There's damage in already. And that is Kalsi getting the knock onto Yekta. A nade to finish it. And it's actually Kalsi who gets it. Full Monty. And FLUX still is 4. DA. I mean, there was no way that crash was going to work. They had, I think, 4 or 5 teams looking their way.
Yeah, that's it's a difficult one to make happen. And they sort of deserve to take that much damage. I was going to say that's like almost the 3rd time that's happened to Nomi on this off angle, and he goes down, and it's a big blow to Team Spirit. Obviously because Nomi has been one of the most consistently strong players on that squad, so losing him like that on the off angle so often, very reminiscent of when he played on Major Pride, and that was a big issue for them. Icy gets taken down. One final player there on the Moneymakers. Far behind them, actually. Could hit a backstab. I don't think Kitsune knows he's here.
Might not be aware. This is a complete flush. As soon as this knock goes through on Bishke. Oh, Kitsune into the buggy. But Bishke's been spotted from an off angle. Kitsune immediately ducks behind the headland. And he's safe for now. Aware of the angle. Is he going to hop out? He is. Okay, Bishke now in the blue with a position and the game given away. It's going to be a bit more of a struggle with the blue zone pushing him in. You can see Kitsune just pulling up there. Naomi, you got to be careful. You know this angle's a threat. What are you doing? Bishke just steps up and Naomi was not conned over towards. I don't know what just happened.
That's such a big issue. I mean, to be honest with you, he's out in the blue. I don't think you expected him to continue to take shots over towards them, but he's making this position that they're playing in extremely difficult. I think Chudo, in fact, might have angles over towards us. He just hasn't checked it yet.
I think he might be on the far side currently of that high ground. Bishke will go down to the play zone. Moneymakers out. So now the lead can be closed. That gap is assailable for BEŞİKTAŞ, for Team Spirit. But they're both in pretty tough scenarios. I think BEŞİKTAŞ probably in the better one up on that north side. Team Spirit having a tough time of things.
Yeah, Team Spirit is definitely in rough shape right now. They're just getting into the zone so they can pick their player back up again.
Oh.
Chudo has had such a hilarious time from up in this position. I think if we looked at the damage numbers, yeah, if we looked at the damage numbers after that, it's going to be sky high.
Taking shots. Not going to let a low ammo count perturb him. Last mag. Neo's able to pick up the pieces on that one. Victor caught in a little divot. Gets sprayed down, but only 12 rounds now, and he has to back off. This is the danger, of course, of these high grounds. Circle shifts over towards El Pozzo. They might cut out Brute Force's high ground just a little bit more.
You now have a case where you've got teams out on this western side who have to move. For Power, Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds in a slightly better scenario where they can move over towards just the eastern side quite comfortably.
Gonna be okay for now, though. Tudor just about gets away. And he's down off the high ground. He needs an ammo resupply. I mean, drop him 100 rounds and they'll find an elimination. And pick up some more on the way. S2G trying to move in from the east, but at the moment Freezer has the little plateau above them.
Freezer up top, just chilling. Getting some good work done. I mean, as a solo, it's fairly surprising he's been able to do this. Power losing players. Naomi down. Quick switch back on the side from Effect. Kitsune last alive now for the team on the back lines. Was needed much earlier.
Unfortunate downhill descent here for Team Spirit. But Power taken out of the way. Who was that from? Twisted Minds. Further up the road. All the way up on that high ground. They've taken a casualty or two. So they need to be worried. But Dami has the bead yet. Kitsune's not going to last that. RCB had shots on it as well. And Team Spirit eliminated. 4 eliminations only. BEŞİKTAŞ now, the only team really looking like they can take down the moneymakers. Unless Brute Force can rack up. How many more would they need there? I think 18 more eliminations.
Yeah, a fair few. But it's possible. It's still possible. They're having these games where they're just able to get out of control a little bit. It's so funny we talk about the start of the match and be like, Brute Force has fallen behind, haven't they? But they are the type of guys who can bounce back quite easily from these tough scenarios, these tough positions on the leaderboard. Already up to a 10-point game here. I think we've gone to the 9th circle pretty much every single map we've played during the finals. People are really unwilling to give up a game on a botched push, so they just wait out as long as possible. Freezer finds catch up to 11 now.
Lux may be next on the menu, and Freezer gets another. They are still going, and I think that's over towards Twisted Minds as well. They're up to 13 eliminations now. Freezer wants more of S2G. He is tearing chunks out of them as he goes. Kelsey at the back. The blue zone pushing him in. A nade over the top. He's got 2 in pocket. Could find CEO later and a re-knock onto Hamzy. There's a good one, but the bounce is just far, but the nade tags CEO later. Oh, a second knock comes on in. Hamzy is back up. There's a challenge over towards Kelsey. He's got the Mini 14. It's the weapon to go for. And Freezer is solo holding S2G.
Yeah, as long as he can just keep Kelsey out and just force him on this angle to stay here whilst knocking the players underneath. That's a big task, by the way, that I'm thinking of him. That is a great read as well up towards Hamzy G. It's just a little bit far. The airburst is just a bit earlier, but realistically, all he needs to do here is force Kelsey out into the blue.
You also want S2G to push left on their direction of approach. That gets them into the sightlines of the rest of his team. He has still got backup, and that is what's stopping S2G fully going for it. But it looks like Hamzy might want to just try and scale this straight up. If he can get into a position to go for it, he might have a chance. But S2G really not a lot to do here. IWNRX, they're so far down the hill in towards El Pozo. It's not a big factor into this one. Gladiator is trying to move as well.
RCB here are on 76 points, up to 78 on the game. But Loxy gets taken down by Matic. Kiss is already down. It is looking bad here for RCB. They had a real struggle getting into the circle. Brute Force has ruined the days of a lot of teams here. Hamzy G gets in the vehicle, rolls up. Freezer wasn't able to stop him. And they're all over his position.
Brute Force still picking up another point as well. With these off angles towards this fight, Gladiators having BEŞİKTAŞ bearing down upon them from the north, and a nade over to Frozen from Tudo. They just do not stop. Brute Force want this real bad. They have taken, I believe, 1 knock so far, a little bit of damage as well, but they keep things rolling. BEŞİKTAŞ trying to move on in. Freezer, the linchpin of this circle right now.
I mean, Brute Force, honestly, their maps here over on Miramar are their high points. And they've had such massive games. This is already turning out to be a gigantic match already.
Oh my god.
Up to 15. And I mean, with the fact that there is still 20 players still left in the circle. Being at 15 eliminations
16.
at this point, 16 eliminations at this point is absolutely astronomical.
With 4 players out, there are still 14. If you discount the 4 players of Brute Force, there are still 14 more players. And at the moment, Freezer's just been holding S2G at arm's distance for a while now. I think Prepod finally moving into position to help him. But it doesn't look like he needs help. He did need ammo, though. That was something that was pretty difficult for them. They've been on this high ground so long, and they've been taking so many fights. They are starting to run bare in the cupboards, which might prove to be tricky. But there should be enough crates around them. So maybe resupply on that. Yeah, you can see Chudo back up to a lot of ammo now.
Yeah, and I think for Brute Force, it makes sense to send another outpost over towards where Freezer is. They've concluded most of the fights on the western side.
Yeah. Brute Force, sorry, BEŞİKTAŞ have actually managed to push up and scale this gap that sits between the low ground of El Pozo and the high ground of Brute Force to the south. And they're in a position to sweep, but that's so much easier said than done against a team like Brute Force who's on fire right now.
Yeah, it's hard to put a team down like this because their reactions are just quicker than anyone else inside the lobby. They're feeling themselves.
An orb.
Freezer's got the arm. Like, you can tell they're just having fun with it now.
My goodness me.
Get the circle as well, John.
This is gross. This is actually a... This is... I mean, there's potential with the 15 extra points they could get. Oh, dear. Is there 15 more players? Yeah, there are. 15 more points would mean 31 eliminations. And it's so not out of the question that they get them. It's wild that we're here.
It's wild that we're seeing an arm in the finals.
Honestly. And a
honestly.
pump action. What a combo.
Yeah, the pump action and the arm. Molotov to follow it up. Forces him out.
Huge.
It's
That's it.
well placed. That is a really nice Molotov from Chudo. Tospic's
Accepting
not
his
getting
fate.
away from that one.
There's the molly. There's the burn. Footballers Chaos going to have to move from El Pozo finally. IW next Ruya as well. Might be going for a scrap finally. Oh my god. What can you do? I think IW next Ruya and Footballers Chaos might take some of the points out of the lobby when they conclude on the north side. BEŞİKTAŞ trying to get the scraps in as well. 17 eliminations for Brute Force as well. The mark was S2G, I believe, with 20 eliminations and almost 5,000 points of damage on a Miramar. They are looking to hunt that down at, and potentially at the cost of S2G.
I would not be surprised to see something similar. Freezer has to get out of dodge. Takes a lot of damage there, though. That nade out. Only do a tickle of damage over towards BEŞİKTAŞ. And Brute Force on this high ground over towards the eastern side is just so devastating for so many teams. This has just been their playground the entire match. And this is the type of game that wins a finals. Right,
Absolutely.
This is going to put them... I don't think it'll be enough at all to get them to first place, but this will single-handedly save their day.
Prepod with a broadside angle, but not enough ammo. He can't really go for these long-range sprays. He's got to observe S2G on his south edge. And give them that deference. CEO later got knocked by Footballers Chaos across the way, and Swain from IWNRX is moving up into these hills. Ray Z gets knocked. And that's another shot. Comes in from Prepod up the top. He can underarm a nade. Footballers Chaos are going to have to move, which means that off angle going to be a little bit less of a threat. Brute Force up on 17 eliminations and a knock to bring them on to 18 now. Ray Z going to get chowed down on by a nade from beneath. IWNRX starting to mount pressure. Freezer wants to put nades over towards his teammate. Wants to suppress Footballers Chaos because BEŞİKTAŞ have gone down in the meantime. 19 eliminations for Brute Force now.
Sort of disrespectful actually still having the arm out at this point in the game. I'm not going to lie to you. Prepod's
didn't have ammo.
I mean, fair play to him. I mean, Prepod's been doing some wonderful work with this UMP. IWNRX, though, coming in. 4 players. Looking fairly refreshed on their side of things.
Still so many more points. There's the orb. Falconist goes down. Is it going to get taken away? It might do. There's a nade over towards Calci, and then point does go into the tally. It's 20 eliminations now for Brute Force. Potential for a record-breaking game here. There's still so many players for them to get. They still got 6 more potentially. Swain pushes up to Prepod. He's unaware. A backstab. Is there an off angle? A trade comes through. That comes in from Footballers Chaos, though, and it's not going to go to the coffers of brute force. They're potentially put down to 3.
Freezer finally
Just
finished
one now.
off. Just Chudo, the lone soldier on the top side. Footballers Chaos looking to take this game away from them. But 20 points on the game is already a disgusting total.
I think he's getting 1 res. He's managed to find 1. Freezer, who held out S2G on his own for a good 5 minutes. Forward mark. Rookie moving in. IWNRX are there. Currently, IWNRX have the middle of this circle. The team that needs to move first is Brute Force. Chudo's moving forwards for Freezer.
Picks up another here. Now, honestly, the amount of ammo, utility still available. There's only 1 gun right now watching this position with Prepod, who has to drop down at some point.
This blue zone pulling Brute Force off. That Molotov beneath is huge. Look, that comes in from IWNRX. That means Prepod cannot move as early as he'd like to. That smoke is there, and they're wasting time. Freezer dips down. Just about gets into cover, but he's out wide and will need to keep moving.
Smoke's down. Prepod gets up. Spotting through the little gap in the smoke here over towards Footballers Chaos. But eventually they'll get pushed out of this location. And it will really just come down to gun skill at that point as everyone gets into open zone. Swain is trying desperately to get the backstab over towards Brute Force.
Can't quite happen, though, and they're getting pushed out as well. IWNRX getting shunted in on the low ground. Is it going to be enough of a hold that Footballers Chaos have? That little ridge keeping them safe. Rookie cooking the nade. That could be brutal. It's going over towards IWNRX. Only 1 more in the back pocket, and he wants to keep it going. That's a huge amount of damage. Doesn't get any knocks, but the next one might. Over the top, though, in the meantime, Brute Force can start to roll. Down low, it's Zedwolf for IWNRX approaching onto Footballers Chaos. They've got 3 players to hold, and Zedwolf is forwards. He's past the nade, but he's low on health, and now they need to try and rally around it. 2 knocks sent over towards IWNRX. And that is going to be really, really tough to keep this push going, but they've managed to break it, and Brute Force are cinching it around the other side as well. Is Footballers Chaos' hold going to work out? Swain is down, and Storm opens the cannons to try and hold for another. Gets another knock, but it's traded. Are Footballers Chaos going to fall? Yes, they will, in the middle. And Brute Force now trying to turn their attention on, trying to move on in, and IWNRX are falling before them. The Masters of Miramar take it away from S2G. They put number after number, name after name up on the board, and Brute Force brutalize everybody else. What a massive game for them. I said in a joking term earlier on, it's going to take huge numbers for them to compete with the top of the tables. Well, they have turned that joke into a statement here at PMSL EMEA.
For the finals, to bring something like this out is sort of unprecedented, John. It is unbelievable to watch happen in real time. Every single one of those players on that squad, disgustingly strong. Get some of the highlights, but they'll be mostly over towards Brute Force there. Such a commanding amount of control from that ground. I am almost convinced that this is a higher than 5k damage game, which is crazy to say. 25 eliminations, I believe they're able to put up at the end there. Maybe even more, because I don't know if they're able to pick up some of the Footballers Chaos players. What a wild turn of events coming through. And to just be able to get back on the bike after taking shot, knock after knock, playing from a horrible position, great smoke usage towards the end as they flowed on through. Freezer rocking up with the Orm and the pump shotgun, which apparently is the loadout to have these days. 1200 damage for Chudo.
He was on that high ground for a very long time, so that's where that damage is coming from. Remember, he was on that super high ground for a long while. Freezer was holding out on the other high ground that they were able to play split on for a long, long time. I wouldn't be too surprised if there is so much similar amounts of damage coming through. 23 eliminations for Brute Force. They started this match blank on 70 points. This has put them over that 100-point mark. Remember where Moneymakers were? They had 108. They are so close. They are in contest for the first place spot. They started in, what was it, 13th place on this match? This is crazy.
I think they started 12th. They started 12th on this match, and now they're second. And I mean, we've been saying it all day that it's a case of one strong match would take you up there. And again, we were joking. We were saying, oh yeah, I mean, one strong game from the bottom of the tables might take you. It's definitely not up towards the first place, but you know, you could get up into the top 5. Never mind get into second place off the back of that one, breathing down the necks of the moneymakers with a 5-point deficit. Yeah, this is not what I expected today, but it is certainly what I expected from Brute Force in terms of being those comeback champions.
I need to see the damage numbers on this one. 1.2k damage, was it? I think it was a little bit potentially lower than the record. Okay, a little bit, but still 4.6k damage. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, in a finals, it's sort of comical in a finals and also very disrespectful to get 4.6k damage. And again, that game felt disrespectful all around when it came to the arms, just the shots all over the place. Chudo taking shots towards teams that he had no business taking shots towards either. They made it look easy. And in a position on the tables where they should be taking this very seriously. But I mean, if it takes having fun with it, you know, you just get a little bit freaky towards the end of the game as well with some of the loadouts, some of the ways you play. And anyway, I got to admit, at some point, you're going to run out of gas in terms of ammo if you're getting 23 eliminations. So it's sort of understandable to pull the arm out there.
I mean, you have the crate drop on you. It's kind of like, it feels like divine providence, really, to be able to just grab that one out, start taking heads off shoulders. That is exactly what Brute Force did in such a brutal way. It cannot be emphasized enough how important that game is for them. We'll see if they can do it again, if they can keep that run going. I don't know if we're going to see another game like that for a long, long while, but we still got one more match for you to play today. We'll see you after the break.
Hi everyone, let's get acquainted with World of Wonder version 3.2. This version is loaded with surprises. Besides piloting cool mechas for exciting battles, there are brand new maps to experience. Let's check it out. First, there's a brand new themed map template. In World of Wonder, players can now play all kinds of creations built from a variety of scenery objects. Engage in thrilling battles aboard the Steel Ark. At the same time, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new combat a shot. In addition, players can compete in shooting competitions with target dummies and have fun playing soccer. Head to World of Wonder to discover even more fun maps and gameplay. So, get in the game and try it out. Next, we've also made a few system improvements to World of Wonder. Players can now go to the player information page to check their World of Wonder play statistics and creation data. As for creation tabs, we've added a Friends tab. Now, you can find your friends' creations more easily and check out what creations they've been enjoying. Additionally, to better help you find the maps you like, you can search for them by creation ID, creator UID, creator name, creation name, and more. There are still more improvements for you to discover. We made some improvements to gameplay devices and interactions. For gameplay devices, we've improved and updated the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and more. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. What's more, we've also improved various interactions. Creators can now edit the orientation and scaling of items directly. In free view mode, objects can be moved, rotated, or resized by modifying their coordinates. Interactized objects can now be held and tossed by characters, and they can also be moved by hitting them. Discover more improvements that let you be as creative as you like. Finally, in World of Wonder editing mode, the team leader can edit the permissions of team members when group editing. That's a wrap for this introduction to some of the new World of Wonder content. We look forward to seeing all your brilliant creations in-game. For more new version updates, be sure to follow the official community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Brute Force just took our breath away, and they bumped themselves up the tables quite a distance in the process. A 23 elimination game on Miramar. If you missed it, go back and watch it after this show, because it was sublime from Brute Force. They played a split, they held out teams solo. It was absolutely incredible. What a way to close out the Miramar games of today, but they still got to go back in for Erangel.
They do. I mean, honestly, Brute Force, off the back of a game like that, could bring that momentum up to its crescendo. I mean, 23 elim, sorry. It's hard to top. But, you know, just another good game. and moneymakers don't do well, bang, you have yourself a new first placer. Yeah, wow, what a wonderful game there from Brute Force. Like you said, a brutal game from Brute Force. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. I am pleased to see it. You know what? I think it's a team that I had my eyes on in terms of getting a decent performance. I just didn't expect like this coming out. And again, it does come back to the fact that this team has such an ability to do very badly and then do insanely well. So I think for Brute Force, it's certainly something interesting, and they were always going to have either a very, very good time over in the finals or a very, very bad time, and I'm glad that they brought that A game here.
We're about to reach the 2/3 mark of our way through, but to get there, we need to complete this final map of today, of day 2 of the finals for the spring season. PMSL EMEA INFINIX GT20 Pro stand out from the crowd, the official smartphone of the tournament. Here, they're going for another South Plane path on this game. This is what we saw last Erangel. It's what we're going to get again.
Down towards that south side of the map, John.
Oof, look at those tables.
Yeah, it looks weird. It looks very, very weird. I mean, S2G up into 5th place. And IWNRX climbing their way to 6th. It's nice. It's good to see.
It's just such a big jump from Brute Force. You just kind of ignore everything else for just a minute, but you're right. Those jump ups from some pretty crucial teams to be able to get there, very important. But we still have quite a drop off now. And from 4th place down to 5th, I think it's 94 down to 86, I think it was. So it is starting to expand, starting to inflate over time, and you can't let that get away from you, especially if you're a team like Team Spirit. You want to be chasing for that top spot for the 55k in 1st place.
Like I said, 55k, big jump up in terms of money earned there. So a lot of teams looking for that 1st place. I mean, Brute Force off the back of that game. Again, it's sort of been the moneymakers and Brute Force on that day too. And it was always going to be a case of a couple of teams just having some really strong matches back to back. Or in Brute Force's case, just one ridiculously good game. I mean, jumping up from 12th into 2nd. A 10 placement jump. You don't see that every day of the week. Circle heads up towards that northeast side. Not a horrible circle at all for a lot of teams. Most teams know how to play this one out. They've seen this one very, very often. So should be fairly comfortable with it, John.
Twisted Minds and Gladiators both running up towards North George. Was that a knock they were able to get? No, not quite. Shots being sent back by Never Alone as well with the Mini 14. That's pretty rough stuff. Oh, we got a little bit of a hot drop between Virtus Pro and 3D Max. Looks like they've already managed to find a flush, a point for 3D Max, and Snowix picks that up. That's over by Milter Power. I mean, of course, dropping as far south as they had to, Virtus Pro couldn't go up to Lipovka. They're competing with 3D Max for those vehicles around Milter, out to the east towards Milter Power as well.
But it is, again, just really have not had the best of finals here, John, sadly. I think when you look at the Gladiators, there's certainly something inside you that says that they could have done a lot better in this tournament. But I do think that with such a big change up in terms of their roster, in terms of losing Kitsune, it has affected them a lot. I think just getting towards the finals has been decent enough for them, but a 16th place just does not seem right.
No, they brought on AZ and Frozen to try and replace Kitsune in the aggregate, shifting that IGL responsibility across to Matic. But you're right, in 16th place, this is not where you want to see those double Gs. It has been a little bit of a disaster for them in these finals, but they did qualify for the finals, it has to be said. I mean, they are still here. They are still one of the best teams in the region. It's just that when you compare them against the improvement that other teams are seeing, against the power that other teams are seeing is just not quite there.
I think if there's any team that I would like to, you know, head up from the middle of the table in towards that top 5, probably would be RCB. Just purely because I think as a team, they do have a long way that they could go, right? I think there's some things that they could improve on, which could massively improve their gameplay very, very quickly. And they just need time to do it. Again, it's not always the best mid-tournament to be doing things like that, John. You can improve stuff here and there. You can make some adjustments, but like overhauling your gameplay, it's not easy to do whilst you're under pressure of also playing in the tournament. Experimenting with new things, not always easy. So I'd quite like to see them head up towards that top 5 just so they can continue playing within the circuit, because I think that there's a lot of room to grow on that team. And they have certainly shown us that, you know, they're not just going to lie down and die here in the finals.
They've been giving it their best shot, I think it's safe to say. The team that I look at in the middle of these tables, that is kind of my benchmark team here, is DA, right? If you want to be a top 5 team, you need to be better than DA, is sort of how I'm approaching this from that sort of standpoint. And I feel like that RCB kind of at the moment don't feel like they are better than DA. So, I mean, absolutely they have a lot of growth, but I don't think they're quite there yet for my money. I think I might slightly disagree with you on that, but that is, after all, what opinions are for, right? To have differing viewpoints. But I mean, I wouldn't be unhappy with them, for instance, if they were to jump into a top 5 position.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said I wouldn't mind it.
Oh, I thought you said you wanted them. Okay, no, my bad. Then we agree. I don't disagree. I agree 100%.
Okay. All right, sick. Sweet. I'm glad. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I thought it wasn't a very disagreeable opinion, to be honest with you.
I think my point really was that DA are currently doing better than them, and I wanted to talk about DA a little bit because I feel like
that's fair.
I think that they are this team that I think should be in 5th place, right? I think this is the only team that I feel like I know where they should be, and I feel like DA should be in that 5th place spot, qualifying in that area, being that outside chance, just because of how just constant their point scoring potential has been in these finals, and how much of a constant presence they've been across all the weeks so far as well, especially in week 2, but in weeks 1 and 3 as well.
Yeah, my only issue with DA is that they just don't have massively standout players other than Scarface. Like, I just don't see them making huge plays all the time, but I think that's what makes them a fairly decent team at the same time, is they're just quite cohesive as a squad. Like, it's not a huge amount of mistakes been made all over the place. They play well together. They work together well. Beşiktaş losing Toshbik off the rip. Not ideal. We're on a whole new 3rd place. But yeah, I think I'd agree with that. You know, it is a team that I personally think, yeah, 5th place does feel reasonable for where DA should end up. Them and NIGMA Galaxy, maybe a toss-up in terms of a 5th place for me. I'm looking over towards 4th place. Like to see potentially Power there. 3rd place. Again, it's hard for me to say Brute Force. I mean, I know I already said Brute Force on the Power rankings, but
yeah,
they're a difficult team to peg where they should be at any one time. They're a team that you know can be in 3rd place. But yeah, I think that the big, not annoyance, is that IWNRX is in 6th place. I mean, they are clambering back up again, slowly but surely. Yeah, it's not a team that I think should be in 6th place here after what they displayed during the tournament.
No, with the players they've got on side, specifically Zed Wolf as well, being such a dominant threat over the entirety of league stage. Well, except for week 2, I suppose, but still,
he was still good in week 2. Actually,
I mean, yeah, even during week 2, he was putting up numbers. I think it's up currently between him and Nomi from Team Spirit for overall tournament MVP, and they are still going back and forth. So absolutely, they've got the powerhouses to do it. It's just a question of execution. We're going to a Yazfields area, a sort of Yazfields finish. It's a little bit out to the west side of the circle, but is going to be a major feature. That side of the field for S2G. They're going to start to probably break south from Yasnaya. You don't want to be trapped in when these teams start to crunch around you.
Yeah, you really do not. And I think S2G has fallen into that trap quite a few times. So they move out early here, John, and get out of the way. which I think is very reasonable. As we get further and further into this game. Stage 2 just coming online. I mean, over towards this eastern side of the map, we've seen it before. It's kind of a difficult decision to make for a lot of squads, actually, in terms of their next rotations, with the western side encompassing that field. Do you want to get a strong position over there so that you're one of the few teams that actually has a compound in those circles, or would you rather head out over towards that eastern side where there's a few more compounds to play that are really strong? I think this is what I would call one of the gamble circles, where you have to make a decision that is not 100% good.
Yeah, so you sometimes just have to hedge your bets a little bit, or maybe play for, you know, even in a dire situation, you know, playing for 5 points can be the difference between, like, qualifying for PMWC and not, for instance. It can be a really important difference to make. The moment Gladiators on that north side. It's them and 3D Max, the big disappointments of these finals. And I think 3D Max even more so, given that I think that they are such a talented roster, but it is just constant execution issues, the fumbles that we see from the roster. Gladiators go up in smoke. That's, I suppose, quite a representative of the Gladiators as a whole.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd absolutely say so. I think that you're right in saying that they're both... It sounds harsh saying that they're both disappointments coming into this finals. But they are, because we expect them to do a lot better, because they had massive improvement sprees over the 3 weeks. And we sort of expected them coming into the finals to do quite well. I don't know about getting into the top 5, but I didn't expect them to be down in... what, 15th and 16th place one bit.
No. Definitely not. And didn't Gladiators get a chicken dinner as well today? Or did they come second on that Miramar, on the first Miramar today?
I think it was it was on a wrangle.
Oh, it was Moneymakers.
They got a second place versus the Moneymakers. I mean, they almost had it.
Oh, yeah, I remember now. But still, they've had a very good game today, and they're still in last place, which is quite unfortunate. It is going to Yaz Fields this time around. S2G, I feel like they have to leave Yaz now. It's kind of mandatory to go for it. I mean, sure, it's safer to stay in the short term, but in the long run, you'd lose so much point scoring potential. And when you're in that 6th place, you just want to keep laddering up. You're in that 86-point block in the middle, right? That is... yeah. Really quite difficult. The tiebreakers currently, well, actually, DA breaking it by getting an elimination point, but S2G currently ahead of NRX.
I think it's actually reasonable to hold on the south side of Yaz. You know, the walled off positions there and the compounds on that spot have a lot of really nice high ground potential in terms of looking over into the field. And you do get some of these circles that head up towards the northern side and cut Yaz in. So I think it's a smart decision from S2G to confirm over towards both that compound on the south there, as well as holding up towards that north side in Yasnaya. And I'm pretty sure you could make a fairly astute decision come stage 4 of where you want to play after that. But I don't think, you know, making those rotations into stage 5, stage 6 is ideal. So, you know, stage 4, think about where you want to go. And again, that is another hedge your bet moment.
Yeah, they're currently 2-2 split right now for S2G. So that Southern Outpost, a little bit bolstered. Brute Force and Moneymakers coming quite close to one another. Brute Force have been on the road for a long time. Coming in late to the circle up the west edge, and Neos gets popped out. The battle for the top still there. Moneymakers letting Brute Force know. We saw what you did on Miramar, but we're still top dogs right now. Take Neos out of the running. Give him a little bit of a break.
I mean, was one of their, like, top performers over the 3 weeks of league stage, so losing him is a bit rough. But then again, Prepod, Freezer, Chudo, all those players very strong on the team when it comes to fragging. Oh, Virtus Pro doing a classic Virtus Pro here. Just straight through all the teams. If it works fantastic. If it doesn't, we got in 16th place.
going for a little bit of a aerial acrobatics there. Footballers KAOS taking their shots out their way. 3D Max, they were able to take down a player from Virtus Pro early on the drop, remember? And now they're taking a second as well. Moneymakers pushing into the southwest side with just Poser there. He bounces it off the wall. It's not gonna work out for him. Moneymakers with 4. Take control of the compound there. BEŞİKTAŞ were already down to 3. Now they're down to 2. You can see Kakali there. And that is a hard north shift. Okay, I take it back. S2G definitely stay in Yaz.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, is that on stage 4 is really where you can make those hard commits on the circle. And again, for this one, it could have easily moved down south and you would have been 100% right. Confirm over towards that compound on that south side, but having at least people in Yasnaya that you can return to on an anchor is really, really important. It's just etching out a little bit of space for yourself. But it gets to stage 4 where you can't really afford to make a 4-man push back up towards Yasnaya unless you've already carved yourself out a bit of a home. But yeah, it's gonna be it looks like it will just be a full Yaz finish here as BEŞİKTAŞ attempts to get in. It is just Kakali. AZ, who is a strong player here over on Gladiators, will force his way out, prevents the heal, goes down to basically 5%, but will finish out the fight for the Gladiators there.
Keeps him alive. S2G with a lot of this control on the southeast side, but underneath them, RCB looking to try and take them down. A little hop over from CEO later. They regroup a little bit closer to each other and allow RCB in to this other puzzle piece on the west side of their little triple. They're giving up ground, but still very far from easy. 3D Max have now entered Yasnaya once more. They want to reclaim it.
This is their moment to do it, right? There are 3 eliminations up at the moment. With how close our leaderboard is, Chicken Dinner will put you back in conversation a little bit.
I mean, you get 30 points of 3D Max, 20 elimination Chicken Dinner. They're up to, what is that, 7th?
Yeah.
Ow.
Wow. Team Spirit just out on 95 points to Twisted Minds, no less. Just cut out of the lobby immediately. Now they're praying that teams underneath them go down, but practically all the teams that they're fending off against are in fairly decent spots, bar DA.
I mean, DA and IWNRX as well, both on the outskirts. So really, for me, at the moment, the chasing team, S2G. NIGMA Galaxy on the outside as well. Power, they're right on the outskirts. I mean, it's difficult. Everybody's kind of on the outside. There is this shell that sits on the edge of Yasnaya at this stage. And only Gladiator's lone player, Tixie, I believe, is in the middle. Oh, sorry, it's AZ for Gladiator, still alive. Just slap bang in the middle of Yasnaya, and nobody is stepping forwards because they know that they want to have the option to shift south, because it still could go for a hard south shift.
Yeah, I think we even saw a game over in PMGC where we had a shift down towards the south side on this particular circle into the field, and there was just one team there, and they just won the game off the back of it. Everyone was just scarpering out of Yasnaya trying to get into the fields, but you just can't cross that wall in stage 6 or 7 without other teams spotting you. It's tough.
It's an impossible task, really. CEO later takes a knock. That's Twisted Minds from the north side. That's a long-range shot. Whew. So potentially resable there. And that's the shift that will push people into Yaz.
Yeah. That's a big old sigh of relief from everyone who is in Yasnaya right now, honestly.
DA on the outside. Trying to face off against Footballers KAOS. That's right underneath him. I'm pretty sure that went into his belly button.
Yeah, that thing just plopped down and then didn't go anywhere else. It just moved into the swamp. I like that.
Falconist trying to roll around, and it's working out pretty well. Footballers KAOS taking on DA. There's shots from a distance, I believe, but more damage still to pour out towards DA. Yekta trying to hold it off with the DP, but has Doka Machine on off angle. Doesn't have the magazine capacity to handle it. Hang on a minute, there's some potential damage. Okay, finally put to bed, but Footballers KAOS take far too much for their liking, and there's an off-angle shot from IWNext Ruger on the south. They're moving in, a third party, out the window, and Rookie needs to hold it down. It's a lot of players from IWNRX, and that is going to be enough to handle the business. They'll take that.
Well, I'll give them a little bit of space and salvage on a game that looks fairly unsalvageable here for IWNRX, not getting into Yaz early enough. NIGMA Galaxy is blasted out of the water there. All 4 players gone as they try to make the crash over towards the eastern side of Yasnaya. They're going to be losing players left, right, and center here. It becomes more of a grenade game than anything.
What's interesting to me here, Blank, is that 3D Max is the only team that's consolidated towards central Yasnaya. They've got players on both sides of the road right now, right in the middle of the town. Everybody else holding that shell, except for the Moneymakers as they crash in down the main road, losing 2, are right out towards the edge. This is going to make it a really interesting sort of tower defense style game for 3D Max.
Yeah, there's high ground as well in that position where you can get up towards the rooftops.
How?
Which is very, very nice there for 3D Max. Yeah, I'm not sure how Swain just kind of ran in. Hi, guys.
I brought banana bread. I'm coming in. Way! With a buggy. Yeah. Right on in. Goodness me. He's got the DBS. A gift for them, but they're not pushing.
Yeah.
CEO later actually forced in now by the Molotov.
Oh, dear.
Oh, no.
I mean, he's made a pretty good attempt so far. Zedwolf does go down, though, to brute force.
Oh, they're split. Okay, brute force, I thought they were on the north side, but they're split all around the west edge as well.
Yeah, they're having a good time.
Great time.
They're looking for eliminations where they can. I think Chudo is specifically placed down towards this south side to catch teams that are rolling in, which is actually not a bad idea at all. Like you said, if you're on the outside edge, you're just looking for a 5-point game. And this is one way to do it, is to catch teams as they're trying to crash over inwards to these compounds.
Swain removed. Should never have been allowed to happen. The shift goes to the south Yaz and keeps the fields in. 3D Max on that roadside split. I still like their position. Twisted Minds, though, going to give a lot of trouble to Robs and Snowix on that northern edge. I don't think Brute Force are going to do too much more. I think they're going to try and stay on that west side.
Yeah, you could maybe try and take the apartment down towards the south side that is on the other edge to FLUX, the northern apartment. That wouldn't be a terrible idea, considering that FLUX is trying to keep themselves closer towards the center of this circle by having 2 players that moved up towards the eastern apartments. That's not a bad idea. If they head over towards the north side, though, they will have to fight out versus Twisted Minds. I like that you have 3D Max, they regroup, and they allow Twisted Minds in.
Trying to hold both of those positions with 2, with Twisted Minds pressuring in from the north, and you know Twisted Minds are going to have to move through you. I think it's a wise decision to regroup, and I think you're right to highlight that. For 3D Max, this was their home turf. They were usurped by S2G. They lost the fight. They went away from Yaz. But now returning. Prodigal Sons remains to be seen, but I want to hold the middle of Yaz now.
See you later. Taking a couple of shots. Power up to 7 elims. Not a terrible game for them so far. They are all the way out on that edge on the eastern side. Al-Haji sniffs out Frozen. Can't quite see him through the smoke. It's an awkward ending. I mean, because this is really not going to start popping off. Frozen does go down finally. That's 2G. It's not going to start popping off until around about like stage 8.
Yeah.
Because stage 7 should keep the majority of these teams in. And stage 8 is when you'll start to see teams crunched out and finally having to assault other compounds.
It's still not impossible, Blank, that this is a field ending. About 40% of this circle is field. It would require a hard south shift on this circle pop. But it's not impossible.
Luckily for us, I think most of our, on the esports circle settings, a lot of our final circles are central. Prevent that exact thing from happening.
Yeah, but funner to watch.
No.
Yeah.
Horrendously unfair for a lot of teams. I think we had that actually over in first year of PUBG Mobile. We would get these extreme shifts on the circle. But the clever folk over at the PUBG Mobile team put a stop to that.
Not landing the nade. Shooter still with 4 nades to go. And obviously, being in Yasnaya, there is still a decent amount of loot probably just scattered around these buildings, right? There's going to be some supplies just to bolster you a little bit. This south side has been great for S2G and for RCB as well for holding on to position. S2G on 4 eliminations, RCB only on 1. But it's Power who are currently topping the tables right now. They're going to have to move along the road now, though, because they're on 7 eliminations, but they're cut out of this next circle. The only team to be cut out. And in goes Moneymakers. Over towards Freezer, immediately getting the flush.
Brute Force getting rinsed by that one. Just pre-pod last left alive now, and a good hit from Bishke. Points that Moneymaker's been trying to accrue the past couple of games. Able to really push it much higher than the 108, which has been absolutely a fantastic result for them today. 4 extra points. That is a nice little Molotov. And Bishke, he reacted so quick. Immediately down the stairs.
Now Valak takes some damage from Prepod's nade up towards the high ground there. 3D Max. They just need to survive. It's in the middle of the circle. They have 4 eliminations so far. They're the team that's going to bear the brunt, I think, of the push from Twisted Minds. The good news is it looks like Twisted Minds are playing on the north side of the road, meaning that they're going to have to go for a road crossing, and we know how difficult that can be.
Brute Force, you got pre-pod. Still healing up, still living it out. It's a tough circle to play this one. It's a very tough circle to work with. Again, this is just about crashes at the end of the day.
We were saying just at the start of today, I think, we haven't really had that many urban environment endings. Well, here we are now. Yasnaya. And in stage 7, there are 9 teams remaining, which is pretty wild. We've got 2 solos, but the rest are full 4 squads, except for Moneymakers on a duo. So 3 teams are not full squads.
We'll have... You know what? It's weird that we've got 9 teams remaining going into stage 8. I think that is the biggest oddity coming out here. Because remember, after stage 8, the game ends, by the way. It just ends.
Where's the circle going? It's going to the south side. So Twisted Minds very likely going to have to cross. Might be able to hold for a while. Actually going over to the next building, and Ray Z actually may be undiscovered in his position, but will be running around now. S2G pushed up to the top floors of their buildings.
Power and Moneymakers most worried about this shift on the circle. 15 seconds until this one starts to close. This is just going to... It's going to be the loudest finish, by the way, guys. So I'm just warning you now that you might want to turn the stream down. Because as soon as we hit stage 9, it is just going to be bullets firing over and over and over.
Who's the closest to the middle? I think it's Corker. It's either Corker or maybe 3D Max.
I couldn't tell you, honestly.
Yeah, it's really too tough to tell. Hamzy caught on the way in. But I think there's another S2G player in the meantime in the wings. But Easy has a nade. He's looking to bank it off the ceiling. Cooks it. Doesn't quite get the knock. More in from the rest of his team, but also similarly not going to have the best time there. Twisted Minds going to be forced to play right up to the edge of the road there. If not going for the cross entirely. I think they're just going to want to wait this one out as much as they can. With 9 teams still in this, teams are going to fall very, very quickly.
9 teams at stage 9. What is happening? Sol K finally goes down to a nade. That's from the Moneymakers. They're playing with 2 though, John. So this is fairly good result from them. They did exactly what I thought they would do, is head over towards those northern apartments that sat around FLUX. It was honestly their only option. But stage 9, here we are.
Oh, Moneymaker's getting bombarded out. Blank, this circle feels like a representation of how this tournament has felt so far in the finals. It could go to anybody. The Moneymakers blasted away. FLUX trying to leave with just Lux now remaining. Teams are starting to fall. Down to 8 now. S2G try and lead their buildings, but Power put nades down range. As RCB are getting lit up from the off angle as well. It is just so difficult to make their moves. As S2G take another knock, it's going back, it's going forth, and RCB have an invader easy on the ground floor, and he is on the swivel of 180 to take down RCB. 6 teams remain. We've lost another as well in some position or other. Can 3D Max hold on from the northern side? Twisted Minds are across the road now as Rob's looking to regroup. Pre-pod going down next. That's going to take us down to 5 teams. He's across though, hasn't gone down fully. Nades from Power over towards S2G. Finally, pre-pod falls. 5 teams remain.
Your Power here, 12 eliminations so far in the game. It has not been an easy approach for them, but they have dealt with it, even removing RCB. S2G, 4 eliminations, not a lot, only have 2 players here. This is a team that wanted to chase, that started in Yasnaya, yet will not be finishing strong here. If things continue this way, CEO later will put one of the players to bed there from Twisted Minds, but nades are pouring in. Should finishing him off soon. I think it was Power maybe to pick that up. No, Yusuf.
Corker. Oh, he goes down. Power have reaped the most out of this circle so far, but 3D Max are here now. They're up to double-digit eliminations. Robs opens the door. He's playing the balcony easy into the courtyard, and Robs takes down Power. Now 2 teams remain. It's all gone immediately to pot for everybody except for 3D Max Twisted Minds. This fight from the north side has transitioned down to the south around the foothills of this church. It's 3 versus 4. Nades in and Victor goes down. Twisted Minds looking to stop 3D Max from holding the center. This tower defense has been raging on for a while now. And Narvalo wants an answer. It bounces off the pillar there. He can't quite find it. Out through the door. And Yusuf next up to bat. Has to hold off against Narvalo. 3D Max moving in around the crates. The spray down with the DBS across the smoke. Yusuf low. Narvalo strafing back, strafing in. And 3D Max want to take it back into control. They stay alive. They stay as 4. And 3D Max win out in the melee. Right towards the end, they reclaim Yasnaya. They are the returning prodigal sons. And they have it under control from the middle. They held their nerve.
A massively important game there for 3D Max. Right at the end of the day. And look at that from Robs, you know, giving the boys a bit of respect, you know, pat on the back because they desperately need it. It's been a hard finals for these guys. But with that game, it should see them a little bit more into that mix, right? You know, they're out of the frying pan and into that barb roll, which is not always the most fun experience, but I did not want to see 3D Max drop down towards a 15th place. I would not have been comfortable with that. Coming back into Yasnaya, this is the game that they really needed to come through now at the end of today, because if they had a good game tomorrow, I don't think it would have happened until game 3. But this might just be that game that gives them that confidence back, right? You know, we can play this game. We move back into Yasnaya. We own that place, right? So this was so important for 3D Max.
Power also getting a lot of value from this match. They got a lot of eliminations. You could see with 8 teams remaining, they had 7. They racked up to 8. I think in the end, they were close to 15, something like that, which is a huge amount of points to be able to earn for Power. Remember, they were in that chasing pack, but Robs was able to handle them. Twisted Minds getting late into this match as well. From a late entry on the north side of Yasnaya, that's pretty good to be able to get to 2nd place. The highest damage being 745 just indicates how chaotic everything was in Yaz.
Yeah. Like I said, you know, that is the type of game that nothing happens for a long time. And then it's stage 9. Everyone's like, right, we have to fight. The game is just finishing without us at this point in time. It is leaving. We're not on the train, and we need to get these points behind us at this point. So very well done to a lot of squads here. 16 eliminations, 26 points for 3D Max. So desperately required. I think that puts them up into the 70s now, which obviously isn't amazing, but it's better than nothing for them. And with 16 eliminations, that's the type of game that will be a bit of a lifeline. Power Esports, that should send them very happily far up towards the top of the tables, I would say, with 19 points total. And again, another surprise stow-in from Twisted Minds.
It wasn't quite as bombastic as yesterday from Twisted Minds, but you're right, 11 points. you'll take that when you can get it. S2G as well, they were in that chasing pack, and they managed to get 7 points. The Moneymakers will extend their lead by 6. The Brute Force team only got 3 there. But again, Team Spirit, low performing there. Not ideal for them. They may drop out of the top 5 for that. I think there were a couple of teams around them who were able to do a couple of bits there. So could be a bit dangerous, a bit daunting going into the final day.
Luckily, these guys, at least the boys over on Major Pride, have been known for their last day standouts. That's typically, which is quite surprising for them. And it's also interesting the way that they have played this tournament so far, because usually they're a team that comes really in clutch towards the beginning of the tournament, and then when the going gets tough towards the end, then they start to bring back out that strong, consistent play style. Now, they've been still able to get consistent points, but I do think that tomorrow might not be as bad as some Team Spirit fans might think it will be. But yeah, this has been an incredible tournament so far. So many teams here are deserving of going to the EWC, but we can only have 5.
I know, it's kind of crazy. I mean, we will obviously have either Twisted Minds or Power, whichever is the highest placing team in this tournament, going over to the PMWC. But so I guess in total we'll have 6, but it feels like only 5 of them really going to go to those group stages. They have been putting up a massive amount of performances, though, today, with the INFINIX GT20 Pro standing out for with the official smartphone of the PMSL EMEA. It's been great to watch them perform on these phones, and I feel like today has been the day of comebacks. I mean, we've had Moneymakers dominating with a huge day, Brute Force as well, again, similarly, a massive performance, and then as well towards the end, 3D Max got 16. I'm not going to cut off what I was saying, because they got 16 eliminations on that match.
Yeah, but they also only got 5 knocks.
They were just thieving.
Yeah,
thieving around in
That's some
Yasnaya.
proper thievery compared to Power's very hard for 14 eliminations with the 15 knocks.
Wow.
Okay, 3D Max. All right, then. I mean,
pretty cruel.
You do need to be on the ball to be getting those elims, though.
Yeah, I mean, they were playing in that tower defense style in the middle of Yaz. And I think the winning move is something that I talked about when the circle fully confirmed to Yaz, is they went to the middle before everybody else. Nobody else made that decision to leave the shell. Maybe they couldn't. It's not unlikely that it was impossible to do so without getting shots taken at you. 3D Max were on that northeastern side. And they took that opportunity. They made the right call. It's worked out wonderfully for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, you guys at home, not only you get to have a lot of enjoyment from watching the show and listening to us, guys, you also get to check out the PMSL pass here with our Dark Arts Gentleman set, the Dark Legend UMP 45, and with all our PMSL powerhouses on the screen right now. Like John has said before, we've got Kelsey and Lord on there, so EMEA is already doing really well because we've got 2 players on the PMSL pass. Haha. But yeah, also Kurio, Top, and Yumi. So I think this is an awesome event for you guys at home. You should definitely check out from the 31st to the 30th of June. So you've still got a little bit of time.
Yeah, it's been active since the 31st of May. So what you're hanging around here for, head over to the app, put in the code EMEAXPMSL Pass. You can redeem 2 of those points vouchers to help you get at that suit. Looking crisp, looking fresh, like our players in the PMSL. Let's take a look at our overall rankings to see how that final match has shaken things up, because it seems like every time we go in, we come out with a new front page. No 3D Max on this front page, which is quite interesting. But Moneymakers up in first place to end our second day of 3 in the finals. And I feel like this is a top 3 that I just would not have called at the start of this finals. Maybe Brute Force, as you did. You put them up there, but this is kind of crazy.
Yeah, again, it's such a weird one because it's all our streaky teams towards the top of the table. Which is so odd, right? Because we call them streaky teams for a reason, is that sometimes they perform really well, sometimes they perform really badly. And it just so happens that in the finals, all of our streaky teams are performing really, really well, which shakes up the tables massively. So I think for some of our more consistent teams, this is a bit annoying. But again, that's how things go. Some teams just have it in them to have these massive games. And Brute Force, Moneymakers, they've both got some really good young talent on the squad that are just going to keep performing like this.
Absolutely. I mean, most notably, obviously, rookie season for Freezer on Brute Force. 3D Max, they jump up, they get 82 points. That's actually... Big. That is actually huge. I mean, we basically counted them out. I think at this point, I am going to count out the Gladiators, but 3D Max putting up a 16 elimination chicken dinner in the final
Yeah.
match today has kept them in with a shot of doing something tomorrow.
Yeah, this obviously right there. That is what you call a lifeline game. That is a lifeline game. That's someone throwing out the rubber ring to you, you taking hold, have been brought back onto the ship because the journey is ending, right? We're coming to the conclusion. We're going to be docking soon and finishing our finals before we head back out on the cruise liner to the EWC. And 3D Max, just about there, don't get left behind. Unfortunately, we left Gladiators out in open waters. We'll send the crew out to get them later.
Yeah, a couple of sharks have been nibbling at their toes there. It's not been a pleasant experience for them. Let's take a look at a little graphic or two. I believe have we got socials
MVP.
coming up?
It's
MVP. Oh wait, it was
Yeah.
MVP. I didn't quite catch that in my ears, unfortunately. But yeah, MVP for today is Wild from
Yeah,
RCB.
I'm not surprised either. That Virtus Pro basically 1v4 was nuts over on Sandhawk. I loved that.
I'm surprised it wasn't a player from Brute Force given their 23 elimination chicken dinner. But Wild surpassed that with that.
Yeah, apparently, somehow. I don't mind it. I think as a MVP potential player, like that moment right there definitely stands out to me.
For sure. I mean, absolutely. Obviously, he put up the numbers to deserve it. Taking a look at our daily winners, you've got NIGMA Galaxy leading things out, which we thought was a really strong win on our first angle with 15 eliminations. But the big jewel of today's games, obviously that Miramar win from Brute Force to put them right up into second place, which they've been able to hold into that second angle as well, into third angle, sorry, as well. That 23 elimination, 4.6k damage game that really put them back on the map.
Yeah, that was the one that they desperately needed. 23 eliminations, breaking the record here in the PMSL EMEA so far. Massive match for them, just absolutely ginormous. And also the one elimination chicken dinner with 266 damage from Fire Flux was
got it all.
sort of an amusing one.
We got it all. Everything is in store for you, of course. When you come to the PMSL EMEA, we've got it all. We'll just, no matter what you want, we've got low elimination chicken dinners. I mean, if you watched last season PMPL as well, you would have seen De Muerte's 0 elimination chicken dinner. And we have the high highs as well. And you can keep up to date with all of that over on our social media channels, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok as well. Make sure you're heading over there, dropping the follow to stay up to date with everything that happens in Europe related to PUBG Mobile.
Absolutely. You need to stay up to date. You need to stay up to date.
You must.
Because you will miss those 23 elimination games going from Brute Force if you are not joining us here for the PMSL EMEA. My name is Blank, and that is Mr. John over there. It has been fantastic to have you with us today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining. We'll see you tomorrow for the last day of the finals of PMSL EMEA. And if today is anything to go by, you do not want to miss it.